figure out what I'm doing today. Gracias. Okay. Hi.
With the name like Superpower 33. You know, and in the agenda they are like John Johnson, you know, and then it turns like, who is Superpower 33?
Yeah, it's quite like it. And we're gonna have an empty stage.
I mean, I feel like the first talks every day have been pretty.
Yeah, pretty empty.
People are like not really morning people. What list can I use?
I did the first 5 minutes.
Oh, because the first talk is at 10. Oh, like right now. Oh my god. Okay. I thought it also started at 10:30 today. Do you have the one that has like the name of this talk? Cause this. Oh wait, no, this does have this here. Oh god. Wait, what?
Yeah.
I just don't know what I'm looking at. Okay, this is.
Title. That's the name.
Okay, but it's just like because it's not quite like in the right spot, so I'm confused.
And the price.
So it's the one that's
Second
above
one.
it.
Yeah, so always search for the second one.
That means, and then you look at the name that's
Yeah.
that's above it.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I have the right one, because otherwise. So Andy Pavia?
Yeah.
What?
Pavia.
Pavia, the accent's on the I. Okay.
Good. You know Spanish?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Dow Treasury Management Performance, and what comes next?
Just say Dow Treasury Management and Performance.
Management and Performance? Okay. I've done the first 3. If you want to do... I don't know, the next couple.
You did next. You did until Owen.
I've done Andy, Adam, and Martin.
And Owen? No.
No, not Owen.
You
I
do
don't.
Owen?
I don't think I'll fit. I don't think I'll fit Owen on
Okay,
here.
then I'm doing Owen, Rose, and Miguel.
Perfect.
If you can,
This is dangerous. So you're doing Owen, Rose, Miguel.
how do you write? You also write. You just write this, right?
Yeah, I'm just writing the time, the name, and the title of the.
Okay.
And then usually, like, I'll ask, like, is there anything you want me to say when I introduce you?
Just say, you probably have like some co-founder or something.
Co-founder of Palmera. Okay.
And I'm doing this one.
Yeah, I'll start from Nathan. Choose. Oh my god. Like, I'm so not used to, like, writing things by hand whenever.
Yeah, we're gonna help
Hi.
you.
What's your name?
Adam Gongo. I will do the second slide.
Can you send me your presentation?
What's your address? How do I do it?
Are you in the Telegram?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, in that group of the speakers. Yeah. You can sit if you want somewhere here. Yeah. I'm going to this one.
And I'll do the second half later.
If you understand.
I might not. I might just want to just do it myself because I know how to
Okay.
I know how to read my own handwriting and all that stuff.
I have a rewrite again. Yeah.
Yeah, just because I'm like looking at that, and I'm like, I don't know what you're. I can just do it though if you want. Cause I did my two, so. Rose O'Leary. R Rose, yeah, R Rose O'Leary, and then it's Rise Anon, Lunar Punk. Oh, that sounds interesting. Like punk, not park, punk.
Real punk.
Mm-hmm.
And
MEMETIC. Something with like memes, yeah. Memetic warfare? I've never heard that word. I've never heard meme as an adjective. And then it's 12:30. No, what? Oh, sorry. Yeah, 12:05 to 12:25. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Yeah. Miguel Piedrafita. And that's global proof of personhood in the age of AI. Perfect. Amazing. Thank you so much. You're the best. Okay. So just need to say hello, introduce the agenda for the morning. Remind people of the chat rooms. Don't forget that hopefully people will scan that chat rooms code and ask questions, and it'll be on that little screen in front of you. When you say like, oh, questions, he's gonna like toggle that to go on. It's like the past 2 days, like everyone's been forgetting. They've been like questions, and we're like, look at this screen. And I think that's really it. Let's do it. Right. Anything else you want me to say at the beginning other than agenda, QR code? Okay. That's true, it's all talks. Yeah, right now. Hello, everybody. Good morning. We got a small crowd to get the day started. I think everyone's probably a little hungover from last night. My name is Hannah Becker. I will be the MC of the lunar stage today. Maybe you saw me at the solar stage yesterday, or you saw me at the lunar stage the day before that. But yeah, I'll be going through this morning. We have a bunch of talks, no panels. I think we'll have a panel in the afternoon. Just to go through the agenda of the morning, we're going to start the day with Andy Pavia talking about DAO treasury management and performance. Then we'll have Adam Gogol talking about the future of privacy, private and permissionless systems without black hats. Then we'll go to Martin Abatemarco talking about security research as a public good for Ethereum. Then we'll have Owen Barnes doing a talk about the future of apps. Then we'll have R. Rose Leary discussing, the title of this is really cool, Rise Anon, Lunar Punk and Memetic Warfare. Then Miguel Piedrafita will talk about global proof of personhood in the age of AI. Then we'll have Nathan Snell with Your App is Boring, How to Stand Out in the World of Web3. Then Chris Ducott and Lauren Luz, a double speaker moment for us here on this stage. We'll talk about how to DAO and not die. And finally, before lunch, our last speaker will be Heiko Habenaars, talking about the circular economy. So a lot of interesting, lunar punk topics that we're going to listen to today. And without further ado, because we started a little bit late to see if more people would come in, I'm going to get this first talks. Oh, before I do, remember you have this QR code with chat rooms. If you guys have been, under a rock this whole week, this is a really cool app that was created just for this conference as a really great way to engage with the speakers. It's cool. You can scan it. The QR code is different for each talk. So make sure that you scan at the beginning of each talk, and you can submit your questions. You can upvote questions that you think are interesting that other people ask. You can also answer each other's questions, which I think is really cool. If the speaker doesn't get to it and you know the answer to something, just go in there, help people out. This is all about creating community, right? That's what we're trying to do here at ETHBarcelona. So without further ado, let's bring on our first speaker. As I said, he will do a talk called DAO Treasury Management and Performance. So give a huge round of applause for Andy Pavia. All four of you, round of applause.
Hey everyone, super happy to be here at ETHBarcelona presenting the DAO Treasury and Compensation Performance Analysis. This was an analysis created by the Palmera team. I think the clicker is not working just yet. One second. Nope, still think it's not working just yet. Amazing. So before we get started, quick introduction of what Palmera is, the DAO orchestrator. We are a one-stop platform for DAO operations and tooling. We essentially help Web3 orgs manage saves, integrations, automations, and credentials all in one place. And we've essentially been looking at how DAOs are doing with what's happening out in the market. We've definitely gone through a very wild ride. It all started where Mr. Jay Powell and the Fed changed the monetary policy, started going very hawkish. Then soon after that, we had Terra collapse. I think we all remember that. Closely after that, we had FTX. Everything was gone. With that, a lot of things went down in the market, not great for us. And then after that, we have Mr. Gensler right here, seeing securities everywhere. So that's been quite a ride for us. However, even with everything that is out there, even with the market not moving, we're still out here building stuff. And the beauty about decentralization is that it doesn't matter what's going out there. As long as the infrastructure is there, the blockchain is there, we're going to be here just building. So that's fantastic. Now, The really bullish thing is that if you analyze at, if you just look at on-chain, essentially data of instantiations of multisigs across a bunch of different EVM chains, you can see that there's more and more safe multisigs being instantiated on chain, which is super bullish. Before we deep dive into the analysis, I just want to go quickly over the methodology and some disclaimers. I'm not going to go super deep into how we do things just because we don't have that much time. But essentially, we're looking at on-chain information from safe multisigs using tools such as Dune, ChatGPT, obviously a lot of Jupyter Books, Python. We're using DBank for everything related to DeFi positions, and we're essentially aggregating it all, plotting it, and running some statistical analysis on it. So if you like data, I hope you're going to like this talk. Some disclaimers: we're as good as DBank is for essentially DeFi positions. As we know, there's an ever-expanding set of smart contracts out there. They're all their own financial instruments, and they can only keep up with so much. So small disclaimer there. Another small disclaimer is that we're treating each multisig as its own entity. It might be that there's many of them connected. We're not connecting that. So that's just quick disclaimers. Now let's go over the first questions. What are the assets that the DAOs are holding? So that's an interesting question, but we're going to segment it a bit further. The first thing is that we're going to separate it between DAOs that hold, or multi-sigs that hold 5 million to 50 million, and the ones that hold more than 50, okay? Second thing is that we're going to essentially define 3 market cycles: bullish, which is in green, bear, which is in red, and then sideways, which is in yellow. On all the graphs, you're going to see the end date, so when you see the end date, you can think of that market cycle. Then we're going to classify tokens according to 4 different categories. First one is just Ether, native token to Ethereum. Then we're going to have native tokens. So when I say native tokens, I want you to think of okay, if we're analyzing, let's say, Balancer, you are thinking of the Balancer token. The next one is stablecoin. So here you have USDT, USDC, DAI, BUSD. And then everything else that is not those 3, we're going to refer to ERC20 tokens. We know that stablecoins and native tokens are ERC20 tokens, but yeah, that's the nomenclature. So let's look at the first graph. This is essentially the token analysis. So we're looking at the dollar values across the different market cycles for entities or multisigs that have 5 million to 50 million. I would like to point on the bull market that a lot of it was essentially in native tokens, and they also had a lot of ERC20 tokens. And you can see how the dollar value goes, declines super heavily in the next 2 cycles. If we compare this to essentially entities that have more than 50 million, I want to point out 2 differences here. The first one is look at essentially the native tokens. The positions here are way heavier, and also you can see that in the last sideways market cycle, they have smaller positions in ERC20s. That means that they're keeping mostly their own native token, some stable coins, and some Ethereum. Now let's look at the percentage in which each token category predominates. On the other one, we were looking at USD value. Here we're looking essentially, if we grab a multisig and we see that it mostly holds its own native token, we classified it as native token, and then we create percentages. So this one is the one that is 5 to 50 million, and this one is the one over 50 million. And I want to show essentially one big difference is that native tokens on the larger ones predominate heavily if you compare that to the previous one. Now, if we look at a stablecoin analysis, we also find a big difference here. This one is the one that is 5 to 50 million. You can see that USDC predominates here quite heavily. USDT is not as prevalent. If we look at the larger entities, you can see that a lot of them are using mostly USDT. So a couple of theories here might be there's just not enough volume for USDC. However, the smaller entities are probably looking at USDC as a less risky stablecoin due to what's happened with Tether in the past. Now, the next question, how have DAOs endured the last cycles from a P&L perspective? And when I say P&L, think value difference within the multisig. So this is essentially a box diagram. So what's within the box, the upper edge and the lower edge are essentially the 25 and 75 percentile. And then the flags at the top are essentially the lower and the top percentile, and whatever is outside of the box is essentially outliers. So you can see that from the 5 million to 50 million, on the bull market, most of the entities essentially made money. So you can see there in the value difference. Value difference, think if it's 500, it's 5x. During the bear market, the majority of them essentially lost money. There's a couple of outliers that essentially did really well, as you can see by the red dots. And also during the sideways market, a lot of the entities are making money. However, the 50 percentile is 3%. And then you have a distribution that some of them are losing money, some of them have lost all their money. If we look then at just the net sum value difference by period, so this is if you grab all the essentially the multisigs and then you aggregate them by total profit or loss and you essentially aggregate together, you can see that in aggregate during the bear market, the smaller entities lost $8 billion, which is insane. They also made, some money during the bull market, but compared to how much they lost during the bull market, it's nothing. If we compare now the box diagram between the larger entities, so the ones that have more than 50 million, we can see that essentially both of them, if you look at the 50th percentile, they're both very close to losing 84% of their treasuries, which is catastrophic. And if we look at the sideways market, essentially the bigger entities are doing much better. If you look at the 50 percentile, 33% of them are up compared to the smaller entities, the 5 to 50 million entities. So that means that for some reason, the larger entities are able to recover or do much better in this sideways market. Might be kind of like a power law. Essentially, the bigger, right now everyone is slowly getting into the market, and they feel more comfortable injecting money into the larger entities. And if we aggregate the 50 entities, right, so if we aggregate essentially the money that they made or they lost, we can see that they lost $30 billion, the larger entities, compared to $8 billion of the smaller entities. Smaller entities is a much larger set. Now the next question, is there a correlation between transaction volume and assets under management? So for this, we made a little ratio. We have yearly transacted volume, so on-chain transactions, over the total value locked. So we created essentially this ratio to try to figure out how active these entities are. And we were asking the typical question of like, okay, is the entity that is trading a lot more often and is moving positions a lot more often, are they actually more performant or not? Does more activity lead to more losses? And is there any sort of connection here? So this is a distribution of the ratio that I just described. You can see that you cannot have anything below 0, obviously. And then we see a wide range here on the sort of ratios that we have. Funny enough, and I thought this was very curious, the red one, 2021, that's the bull market. Obviously, a lot of activities. On the smaller entities, we have some that were essentially trading 45 times their TVL, which is very, very aggressive. But during the bull market, there was a lot more, during the bear market, so the green color, they were even more active, which I think that is pretty curious. And then during the sideways market, they're not trading as much. This is essentially a k-means cluster analysis, where on the y-axis we have the value difference, or what we're saying P&L, And on the x-axis, we're looking at essentially the ratio. Again, the ratio delimits how aggressively they were trading. And you can see that at least from the 5 million to 50 million entities, the ones that didn't trade as much were able to have a better performance in terms of P&L. And there's a lot of them that traded quite a bit, and then they lost money. And then if we look at the entities that have more than 50 million, there's one difference here, is that essentially they're all trading way less. If you look at the scalar of the ratio, on the previous slide it got all the way to 150. Here the scale is 45. So they're just essentially trading a lot less, probably because they're holding illiquid assets or assets that are not as liquid, so they cannot trade as often. And if we look at the K-means analysis, there's one green one over there that you can see that it traded a ratio of 10 times, so it essentially moved 10 times its own total value locked, and it did essentially 10x. So it's an outlier of someone that's really, or a group of people that are really trading and still being able to capture a very good P&L. However, if we look at the correlations, there is no statistical, essentially, the measure is not statistically significant, and we can't say that trading more leads to making less money. So yeah, that's not something that we can say that is statistically significant. Yeah, so some conclusions, you know, in terms of like activity, the average ratio was consistently greater than 1 for the entities that are between 5 million and 50 million, indicating that there is high activity. The activity for the larger multi-sigs was less, and we cannot say there's a clear correlation between essentially the ratio and performance. The multi-sigs themselves are highly correlated to the market. From a token composition, there seems to be increased focus in risk management in the later periods, and you could say there's some diversification. However, that diversification from a correlation perspective on the P&L doesn't really hold true, but just more from like each token has its own risk, operational risk. You got different teams, so essentially if you have different tokens, you are decreasing that individual risk for each token. And we've seen that essentially USDC among the smaller entities is more widely used. And with that, we're about to launch a report where we essentially go a little bit deeper into the methodology and the sort of tools that we use, and with essentially with more conclusions. Yeah, so please scan it. Would love to hear what you guys think about the report. And if you can also give us a follow, we do a lot of essentially analysis into DAO tools, what DAOs are doing, performance of the market, and essentially different techniques that DAOs or DAO tools are using. Yep, and with that, I would like to open it up for questions.
Hello. Yeah. So, in the bull market, we saw a lot of DAOs increasing their treasury value, mainly because of the increasing prices of the native token.
Correct.
And we also saw a lot of DAOs disappearing because of in the bear market or in the bull market, they didn't manage to convert their treasury position more into a stable, in a good balance.
Yep.
And that was the main reason why many of them disappear. So, well, or some of them, they didn't survive. At the same time, when you have a DAO and your token is not as liquid as you would like to, you cannot go and just simply swap them into stables one.
Correct.
What is your advice, or what would you say if tomorrow we have a next bull market and there are many DAOs again maybe doing the tokenomics, and they really want to have this treasury issue that you are very exposed to your native tokens. What would you recommend to not to, well, what would be your lesson learned in this bear market?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. I would say it's two things. The first one is essentially create a future prediction of what your expenses are going to be, right? Calculate for the traditional market cycle, so let's say 5 years. Make sure that out of those 5 years, you have stable coins to essentially be able to pay your expenses, and then leverage your treasury in a smart way so you can still kind of reduce the supply out there of your own native token, because that's how you incentivize your people, and that's how you incentivize the team, and that's how you incentivize contributors. So I think it's essentially you gotta grab a chunk just to play it very conservatively and make sure that you can keep your operations running, and then be smart about when you can essentially get some liquidity from your own token without affecting the vector of your token in terms of price. Exactly. Yeah. It's a tricky one. Yeah. So I think kind of dividing treasury into chunks and kind of getting people that know how to get yield on certain opportunities where you do the proper third-party risk analysis, I think is the right thing to do. Yeah. Yep.
When you were measuring the P&L of the different states, which hypothesis? Sorry. When you were measuring the P&L of the different states, which hypothesis did you do in terms of the cash flows that come in and come out? You just look at the value at the beginning with everything and the value at the end with everything, or?
Yeah, right now it's value difference. I think there's a lot of things like, let's say you need to, well, first of all, we're taking a couple of assumptions. First of all, these ones are DAOs, so they're not moving money outside of the on-chain perspective, which for a portion of them, it can be not true, right? It's still a model, because you will need to essentially be able to classify deposits, transfers, and withdrawals to be able to compute a true P&L. That's why when I say P&L, I mean value difference. But I mean, you would need to essentially be able to create the whole mapping from a financial perspective to say this is a true P&L, right? So essentially what we're doing is we're looking at the beginning of the period, end of the period, what's under the control of your multi-sig. And with that, we're grabbing all this data.
So if there's new investments or there's payments of salaries, that's all included there, so it could come from external flows. Yeah,
exactly. Which we could say that the P&L of your organization also takes into account the expenses. But if, let's say, if they're not DAOs and they're using multi-sigs and then they're putting things into centralized exchanges, we don't see that. Right? But we still think it's a nice model to kind of see from a high level what's going on and what are some behaviors that we're seeing across these two different sets of entities that we're analyzing. All right. Well, guys, thank you very much for joining. Hope the data was useful.
Great. Thank you so much, Andy. Shake hands. I think we can just leave this.
Thank you.
Leave this up here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was great. We got a couple more people in the room. People are, coming in from their breakfasts, their coffees. Another reminder, use the QR code to send in your questions. The speaker will get to see them right here. It's a super fun way to engage with each other. So I'm going to just bring on our next speaker, since we're a couple minutes behind schedule. I'm going to bring him on. He's going to do a talk called The Future of Privacy, Private and Permissionless Systems Without Black Hats. So we're going to give a huge round of applause for Adam Gongol. Just jump on.
Hello everyone. I'm Adam from Aleph Zero, and I'm going to talk about privacy, a bit about attributability. I'm not really going to talk about compliance. The particular agenda is, first, I'll show some trade-offs between privacy, transparency, and attributability. The second, I quickly introduce to some currently explored approaches to anonymity on the blockchain. And finally, I'd outline the idea of merging anonymity with protection against mixing illicit funds. So first, to provide some kind of like a background, when it comes to the flavors of privacy that we have on the blockchain, kind of by default, we have pseudonymity. This is something that I think everyone is very used to. This is like since the times of Bitcoins, we don't have like real names on the blockchain. We have addresses, which at least initially I think looked anonymous enough. So people thought that, well, since it's only like a random identifier, like the Bitcoin transactions are kind of anonymous. Right now we already are well aware that that's not true. There are specific companies which the entire business model of tracking Bitcoin transactions and transactions on the other chain. So in practice, most of these identifiers can be attached to at least IP address, or like in many cases, the real legal name of the user. So the second level of privacy that we can have is anonymity. So in anonymity, instead of seeing specific identifiers for each users, we just see the type of action that happened, with no indication whatsoever about who did that or whether it was related to any other action or not. This lack of relation is called unlinkability. It's actually the most important aspect when it comes to tracking. So why we can track transactions on the Bitcoin is because one transfer is related to another. I mean, we can see that these funds went from address A to B and then from B to C. If we don't have linkability, there is no tracking possible. And the strongest flavor is like full privacy, where we just see that something happens. This is not very common in blockchain setting. So during the talk, I'm going to focus on these two first flavors and something in between them. And I'm going to use two guiding examples here. Both are like bad behaviors of the system. So first one is what happens on most chains, including Ethereum. So like this is transaction traceback. So whenever I send some amount of ETH or another token to a friend, he can basically backtrack the transaction to my address and see entire history of spending from my address. So I would imagine most of you, same as me, are using different addresses for different purposes, just for the sake of not being kind of spied by, well, our friends and enemies. So this is, of course, horrible user experience. And by the way, I think many people are using centralized exchanges as kind of like a mixing devices to break the linkability. This is very much centralized way of like achieving even basic privacy. So like very, very much unwanted. So this is the like bad example coming from lack of privacy. And then there is privacy abuse, cryptographic money laundering. So, like this is a, I think, well-known example. Lazarus Group, connected to North Korea, hacks Axie Infinity. Then they deposit funds into one of the mixers, in this case, that was Tornado Cash, and the trace is effectively lost. I mean, they are literally going away with stealing hundreds of millions of dollars worth of tokens. So this is kind of like a privacy abuse. Yes, we do not want to be spied upon by our friends. We do not necessarily want also North Korea to fund, well, whatever fund with stolen funds. So that seems pretty contradictory. Like, we don't want good people to be spied upon, but we do want bad people, and who decides which are which. So, but before we go into the solutions, let's explore a slightly deeper how private are actually the basic solutions. So when it comes to normal pseudonymous transfers, well, this is some kind of like imaginary situation. So here, easily we can identify parties because they are using the same set of addresses. So what do we do here? Let's say that party B is like, and that's us. Let's say we wanted to remain anonymous, but we send these three transfers. And let's say that party A is a well-known employer and party C is a well-known hacker house. So, well, basically, like this pattern already I mean, this is, of course, a toy scenario, but this pattern already allows to identify us, at least to high extent. I mean, like, yes, so we are employer of this particular, we are employee of this particular employer based in this particular place. And that's only from the transaction pattern. Then we can go one step higher, which is not full anonymity, but this is an idea to enhance at least anonymity in some way. The idea is called stealth addresses on Ethereum. And it's a cryptographic primitive. Without going into details, it mimics the process of creating a fresh address for every new operation. So we never use the same address twice, and it allows like a convenient way for someone to send us funds into also freshly generated address without asking us for this particular address. So it's like a clever cryptographic way mimicking the best possible use of new address creation. So surely it's better. So it's much harder. I mean, we can still cluster, of course, the transactions of these two parties, but it's not. Oh, sorry. It's not so easy to cluster transactions of party B. So, like in some cases, we may be able to identify something based on just like timings, but by default, it's not so easy to tell that this party B is actually a single party. So it does give some privacy because it's harder to cluster things, but it does not actually solve our guiding scenario. I mean, we can still backtrack transactions, as we're going to see in the next slide. So how a black hat sees private transfers. So when it comes to Ethereum stealth address, basically the situation with black hats is usually that like there is some big well-known hack, and then the funds from the hack are deposited into some particular address, and everyone can see that because this is a public address on a public blockchain. And then black hats want to do something about it. I mean, like somehow mix it with something or hide it. So when it comes to stealth addresses, this is just not possible. I mean, they can generate fresh addresses all the time, but like the graph, we can always backtrack the transactions. So like wherever the funds will go, we can always see that, yeah, these are the funds originating from the hack. So like Ethereum stealth addresses doesn't help at all for this kind of money laundering. Unfortunately, it doesn't help much with our problems as a user either, because like if we send some funds to our friend, he can also backtrack the transaction and well see our history to some extent. When like there are also like fully private platforms with fully private transfers or solutions allowing for that, like for example mentioned Tornado Cash, Railgun. In Aleph Zero we are working on a shielder. Of course, the same idea is Zcash shielded transfers. And here, like, if there is no particular fraud protection, the situation looks like this. So there is this well-known by everyone address with illicit funds deposited. Then these funds go to this magical cryptographic box, and if they sit there long enough, and you can basically drop the funds out of it kind of anonymously and unlinkably. So effectively, the trace is lost. So what would we like to achieve with this kind of like a merged attributability anonymity system? So we would like to preserve transaction privacy for regular users. So we don't want to be picked upon by like whoever we interact with on the blockchain. And we would like to somehow disallow mixing illicit funds. So first, the more naive idea for the potential solution. So let's think about a system where it works as a classical like a mixing solution, but we always send info about what we do to some kind of like a committee of the guys which are keeping all this information. They can keep it like in a secret sharing form, so like a lot of them need to actually collaborate to reveal anything. And if we don't, I mean, they need to kind of like accredit every operation. So if we don't actually provide them correct data, like we will not be able to do anything in this system. And then like the idea is that like whenever there is like a request to reveal transfers originating somewhere at some illicit address, these guys, well, they do that. I mean, they reveal some particular part of what was hidden. So I mean, it kind of works, but that's cheating also. And in particular, this committee, they have like a really, really big power in this system. They can basically reveal anything, everything. And what's even worse, they can reveal everything and no one will know about it. So, like, of course, one of the problems is like collusion for the, let's say, based on the government request or something like that. But the other problem is like economical arguments for collusion. I mean, they may do that for the sake of, for example, front-running the orders, or for the sake of some other like complicated DeFi things. So it may be the case that there is actually a very good business model for them for revealing everything and not telling anyone about it. Like either it's taking bribes from some interested party or directly interacting with DeFi based on this revealed information. So yes, in a way, this system has these two properties, but it introduces pretty complex, like game theoretical thing here, and well, it's also with the transaction privacy, it's usually the thing that we would like this transfer to never be revealed, like not even in 20 years, and like what's gonna happen with this committee in 20 years? Hard to say. I mean, like they may, of course, cease working as this particular committee, and they will still have this secret. So these secrets can be revealed post factum then, which is also a problem. So we don't want to introduce a privileged third party, or at least not as privileged to be able to reveal everything on demand. And this already, kind of like at the first glance, it looks impossible. I mean, yes, so we do not want to reveal anything about normal users. We do want to reveal something about like illicit funds, and we don't want to have a third party which decides which is which. So, of course, we're not going to have a perfect solution here. We're looking for like a good trade-off. A good trade-off is, sometimes it's referred to as proof of innocence. So what's the idea? The idea is that we do have this mixing device. By the way, you can think about it as a mixer, but like nowadays, this solutions became more and more general. Like our Schilder, for example, is able to work with arbitrary denominations. So it's not only a mixer like in case of old school Tornado Cash. Basically, you can keep all your tokens at all times at this particular magical box. So basically, you can think about it as your private wallet. There is no reason for you to keep funds anywhere else but this private box. So basically, every transfer you initiate can be anonymous. And how this proof of innocence thing works. So yes, we do need to have some specific party which will say which addresses are illicit. But as we're going to see, the power is much less of this power of the party is much less in this system. So whenever there is a hack which is identified and there is an address doing deposit to the system, this address ends on like a sanctioned oracle. There is an on-chain contract which holds all the addresses which are identified to be related to the hacks and such. And then, whenever user wants to do withdrawal, he provides a proof, a zero-knowledge proof, that these funds did not originate at any of the addresses on the oracle. So this is zero-knowledge proof, meaning that this proof does not provide any other information above what I just said, that these funds did not have anything to do with addresses on the oracle. And yes, and like there are two options basically for users. So either they provide this proof that they are innocent, or if for some reason they cannot provide these proofs, I mean, like, of course, like what can be the reason? The reason is that, of course, the funds are originating in one of these addresses. Well, we do not actually freeze these funds. The other option is always they can reveal everything. So like if they reveal the trace, they can always withdraw, so there is like no fund freezing. But, well, if they are not able to provide the proof of innocence, they cannot use it as a mixing device. So that's the general scheme. Of course, it's pretty complex. In particular, this proof, I didn't make a deposit from any of these addresses. This is called non-inclusion proof, and like technically, it's a pretty tricky thing to be proven, but possible. Two more like things that may be not clear from the system. So, of course, first thing is who controls the list of these problematic addresses. So yes, it requires a controller. So there is a privileged party in the system. What's important is that this party cannot reveal anything, and in particular, every reveal is kind of public because they need to publish this address on the Oracle. So like they cannot just reveal everything and don't tell anyone about it. Everything they do is public, which holds them attributable. And like the second question is like, so what if hacker deposits and quickly withdraws before even the address ends on the blacklist? So yes, this is possible, but like if any of you ever read more about the mixers, like basically they doesn't mix fund. I mean, to mix funds, you need to sit in the mixer for a longer time. If you deposit like $100 million and 5 minutes later you withdraw $100 million, like this is pretty obvious to link these two actions. So like when we are talking about these most problematic cases, these are almost always very big amounts. And for example, in this year, Railgun protocol on Ethereum, again, Lazarus Group tried to mix their, I think something about like 200 million. They have been sitting in the Railgun for half a year, and that was not enough. I mean, like it was possible to link deposits and withdrawals, even though it took half a year to kind of anonymize, and that was not enough to anonymize such a big amount. So yeah, I mean, this is a trade-off, obviously. As I said, there is a privileged party here, although much less powerful. Thank you. So when it comes to the questions, what do? I just read here. Oh. What would be the difference in heuristic on-chain analysis between Bitcoin and stealth addresses? So the difference is that on Bitcoin, like if someone is not a privacy-conscious user, probably this person is using a single address on Bitcoin, meaning like the single key. And then it's super obvious to find entire live history of the transaction. We can just see every UTXO which was ever created with this particular key, and we see everything. When it comes to the stealth addresses, it is not, I mean, it's still backtrackable, but the difference is that that we cannot tell whether the funds have been transferred between user A and user B, or whether it was the same user. So, like, if it was the same private key, it is obvious that that's the same user. And in the case of stealth addresses, like, we cannot, I mean, it's slightly harder to cluster users. I mean, it may happen that I had some funds, and then I did an operation after which they ended up on different address, but this is still my address. And like in other scenario, this is address of another party. So we cannot easily tell which of these scenarios is it. So it's like harder to just find entire history of a single user. Some things can still be identified. I think that's the only question from the system. So yep.
Does the zero knowledge proof have an expiry date? Because otherwise, once they deposit the funds, they get the proof, and they can withdraw maybe 6 months after.
So, like the proof is per withdrawal. Like each time we want to do withdrawal, we need to generate this proof. So
but I mean, time constraint. If it's not time constraint, the proof. You prove I'm not in the blacklist, but you don't submit the zero knowledge proof.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you always need to prove that you are not in the current blacklist. I mean, yes, I mean, the blacklist is time-stamped, and like if you want to do withdrawal now, you need to prove that you are not in the current blacklist from this timestamp. So like in the sense, yes, of course it has this like a understanding of time, in a way. And by the way, we are out of time, so thank you very much.
All right. If you have more questions for speakers ever, usually you can just find them somewhere out, and they're happy to talk to you. I found that everyone here is super happy to talk. Just be normal about it, right? Don't be weird. Don't stalk people. And as always, not right now, but usually there is a QR code on that screen, and that's the best way to send in your questions. We're trying to keep things cool and digital because this is the ETHBarcelona conference after all. So I'm going to bring on our next speaker who will do a talk called Security Research as a Public Good for Ethereum. So everyone give a round of applause for Martín Abatemarco.
Okay. So nice to be here. Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Martin. Everybody calls me Tincho. You can call me Tincho. También hablo español. I also speak Spanish, so if after the talk you want to speak in Spanish to me, yeah, that's perfectly fine. The idea for today is discussing about security research as a public good for Ethereum. Not a technical talk, so you can stay if you don't understand Solidity and that kind of little tricky things. I want to share impressions, I want to share ideas, I want to share a new approach that we are tackling at this new group that is emerging, which is called the Red Guild, where we do application security research. Pretty fun stuff. Let's see what's that about. So let me share some quick things about what I mean by application layer security, right? So if you have been part of the Ethereum ecosystem, you probably know that very broadly we can speak about the base layer and the application layer. Right? On the application layer, we might consider that we have whatever is on top of the Ethereum virtual machine, right? Whatever is on top of the blockchain. We have smart contracts, but not only that, but also we have a front end, for example, right? And that could be it, but that's not true, right? So the application layer has been growing in complexity a lot over the years. And perhaps that's not the case for the base layer, right? So the base layer has been evolving, but the application layer has been evolving much more, in my opinion, and the ecosystem is just growing. We have oracles, we have front ends, we have providers, we have signers, we have wallets, we have indexers, we have L2s. Like everything is, lots of things are going on the application layer. So it feels like this, right? Little blocks sit on top of each other, rather unstable, and full of bugs sometimes, right? And these bugs can even affect each other and can affect protocols that you would have assumed as safe, all of a sudden are not safe anymore. And while everything is going on the application layer, well, on the base layer, things do feel more robust, right? It doesn't feel like Ethereum is breaking every now and then on the base layer, but it does feel that the application stuff is breaking every single day. So application security has evolved along the application layer, right? There's an article in there in that QR code, hopefully you can scan it, but I wrote about a little history of how I have seen application security evolve over the years. I've been doing this for more than 4 years already. I used to be an auditor. There's been things going on, right? So at the beginning, we used to have solo security researchers doing some freelance stuff, doing some reviews, right? Then we had like consulting firms joining the space, doing more professional stuff. Those are the firms that you see today that are really, really contributing to the security of the ecosystem. And these days, we even have like crowdsourced security. We have DAO-like organizations organizing security researchers in new ways. And we even have security people internal to the development teams. If you come from Web 2, that's obvious, right? But in Web 3, that's only recently starting to happen. So that's cool, that's cool. At the beginning, we have public reports, we have some wikis, we have some forums, right, on the early days. And these days, we have lots of things, right? We have public reports, and we have CTFs, and we have capture the flag challenges, and Spock debate challenges, and newsletters, and conferences, and everything. So there's lots of material, lots of resources for people to learn about application security, right? So everything seems to be blossoming these days in application security, even on a bear market. Yeah, but it doesn't feel that, yeah, the whole thing is okay, we are producing stuff, but it does feel like we are still missing something, right? So we are still missing some bits and pieces for the thing to actually feel more secure. But we cannot secure everything, and we should acknowledge that, right? We have limited resources, so we have to pick. We have to pick our battles and understand what we secure. How do we make applications in Ethereum more secure? The questions that I'm asking myself and that I share with you are where we are actually protecting the applications in Ethereum that really contribute to its long-term game, or has security been evolving into just a get-rich-quick scheme, right? I don't have a clear answer for that yet, and I know that it's not black and white. I know there are degrees in between, but I want to start considering these questions. I want to start asking myself these questions, and hopefully they resonate with you. On a broader term, perhaps you can start thinking about application security for the long-term sustainability of Ethereum. And if we even think bigger, what if we start considering application security for the social good of Ethereum, right? Where we have teams, we have people doing application security for Ethereum in favor of the ecosystem, thinking about long-term sustainability, and not only trying to outcompete each other mindlessly in the next contest so that they can make a few more bucks, right? Perhaps what we can do, coming back down and putting our feet on the ground a little bit, is perhaps we can make the application layer a bit more resilient, right? So perhaps, yeah, thinking about for the social good is too much. Okay, what if we at least make it more resilient? What if we acknowledge that there will be vulnerabilities, but we can recover faster from them? We can learn from them. We can educate the community about them so that the next generation of developers don't make the same mistakes as we have been over and over and over repeating, right? I don't think if we are solely thinking of profit and money, we can actually go this way, right? So we should be thinking about how we approach the community, how we bridge our technical knowledge to the community, how we reach out to them, how we educate them, how we set up processes for everyone to consume and to build together. A little bit more specific, perhaps we can have teams doing specific efforts to protect applications that matter for Ethereum, for its long-term game. And also provide education, provide awareness, provide tooling, onboard them with educational content, share these processes that I was talking about. There might be something to be done in there instead of only selling our skills to the best bidders, right? The question is, what is what matters, right? Each one of us will have a different perspective on which are the applications that matter for us. There's an article there by Vitalik that talks about what kind of applications in Ethereum excites him. That's his view. I do share some of his views, and you might share some of them as well. We can use them. We can use them as influences to choose the applications that we really want to protect, right? Instead of just trying to secure the next DeFi thingy, monsters in JPEGs and that kind of things. That perhaps for some people those are the things that matter. Particularly, it's not that, and that's my case. So we are building this, right? So we're trying to build an MVP. We're trying to set up this team that carries out application security research, education, and advocacy in favor of the Ethereum ecosystem, right? We are calling it the Red Guild. That's a nice logo that we put together recently, and we are pretty proud of it. And what is application security research in practice, right? So what are we actually doing, right? Because everything is nice on a presentation, but let's see what kind of outcomes this kind of teams can achieve, not necessarily selling audits to people, right? Doing something different for the ecosystem, approaching application security in a different way. A critical bug on ENS, for example, that we reported recently, a couple of months ago. It's not that ENS had a contest open. It's not that ENS reached out to us for an audit, right? we care about DNS because we think that it matters for Ethereum. We went to look for bugs in the smart contracts of ENS. We ended up finding a critical issue on ENS. There's an article that we published, and we earned a bounty for it, right? So responsible disclosures of security vulnerabilities are a thing that we can do for the Ethereum ecosystem. But it's not only about finding or not a critical, right? I think that security goes well beyond finding the next critical issue and hitting the headlines, right? There's much more work that we could do as security researchers. We can be out there working for the community without nobody calling us and reporting stuff on public issues, where we report less saber bugs, where we report weaknesses, right? So these are examples for account abstraction, for Lido, for Open Zeppelin contracts, and so on, right? So we have more than this. Nobody from these teams called us to do this, right? We were willing to help them. Nobody even paid for these kind of things, right? So we are doing this really in favor of the ecosystem because we care about these projects, because sometimes they are too big to fail, even if they are not exactly aligned with our values, with our core values as a team. But sometimes they are relevant for the Ethereum ecosystem, for the survival of the ecosystem, so we have to help them. So not only reporting critical stuff, but also less severe things that perhaps strictly profit-driven companies or teams or individuals won't take the time to do these kind of things. Will this change everything? Probably not, right? So these are like small things that we can do. Hopefully my idea is that little by little, if we have more people doing this, we can build the right incentives to do more of this. And what about education and advocacy? Well, we have been doing that as well. It's not only about the technical work, right? We could be like the best hackers ever, but if we somehow don't bridge that knowledge to the community, if we somehow don't share what we know with the rest, it's useless, in my view. So we do also education and advocacy. We want to bridge this gap of this highly skilled team that we have, of this very technical knowledge that we have, and share that with people that are just starting out. So for example, we are building the vulnerable DeFi. If you have been part of the security ecosystem on Ethereum, you should have played the vulnerable DeFi. It's a set of challenges to learn about hacking smart contracts in DeFi. I think it's quite popular, and it's been quite recognized, like naturally, organically in the community of being one of the best resources to learn about DeFi security. That's free, that's open, nobody's paying us for that, right? We are doing this because we actually care about this stuff. We also are hosting live events in Latin America. All people in our team are from Latin America, por eso hablamos español, that's why we speak Spanish. And hopefully not hopefully, we're actually having this event on August, which is called Gears, and it's a set of events that we are hosting, and hopefully we can actually have more people in the LATAM community join us in this effort to secure the application layer, right? In terms of education advocacy, another thing that we're doing is that everything that we do, we publish in our blog, right? So we have lots of educational articles that we are pushing. Yesterday, we shared a new article, which is not here, about a new approach to reviewing code will let us to find a bug in one of Lido's oracles, for example. We have, if you speak Spanish, there's an hour-and-a-half video on YouTube of Mata and I. Mata is my partner in crime in this, where we go in depth into account abstraction, and we do a walkthrough of account abstraction and the whole code base of smart contracts and the boundary of account abstraction. That's also free, that's also open. You can read that, you can listen to that. And these articles that we are, every week we are publishing 2 or 3 articles about things that we learn as we try to protect the application layer of Ethereum. If everything is free, if everything is public, if everything is open, like how do we pay the bills, right? So how do we tackle long-term sustainability? That's an open question that we have. We are funded by the Ethereum Foundation so far, and they have been supporting us from day one, and we really value them. But we really want to find alternative ways of funding ourselves so that we can extend our runway and hopefully do this for, I don't know, for some time. So this is an open question, right? Many people have told us, well, you should try out quadratic funding. Yeah, we did really well in quadratic funding. These are all teams from Latin America that participated in the latest Gitcoin round. We ended up top 1, which is really cool. The only problem is that it's not exactly the top one we wanted. This is we are the team that spent the most in trying to apply for the latest Gitcoin round, and those are the amounts that each team received. Again, all teams from Latin America, and we are the people that most money lost in trying to apply for these rounds, right? And this is a reality. Again, we are just one. There's lots of them, and the list was even bigger. So lots of teams that you're actually that you might think that are valuable for the ecosystem, are doing good things for the ecosystem. Again, everyone from Latin America in there. And they are not doing as good as you might think, right? So yeah, quadratic funding and these public rounds might be a good thing. Perhaps we need more awareness in the community about them. We need more contributions, or perhaps we weren't good enough to communicate our value to the ecosystem, and we'll continue working on that, right? My impression is that there's something going on if we were not the only ones in this. But we still have hope. We still have hope. Because we are having right now a round on CLR.fund that you can go there and you can start supporting us as well. And if you don't want to support exactly as well in CLR.fund, there's lots of other public goods that are waiting for your support. Right? We are not the only ones. There's lots of people trying to help the Ethereum ecosystem in a non-profit way without strictly being influenced by financial interests, but they need your help. And you can express your support. If you don't want to do it with money, well, you can, tag them on Twitter, share their resources, just tell your buddies about them. Spread the word, spread the message. I think you are part of it. You are part of it. You are part of the solution. So Ethereum application security, as I was telling you, keeps evolving, right? I told you about some actors that have been for long in the ecosystem, and we are trying to propose a new approach. I think we are accomplishing things, as I was telling you. This is just, to some extent, an MVP of something we are trying. We are only 3 people at the Red Guild right now. But we have been doing everything I have told you in a couple of months. So we are really committed to the things that we do. And hopefully, this kind of talks is to try to inspire a little bit, trying to plant some seeds in some brains so that other teams can emerge doing similar things, right? To continue protecting the applications that matter for Ethereum, and hopefully we can do that for a long time, and continue onboarding these new waves of application security researchers that will continue joining, and we can hopefully share with them the right values, but some values that matter, at least for us. Thank you very much. You can follow us on social media, the Red Guild. I'm Tincho. You can follow me at Tincho Abate. Here's Matt, my friend and colleague. Matt Ariel at the Red Guild, theredguild.org. You have links. You have everything. You have our blog. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to put
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Bueno, tenemos tiempo para preguntas. We have time for questions. I think so. One token. Never. One NFTs? I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Martin. Again, yeah, talk to him after if you have questions. And as always, use the QR code to send them in during the talks. Another reminder of all the cool things that are going on here. It's the last day to trade your trading cards. You guys know about the trading cards? Yeah? I think there's going to be an area set up for people to exchange them. That mystery prize is going to be hard to get. I've heard a couple people have already gotten all 25 cards. So, it's tough competition. And you can finish up some of your quests and enjoy all the other fun activities that are going on here at ETH Barcelona. So let's bring on our next speaker while you guys are all getting settled. This will be a talk about the future of apps with Owen Barnes. So give a round of applause for Owen.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, and it's just in the other side, actually. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Hello. Yeah, I've got a clicker, thank you. I've got one, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So what we just need to do is go to my display. Okay. Hello, everyone. Okay, so this is going to be a talk about the future of apps. Wow, it's very bright here. Okay, today it's quite a packed talk. It goes very fast, but we're going to talk about apps and UI, blockchain and AI, and how we're going to interact with computers in the future. We're also going to touch a little bit on Urbit, something that some of you may have heard about, but probably don't know too much about. So let's start with what exactly are apps? Well, in some senses, apps are programs that exist in user space. This is a technical definition. They can include things like this, command-line apps, or the apps that we started seeing back in the 90s on the computers, which suddenly started morphing into these different squares. In fact, those squares have actually progressed all the way to today, where you now find squares on your phone. They look a bit like this. So apps are designed to fulfill a goal. So, for example, you could be staying somewhere, traveling somewhere, or you want to be entertained. But the thing that these have in common is that they're all verbs. You click something for an action. You click something for an experience. Apps are human interfaces to data because we as humans cannot decode binary code. So we need something like a translation layer to translate the binary code into human emotions. And if you ask a developer, a back-end developer, to design a UI, you're probably going to end up with something like this. That's because engineers have always been trained to optimize for efficiency. So what they're trying to do is cram as much of the information into the available space as possible. Whereas designers, on the other hand, have always been trained to optimize for readability. So UIs vary, but the thing that they all have in common is that they're trying to invoke an emotion, because we as humans are emotional creatures. So that's particularly relevant when you come to do something like transferring money, for example, where there's a lot of emotions running, especially if that's got a few zeros at the end of it. So you really need to start thinking about the error messages and how you're going to craft the emotional experience if something goes wrong. The apps that we use today really started kicking off in 2008 with the launch of the App Store. It was the very first way of easily monetizing apps for developers. So much so that developers who had no concept of Objective-C started to learn this very strange new language just because it was a way of getting an app on the App Store and earning some money. Back then, everyone had an idea for apps, but of course these days, things are slightly different. Because the reality of creating apps is that building an app means building a business, and very few people have the desire to do that. Some say, just teach yourself to code, it's so easy. But here's the reality of the situation. As a coder, coding's not so great. You actually have to deal with a whole load of stuff just to get anything out of the door. And even if you can code, coding is only one piece of the overall puzzle. As an app developer, you've got to start thinking about all the other things that are involved in the whole ecosystem of getting your app out of the door. It's impossible to build everything in-house. So these days, if you're doing anything worthwhile, you have to start using these SaaS providers. That's what I'm doing at the moment. I've got all of these on the go. And it's impossible to build an app without these at the moment. If you peel back the layers from some of these companies, what you discover is that they're all actually hosted in the same 3 companies, which is even more bizarre, right? They're just layers on top of Google and Amazon and so on. Either way, all of this is going to cost some money, and that means that if you are raising money, you have to go to a VC, and you have to bow down, and you have to say, please, can I have some crumbs for my app? And they will say, is it Instagram? Is it mass market? Has it got great appeal? And you will say, no, sorry, it isn't. It's actually a very niche little app. It's probably got 200 users, if you're lucky, and they will say, not a chance. And the reality of this is that many of these ideas never get made at all. However, the desire to create these apps has never gone away. And you can tell that because if you look on Twitter, Twitter is full of people playing around with things like Figma, where they're designing apps and designing experiences, but they can't take it anywhere. They've got this amazing UI, but it doesn't function, it doesn't work, it doesn't have a database behind it. But maybe things are about to change. The interesting thing about AI is that at the moment, we are becoming more like pilots in an aircraft. We are, as developers, we're guiding the AI. We're starting to sort of tell it what we think we want it to do. We give it tasks. We check the tasks are correct. But soon, anyone who can't code is going to start thinking, maybe there's some hope for me, right? Maybe I can actually make a full end-to-end app. And that's what I believe is happening right now in places like Silicon Valley. So much so, I'm willing to predict that in a few years' time, anyone will be able to make a basic app, a very basic app. Basic in terms of just collecting together these shared primitives that we all use in every app, basically. On top of these AI-created apps will also be personalized UIs. Why does everyone have to have the same UI for something like Airbnb? Well, it's just because at the moment there's no other alternative. But with AI, you'll be able to say, I want my screen to look a bit like this. Or maybe you want it to look like this. You can have a personalized UI just down to your own specific tastes. Now, I go much, much deeper into this subject in a much longer 1-hour talk, which I did for the Urbit developers in El Salvador earlier this year. And you can find that online, and that talks about all of this AI-designed app workflow and how that will work. But this is a 20-minute talk, so we're going to move on. So the thing about apps is that every single platform in the world, no matter what it is, has one square. One app equals one square. You click the square and you enter the world of the app. So it's Instagram, it's Airbnb, it's Uber. This is really good for focus, right? If you click it, you have a big, immersive, widescreen experience. But there's a problem with this. Every shiny interface, every shiny app is designed to suck up your data. That's the way the monetization works at the moment. And once that data's in, it can't get out. Many apps have an API, but many of them don't. And instead, what you're often faced with is some sort of part of the website or part of the app that says, export my data. And when you do finally export your data, you get something that looks like this. Absolutely useless, because data is useless without code. So all of our phones, all of our machines look like this. They're islands of your data. This is your app, this is your home screen. Islands of your data. They don't talk to each other, and it's data that you don't even own and control, even though it's your data. The other thing is that these things don't talk together. Reddit doesn't talk to Twitter and vice versa. None of these things talk to each other. But there's some other issues, some more deep-seated problems with apps as well. On the App Store, it's very easy to be deplatformed entirely. In fact, if you say the wrong thing, your account can be cancelled very easily. It's very easy to be discontinued. An app that starts, it raises the money from the VC, they run out of VC money, they decide the app doesn't work, and they give it up. This is an example of one I was actually promoting last year, a really good app, no longer exists. Everyone's, well, they would have lost their data, but thankfully there's a way to export it. There's also some downright deranged stuff that goes on in the App Store. So you know those terms and conditions that you never read when you actually downloaded the app? Well, basically they allow the indie startup that you really like, that you've just fed all your data to sell that data to a mega corporation at any time they want without asking you. And what's worse, they will sell it as a benefit. They'll give you a little email and say, great news, we've just sold all your data to Dropbox, and you've had no say in the matter whatsoever. In fact, there's a website that actually collects these together, and it's called Our Incredible Journey, and it's really funny. So the main reason this existing model sucks is that it's just very easy to censor ideas before they even get off the ground. An example of this is Damus, which is a Nostra client. They have been in a constant battle with the Apple App Store to try and get themselves onto iOS, onto the App Store. And it's still ongoing to this day. You know, they have to reduce functionality, they submit it, they get denied, and so on and so on. It's a cat and mouse game. But what about the open web, right? The open web's meant to be amazing. I've actually been a web programmer since the days of this browser, which was before CSS. So most of my life has been spent web programming. Today, though, it's a big mess of complicated different technologies, none of which work together, none of which anyone coming in today would easily be able to choose which to actually pick. And the fundamental problems here, of course, is that HTML was only ever meant for documents. It was never meant for applications. So everything like React is just a big hack on top of hacks. On top of that, there's no local storage, which means that there's no opportunity of securely storing private keys. And yes, there is local storage, but it doesn't work in private browsing mode, which means it's absolutely useless. So all of this also means it has to be hosted on AWS, which causes issues for things like Uniswap when they have to actually censor the front end. So if the future of apps is AI generated, as I believe it is, then we're going to need some solid foundations to put all of these apps on. And this, of course, comes to the Ethereum side of it, which is the promise of dApps. Okay, so what do we have with dApps? Well, we have open protocols. Open protocols like back in the old days when the very genius people who invented the internet gave us a whole suite of open protocols. Open protocols means that you have multiple clients for multiple servers, just like we have with email today. That's the most common open protocol that we all use today. Contrast this with the Airbnb approach, which is one app and one set of servers, all owned and controlled by the same company. Now, of course, we're heading in the right direction with things like Nostra and Lens. In fact, when you start adding these open protocols together, you realize there's chances of doing things that you could never do before. This is the real power of them. But I would like to see this go much further, and I believe it will do. It will go to things like food delivery, things like car hire and so on, and bike hire. But all of this leads to something much deeper, which is that it enables new businesses to take place that could never take place before. And that's thanks to smart contracts and decentralized services. Decentralized services offer a new way for different businesses to support each other. In fact, we should all design protocols that encourage others to make money on top of the protocols that we make. Because by doing that, we ensure not just one business, but a whole ecosystem of businesses that talk to each other. There's a great essay about this called Hyperstructures from Jacob. Very much recommend reading this. Again, the link to this is in the big video that I pointed you to earlier. So decentralized services give us unstoppable apps, uncensorable services, and permissionless composability. But there's some challenges here too, right? So one of them is, if you're a dApp developer today, where on earth do you put your data? We all know that layer 1 is too expensive, but layer 2s are not great either. These are yes, sure, you can bridge tokens, and maybe you can bridge some NFTs, but you certainly can't bridge data. There's no composability between contracts and layer 2s. Layer 2s, to me, are neither easy, cheap, nor fast, and they're certainly not secure. So where do you pick? Well, you could pick where your friends are. Like, this is a company that we want to integrate with. But maybe you don't have any friends, or you just really don't know. You've just arrived fresh off the boat to this conference and you're wanting to pick a layer 2. What do? You go to the layer 2 beat, you start reading about all the different ways they can go wrong, you start clicking into the different things, and you realize that actually these things are just run by pretty much centralized entities these days. And then you pick, you're trying to now pick which one's got the most transactions. Maybe you do that. Anyway, you make a big spreadsheet, you analyze everything, and what do most developers end up doing? Going with the layer 2 that pays them the most money. So, yeah, not great. So there's more on this about layer 2 bashing on my website. I'm not the only one doing this. Someone else is now starting to call this out. But we're in an absolute mess at the moment. We really are. We didn't do sharding when it was needed, and now we have to pick through all of these layer 2s, none of which anyone here can guarantee will be in existence in 5 years' time. So we know we're in this mess because a lot of the people who run Ethereum are very protocol-focused. They're thinking about things like state security. Can a state attack the protocol? Fully understand it. Absolutely, these people are required, but the reality is that dApps are now an afterthought, sadly, and anyone like me who wants to make one is really forced with some difficult choices. But Ethereum always gets there eventually, so I'm sure it will do this time. In the meantime, think critically. The other issue with dApps, of course, is the total lack of privacy. This is a problem because, well, it's a problem and it's also a good thing. Many people who know me know I'm not a big fan of DAOs, but there is one part of DAOs that I really do like, which is the transparency part. The fact that if every charity was a DAO, you would actually be able to see where your money is going. You'd be able to actually trace every penny from the start to the causes it actually goes to. If this is cancer research, this is a big UK charity, a mega charity. They only publish their accounts once a year, and obviously it's 1 year delayed. Imagine if all this was real-time information. Okay, so one day all the charities will be on the blockchain. But what about individuals? Well, for them, my transactions are my business. I really believe that. And one way of sort of conceptualizing this is that if a private individual should have private transactions and a public institute should be completely transparent. But should everything really live on the blockchain? Well, this comes to immutable data, one of the real big issues we all have to deal with. So we, at the moment, we want to make an app. We want it to be a dApp. But we also want to build services other people can build on, which means we want to build on a nuclear-proof infrastructure that everyone can trust, a blockchain. However, is the world really ready for immutable data? What if you do something when you're drunk and you want to call the company up and ask you to delete it? Sorry, no can do, right? Now, as technologists, we know that this has always been the case. Like, the Snowden files showed us that nothing ever got deleted ever. But most people are still living in the illusion that delete is real. So why is nobody talking about this problem? Well, it's very simple, because no Web3 company in all the years I've been involved in this has ever gone mainstream yet. So none of them have actually gone to the court to deal with this. But one day, one of them will. Cool. So, because of the App Store rules, dApps have to be web apps. But lack of secure storage means that basically we all end up with this. And that means that we're never going to go mainstream with this setup. Not only because it's stupid, but because most people cannot afford a laptop and a phone in the world. They're just very lucky to just get a phone. And despite with mobile usage going so high, no one's really prioritizing mobile in this industry at the moment. There is something called ETHOS or Ethereum OS, very good idea. There is Samsung, which is doing this amazing sort of key store in their apps. And there's also Solana, which has got a Solana phone. I've actually got one at home. I forgot to bring it, but it's actually very well made. So I would really say to people, really start thinking about mobile. And ultimately, we need to get these dApps off AWS. That's really the priority at the moment because of things like the Uniswap censorship. Now, my timer says 2 minutes, and I've got an Urbit section, which I'm just going to go through. Okay. The boss is saying continue. Okay. So what the hell is Urbit anyway? So, okay. Urbit is not a blockchain. Why does this matter? Because this is the solution to many of the problems we just talked about. Okay, now first of all, I don't work for Urbit. Somebody thought I did last time I did this talk. I'm just a big fan. Okay, so imagine you've got global state. Global state lives on Ethereum. Shared data lives on something like IPFS and Arweave. What does everything else live on? What does your local data live on? What does your things like, I'm starring a group, you know, I'm just making a note about something? Well, that could potentially live on Urbit. Urbit becomes your own personal server, and it's a computer that's actually yours that you install apps into, just a bit like you install apps on your phone. But instead of coming from a from a centralized app store, you're actually pulling apps from each other's devices. So if you've got an Urbit ship and you've got an app and you've made an app, I install it directly from your ship. And this means that it finally gets rid of the issue of a centralized app store. But how do you find the right apps if there's no centralized app store? Well, you need something like this. This is called Portal. This is a recommendation engine that someone's built in Urbit. It's a new project. Now, the nice thing is that because you're pulling all these apps into your own ship, it means that all the data lives in one place, which means it's not scattered about like everything lives on your phone. Like it's not all in these little silos anymore. It also enables data composability for the first time. We've never had that before. So this is very good, but what can you do with Urbit today? Well, today it's just a very interesting selection of very smart people who live on this thing called groups. Groups is a bit like IRC used to be back in the 90s. Very, very smart people, a lot of them crypto savvy, and they're always posting stuff on groups. But very soon, in fact, kind of exists already, you will be able to get fully uncensored versions of Uniswap and Osmosis and things like that, thanks to projects which have been funded by the Urbit Foundation. Okay, so these are the things you can do today. But what really is Urbit? Well, another way of looking at Urbit is it's a virtual machine. It's a wholly brand new virtual machine coded from scratch. And on top of this virtual machine, you can use groups, but you can also install this thing called Holium Realm. And this is absolutely amazing. Holium Realm is a desktop client that lives on top of your Urbit ship. And I definitely recommend going to look at this. This is definitely the future, I believe, of where Urbit is going. Okay. So we talked about Osmosis. So now the nice thing is now that anyone can make apps. Okay, now I won't say it's easy to make an app on Urbit yet, but with the growth of AI, it certainly will be. And once you have made your app, there's no hosting or deployment to worry about. There's no AWS scaling. There's no need to do all the Kubernetes stuff. So how do you get Urbit? How do you get started? Well, you can host your Urbit on your laptop, or you can host it with the same old three suspects that exists today, or you can buy yourself a dedicated machine, a little box like this that you put in your home, and you host your Urbit on that. This is from Native Planet. But if you really want to get started now today, the best place to go is Talon.io. I'll leave this up for 2 seconds. They are, for a very, very, very limited period of time, offering free hosting for life. And you will get yourself an Urbit ship, and you'll be able to get onto the network. This will not last very long because the scammers and the botters will come very soon. Okay, so Talon.io, 2 more seconds and it goes. Okay, as I said, all of this is covered again in the Future of Apps talk, the big 1-hour talk I did in El Salvador. But to wrap this talk up, everyone will soon be able to make apps using AI. It's a guaranteed thing. It's going to happen. But the apps won't be created equally. What's underneath the foundation? Who owns the data? Who owns the curation? Who owns is it able to be censored and so on? This is what actually matters. dApps give us composable, solid foundations to build things on. But we also need non-blockchain solutions too. So I believe the future of apps is personalized interfaces on top of decentralized services, on top of composable data that you own and control. Finally today, I've been involved in the Ethereum community one way or other since the beginning, and all that time I've been advising companies, and now for the first time actually going to make something myself and be a very scary startup founder. So if anyone knows amazing React Native developers particularly, but also experts in all these fields, please do let me know. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Owen. Yeah, we didn't have time for questions, but I'm sure he's happy to answer questions if you find him somewhere out in the world of ETHBarcelona. I see there's a lot of you that are here for the next speaker, I believe, because we're just going to get started, except for you guys that are heading out. That's okay. We're just going to get this thing rolling. The next talk is called Rise Anon, Lunar Punk and Mimetic Warfare, and will be presented by Rose. So give her a huge round of applause.
Clicker. Just make sure everything's good. Sorry, the clicker doesn't work.
Try that.
Is it gonna turn on or?
I think is there another clicker?
It's not working. So I have an issue with the clicker. Hopefully they can fix that. Okay. But, oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
There we go.
I guess it's not focused. So I'll just start by introducing the talk. So this is going to be a non-technical presentation. I'm not going to talk about DarkFi, which is the project that I'm from. I'm a developer and co-founder. Instead, I'm going to talk entirely about a concept. I can't change slides. A non-technical concept. No worries, thank you. Okay. We're just gonna pause for a sec. We can cut this, hopefully, on the recording.
Yep. All right. We're just dealing with some technical issues. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. We're just figuring out the clicker situation, and we'll get this going in just a few minutes. Just a reminder: this is a good time to scan the QR code so you can give Rose any of your questions during this talk. It's a super cool app where you can send if you guys haven't been paying attention this whole conference, I don't know what to tell you. Just scan it. You can send your questions, upvote your favorite ones, help each other out, answer questions if Rose can't get to them at the end. And there's a lot of other cool things going on here at ETHBarcelona. I don't know if you guys have checked out the meditation and yoga room, checked out the food trucks. There's music. It's been a great couple days. Where we're all connecting, sharing ideas, and have you guys been enjoying it, been having a good time? Yeah? Despite all the technical difficulties, right? We persist, we continue. How are we doing? Still getting it sorted? Mm-hmm. I think Manu saves the day with a new clicker. Let's see. Yeah, amazing. There we go. All right. Perfect. Give her another round of applause for Rose so she can restart her speech. And thank you for the production team getting this all sorted.
Thanks for coming to my talk. I'm Rose. I'm a developer at DarkFi, which is a layer 1 for anonymous engineering. But I'm not going to talk about DarkFi technically today. I'm just going to talk about a concept called hyperstition. Which comes from a philosophy movement in the 90s called the Center for Cybernetic Research Unit, which were interested in the use of fiction to create new possible futures, and the use of fiction to compel new realities into being. This is a 40-minute talk that I'm compressing into a 20-minute presentation, so I'm going to go as fast as I can. In regards to questions, we'll see how we get on. If we don't have time, feel free to tag me on Twitter or DM me or whatever, or just approach me after. I also have swag with me, so I'll give you guys some stickers. Okay, so hyperstition. Lunarpunk, which is a core meme in this conference, is an example of a hyperstition. So it's an attempt to create a new future through the imagination of like a science fiction imaginary. And dark fi is also a kind of hyperstition, but it's one that operates at the level of software rather at the level of fiction building. So there are what we're talking about more broadly is kind of symbolic manipulation and the use of symbols to produce changes in reality. So this is, definitionally also a way to describe what magic is. So we can configure signs to produce these changes in the fabric of the real, and we have various tactics that we can use at our disposal, including fiction and code also, but more specific to this presentation, memes, so meme craft. We're going to talk about engineering memes to produce changes in reality and to generate new worlds and new possible futures. So this conference is a kind of machine to create new memes. So the way that memes function is kind of like a complex system. So there's all these different ideas competing in the meme marketplace, and they try kind of randomized configurations of each other. And through this like complex process of like churning through all the different configurations, and then with this like few aspects of contingency where these kind of unpredictable, chaotic, complex effects, some memes will be selected and will win out over the other memes. So may the best meme win. When we talk about memes, we often use this phrase "go viral," right? Like some memes, the ones that are selective, they achieve virality, and it's an important word that we use because it's quite literally true that memes are a kind of virus, but they're a virus that occurs in the mind and that spreads on social media. Rather than, this is a comparison between the COVID cases and the search interest for Shiba Inu. So you can see there's an obvious visual similarity. You get a kind of a local peak of contagion, followed by like some peak contagion, like that increases. And so we are actually talking about engineering viruses in the memeplex. William Burroughs was an author who recognized this. In the 60s, Burroughs wrote, "And what is a virus? Perhaps simply a pictorial series like Egyptian glyphs that makes itself real." So that's a very interesting statement from Burroughs. For those who are into Pepe and the lore surrounding that, the Egyptian reference is particularly poignant here. But Burroughs was a writer who tried these tactics himself, so he was trying to use text and fiction to kind of reconfigure the space of the real and produce changes in the fabric of reality. So far, privacy has been losing the meme war. I highly recommend this article by Z Prime, which really brought this issue to my attention and partially inspired this talk. And the article is very good because it explains how privacy discourse has basically been hijacked by a straw man narrative. So the straw man is a very sophisticated straw man, but it has completely derailed the discourse around privacy. The straw man is, why do you need privacy if you don't have something to hide? And the issue with this, okay, it's a straw man, right? So it's like it's external to actual what we're discussing. It's like irrelevant to the discussion, but it's very clever because it shifts, it forces the conversation into a corner where you're kind of stuck in a weird position where you find yourself either defending criminality or like somehow making excuses. So it makes privacy and the whole privacy memeplex in a reactive corner. And I will argue that this meme has basically pushed us into a corner and forced us into a kind of memeplex that is simultaneously both normie, by which I mean pro-establishment, pro-status quo, undifferentiated, and niche. So it's both normie and niche, subcultural alternative at the same time. So it's kind of the worst of both worlds. We're going to try to talk about why has that happened. Okay, so privacy is scary. Part of how we found ourselves in this mimetic nexus, backed into this corner, is through the use of fear. So fear is deeply entrenched in the privacy narrative on both sides. So the straw man that we just encountered, this notion of why do you need privacy if you've nothing to hide, that's a kind of threat. So it basically implies that having privacy leads to bad, scary outcomes. So we're already we're already seeing the use of fear, and this has had enormous impact on all of privacy at the meme level, also at the level of software. Consider one of the most useful privacy tools that we have at our disposal today, which is the anonymous internet, the dark net. So the dark net, it's one of the best privacy and freedom preserving technologies that we have, but look at the way it's been portrayed in the media and the way that it's kind of understood by society. It's a scapegoat for pretty much all of society's fear. So the way that it's typically talked about is something very scary and dark. Like you hear these rumors of red rooms and snuff videos and, all this scary stuff that happens on the dark web, the dark net markets. And so it's all very scary. And the kind of paradox, and I feel like the darknet markets really perfectly embody this paradox, is when you actually look at darknet activity, it's not what it seems, right? It's not just like human trafficking and all the bad and abuse and all the bad stuff. Mostly the vast majority of traffic on the darknet is darknet markets selling drugs. A lot of those markets have a strict ban on abuse. So most of the actual abuse that's happening is happening on the clear net on places like Facebook. So it's a falsely been portrayed as this like terrifying evil place when in fact it's pretty much just people buying and selling drugs, and they're actually doing that in a way that is safer than they might do in real life. So there's a review system which allows people to report bad products or bad experiences, and actually makes the experience of buying drugs much safer. So that's like the weird paradox. And a really good, I feel like, embodiment of this was the Silk Road, which back in 2013, 2014, was shut down, and that was portrayed again and understood as this terrifying threat rung by this malicious kingpin. And when you look at Ross Ulbricht himself, he's a very ideological person. He's also very kind and sweet and a loving person. And I highly encourage you all to read his articles and to listen to the speech he gave at a Bitcoin conference a couple of years back. And you can see that he was an ideological person. He was motivated by greater ideals. He wanted to build free markets. So that really there was very little in terms of evil that was going on there, but it was misconstrued in the popular mind space. And Silk Road itself, they used to have manifestos on the front page. They also had a ban on abuse. So they had their own moral and ethics that was very prominent. And so all of this has been misconstrued. There's a little reference here in the corner to a deep web bake sale. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was a project by an art collective called Cybertree back in 2015, where they did a bake sale on the deep web to try and say it's like a nice place where nice things happen. But that didn't work either. Okay. So the other side of this is like how people respond, the privacy people. They say, yeah, okay, privacy is scary, but surveillance is even more scary, right? We hear this a lot. So as you can see, we have fear on both sides of the argument. So we're being coerced by fear into giving up our privacy because they say like, oh, it's only if you're a criminal that you need it. And at the same time, we're also terrified of surveillance, right? So we're just hiding as much as we can from the state. So the issue with this, right, is that fear is the mind killer. If you guys are familiar with the Dune series, famous quote, fear is the mind killer. And it's an important thing to remember because it's very true. And actually fear is a psychological warfare tactic that is used like in work in the state of war. So an example is like, North Syria, place Rojava, borders with Turkey, and there's persecuted class of Kurdish people there. And the Turkish army is always threatening to invade. And they do this as a psychological warfare tactic. They don't actually invade, well, they do sometimes, but a lot of the time it's just like, we're going to invade, they never say when, and everyone's in this constant state of fear and stress, and it makes it very difficult to plan long term. So it's a kind of mind killer that seriously restricts the domain of action. So this is how Monero responds to the scapegoat argument and to the use of fear, right? So the Wojak says, you're enabling criminals, and Monero chat says, yes. So this is a shift away from this. They're trying to move away from this fear-based narrative into something more affirmative. You know, the chat, yes, yes. But, you know, this also has its own issues, which I'm going to kind of get into. So this is a new meme in the privacy space, which has been like very prominent. It's like privacy is normal. And again, it's another attempt to move away from this privacy is criminal narrative by saying, no, it's like privacy is nothing to be afraid of. You know, it's something very normal, something average. And, you know, it kind of implies like surveillance is the thing which is the aberration. You know, privacy is the thing that is normal. And the extended version of this meme is like, make privacy normal again. So we're returning to like a prior world where privacy was normal. But again, I have issues with this meme as well. The issue that I have with this meme, first issue, is that it's not truthful. So the truth is that surveillance is normal. Privacy is rare, privacy is exceptional, and privacy is extreme. So privacy is something we have to literally claw back from the surveillance apparatus. You know, so that's the untruthfulness of that statement regarding privacy is normal kind of annoys me. The second thing that I don't like about that meme is that it's fairly is not true, but secondly, those things in the edges, those extreme cases, they have their own magic, they have their own power. By arguing that something should be like average and undifferentiated, I don't think mimetically it's a strong case. Similarly, it's not strategical. So, you know, what are you saying when you say privacy is normal? You're basically saying privacy is normie, yeah. So you're saying privacy is undifferentiated, non-threatening, status quo, you know, an average, etc. But you know, maybe we need to be thinking about our user base in a differentiated way. You know, where we actually think, no, where are the cases in which privacy is exceedingly useful, and target those first. Especially because, like, you know, is this seriously like your target market? Because this is what is normal. You know, like, unfortunately, this is the normal. So, you know, it's media empires and big tech claiming to be the resistance. That's the normal that we live, and you know, that's what we mean by normie. That's what I mean by normie. And I'm not building privacy tech for these groups. I understand the rationale behind this meme. You know, basically, it's a strategy that crypto has been failing at for the past 10 years: mass adoption. So the mass adoption logic, unfortunately, is like, let's get as many users as possible because, you know, like we want to pump our bags. And so the strategy becomes, how do we get as many users as possible, as quickly as possible? But if you look at the history of any political movement, you will know that the more precise and you know, clear your goal is, the more likely it is that you're going to achieve it. So if you set a goal which is like maximum amount of users, all privacy right now, the chance of you achieving that is very limited, or is very small, as we've seen by the failure of the privacy narrative so far. Similarly, as we know, normies don't care about privacy. That's like normie.eth, he's saying, I've got nothing to hide. And the guys in the corner, you know, they're using encryption. And I like this meme because it's also an example of like this, you know, privacy at the edges. Yeah, okay. So I don't know if you guys can see that really, but this is Richard Stallman, and this is a meme that says, the world will look up and shout, "Save us!" And I'll look down and whisper, "GNO!" And so that's a meme which is it's a pun. It's a reference to his contribution to free software, GNU Linux, and he says GNO, like GNU. And but actually, so I had the pleasure of meeting Stallman in real life, and I put this meme here as a reminder because when I met Stallman, we showed him our meme collection, and we were clicking through the memes, and he saw this one, and he actually got upset and annoyed, and he said that like he said I would never say that. He said those people are asking for my help. I would never say no to them. I will keep fighting for them until I can no longer fight, until the day I die. And I thought that was very powerful, and props to Stallman. And so I put that there to remind you that while we're talking about normies and criticizing mass adoption, etc., we're not talking about society here. Society itself is not normie, right? So it's important to state that what we're talking about is not society itself, but rather the kind of the brainwashed masses that are the subjects of propaganda, that have lost sight of their own moral and political fabric. That's what I mean by normie, and that's why I showed that this is the resistance meme, because it's kind of deeply woven with corporations and the kind of the logic of state power. Right, so I like this article by Charlotte Fang. I recommend it, called "Gold and Glory in the Times of Thought Chaos." So I'm not going to read the whole quote, but there's a few messages in here which I think mimetically are stronger. So that, for example, you have to wake up. This is kind of like the message to the sheeple. You must become immune to propaganda. So I think that messaging is quite powerful, because it's like you need to become an active citizen. You need to disengage from propaganda and actually become, differentiated and self-aware and self-empowered. So this is a meme that is based on empowerment and self-empowerment, and I think that's more powerful than this normie meme. Here's a better objective than building for undifferentiated mass market. Grow the counter economy. Network states, non-state actors, global south, like where most of the people of the world live in largely unregulated markets. So I think these are goals and strategies that crypto markets and developers could be more focused on. All right, so some of the issues that I've been explaining mimetically have their origins in cypherpunk, right? Like memes are a kind of destiny that they set the outcome in advance. So a lot of this mistakes that we're now encountering is the tail end of like a long mimetic process that it doesn't even begin with cypherpunk, but cypherpunk embodies it also. And so I love cypherpunk. I do have a critique of cypherpunk I will share, but I wanted to mention that, like, I love cypherpunk. I got into the space because of cypherpunk, like literally the Assange book called Cypherpunk and the Freedom of the Internet. I read that book in 2015, and I was like, I want to dedicate my life to this movement. So this critique is coming from a place of love, and I'm sure many of you in this room, share the same origins or similar origin story. This meme Plex really embodies this kind of like this meme nexus, backed into the quarter meme nexus of simultaneously normie and niche subcultural. It has this problem already. So like let's look into that. This is a joke. So it says privacy is as apple pie as the Constitution. That's Phil Zimmerman, the inventor of PGP. This is a joke because, like, I know many Americans, they love their Constitution, and that's really good. So this is just a joke, but it's like the scary Constitution, But basically, I bring this up because that's Phil Zimmerman in the 90s saying the same basic meme as we were saying before. It's the same privacy as normal. He's saying privacy is American, privacy is apple pie, privacy is normal. It didn't work for PGP. It's not going to work for crypto. Okay, here's another cool quote. Again, we're trying to illustrate how we ended up in this normie niche nexus. We, the cypherpunks, are dedicated to building anonymous systems. Nice. We are defending our privacy with cryptography, with anonymous mail forwarding systems, with digital signatures, and with electronic money. So that's really cool. Like, I genuinely love the cypherpunks. But, here, defending our privacy, you can see that cypherpunk is on the defensive. So the switch that Lunarpunk is trying to make is towards a positive conception of freedom. We are asserting our freedom rather than defending our privacy. So that's an important switch. Lunarpunk, I'm out of time. I'm just going to really quickly try and wrap up. Lunarpunk, it's a new meme. You see it a bit at this conference, which is excellent. So we're trying to move away from the negativity and the kind of reactionary aspect of cypherpunk. We're not niche, we're not normie, we're popular in the sense of populist, we're building for the people, and we're also radically anti-authoritarian, and we promote utopian non-states through anonymity. So mimetically, Lunarpunk is associated with solarpunk. it shares with Solarpunk its same affirmative energy, that same utopianism, and the same willingness to kind of escape from these dystopic narratives and to create like a positive vision of the future that we can strive towards. So it shares that, but it's distinct from Solarpunk as well. It kind of has its own critique. It basically says, there's this transparency rhetoric, which is a little bit of a dystopic tendency contained within Solarpunk, so we need to move away from the transparency narrative. And also Solarpunk, as you can tell by just Googling the images around it, has been basically entangled with green capitalism, so it's kind of co-opted by the green capitalism, where it's not quite achieving the thing that it's set out to achieve. It's basically been co-opted on that level. But, important to note, Lunarpunk is not like anti-Solarpunk. It's the same way it's not anti-cypherpunk, right? It's not neither of the either. It's a synthesis that combines elements of both and actually completes the meme. And so that's a really important point, because this is a moment for unity. So DarkFi and Lunarpunk as well are calling for unity of all agorist forces across crypto. And there's too much tribalism, and it's ridiculous. Like we need to band together and focus at the bigger task at hand. That said, I do have a critique of the Monero memes that I'll touch on. This is great. John McAfee in the corner, he says, Monero is the only goddamn currency that's used. Thinking on. So I like that meme. But, the issue with this is, like, I don't really see what's being proposed at the positive level. It seems to be like, again, I love Monero. This critique made in love. But I don't see the positive proposal. I'm not sure what the ideology is. It seems to be a bit more like, again, it's in this trap where it tried to, instead of escaping this trap of privacy is for bad things, it just said yes, It just said yes, privacy is for criminals, but it hasn't actually proposed a positive vision. It hasn't escaped the trap that's been laid for it, already. So again, I'm way over time, but like, this is calling for unity and an alliance of agorist forces within the crypto space. We have a bigger enemy, we need to band together and find unity within ourselves. And so I'll just say that, like, we should have virtue at the center of everything we do. Cypherpunk, another issue is that the center of cypherpunk is basically nothingness. There's no virtue to defend. I usually go into more detail about that, but I'm trying to get through to the sides. So, the virtue at the center of what we do is really what should be affirmed and protected and defended with anonymity. So, again, on virtue, in ancient Ireland, there was autonomous warrior bands called the Fina. And this is a quote where they were asked, why is it they were so successful in battle by St. Patrick? And Colin McRowan replied, it was the strength that was in our hands, the truth that was on our lips, and the purity that was in our hearts. So that warrior ethic that comes from basically Iron Age Ireland was very inspiring to the revolutionaries of the 20th century, who basically, especially Pádraig Pearse, who tried to revitalize that ethic. And they called for, also worked with memes. They called for unity among the people, autonomy, and a notion of separatism. And there's this excellent quote by Pádraig Pearse. I won't read it to you, but I would encourage you to read it. Where he basically, it's an article saying why we want recruits, and the whole article is basically saying, we know exactly what we're doing. We have a very clear idea in our minds. He says, we saw our path with absolute clearness. We took it with absolute deliberateness. We could do no other. We have the strength and peace of mind of those who never compromise. So I like this quote because, I think that this is the kind of spirit and also the kind of sanctity and clarity of mind that we need to be cultivating as privacy developers. And maybe only once we get to that point of having a clear and solid vision within ourselves that we can start, calling for mass adoption. All right, so again, I'm wrapping up here. This is just a quick comparison of Lunarpunk in relation to other things. Lunarpunk promotes utopian anonymity, and non-states working collectively. It inherits that from Solarpunk, which is also about coordination. So we have that. We're kind of cousins in that way. You can take a picture. Similarly, another table of comparisons at the level of kind of vibes. Lunarpunk is it's into affirmative anonymity. We use the term anonymity a lot in DarkFi because we think it's more effective as a meme than privacy. Privacy is this like individualist reactive thing of like, I need my privacy, where the Chad Anon just goes like, watch this, blue, blue, and like spawns many Anons. So I like this pluralism that is native to anonymity. So where privacy is normie, anonymity is edgy. Where privacy is individual, anonymity is plural. And when privacy is active, anonymity is active. That's why we say DarkFi is an L1 for anonymous engineering. We use all techniques available to engineer anonymous applications, including ZK, but not limited to ZK. Wow, okay, I'm so sorry. I'm running way late. Oh my God. So, the moon, it's way more common deity than the sun. Like, it was worshipped all over the place. It was worshipped in Ireland, where they actually lost the name for the moon in time. They only have a euphemism for the true name of the deity, which is Galach. And Galach means brightness. And I think that's very beautiful. And for me, the moon is not about dark, right? It's about actually a synthesis of light and dark. It's both light and dark. And also it contains this notion of becoming, life, death, cycles of rebirth, which for Lunarpunk, that's very important because when we talk about using anonymity to create like new worlds that are decoupled from the surveillance apparatus, that's again, this process of rebirth is very integral. That's also why we say anonymity is a forest, right? Because it's a generative, creative space where communities can diverge at the level of their natural moral and ethics. So it gives them the tooling to actually achieve that divergence and that self-determination. It's a kind of fertilizer for the moral and ethics of society. That's also why, for those who like Milady culture, I would describe the dark forest as white-hearted, which is something that's like pure, beautiful, and true. So these are some connected memes that I'm not going to explain. Reversible extinction, life and the reproduction of life, talking with plants and animals, schizoposing. I'm not going to go there, but I highly recommend the essay that I will release in the next issue of the Agorism Journal, which is about this topic, and will explain how, like the notions of the moon mythology also connect to things like talking to plants and animals and eternal return and similar topics. So, let there be dark, that's a meme that we have in DarkFi. It's an affirmative statement, let there be dark. And for me, it means let there be life. So, let there be dark. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rose. That was fantastic. We're just going to keep things moving with our next talk while they're going to take a second to get set up. It's a good moment for everyone to move around, decide what they're doing next. The next talk is going to be called The Global Proof of Personhood in the Age of AI, if you want to stay for that. If not, thank you guys for spending a couple minutes with us here at the Lunar stage. Another reminder, use the QR code to ask questions. It's a super fun, interactive, cool way to engage with the speakers and help each other out answering each other's questions. I think we need another minute. How's everyone been enjoying the conference so far? It's the last day. We made it to the last day. Yeah? What's been your highlight so far of the conference? The people. Oh, the people that you met. Anyone else agree? Meeting people has been one of the highlights? Yeah? Has anyone made any new friends here? Have you made some new friends? Yeah? I feel like this is such like a friendly space. Everyone's so open and willing to connect. It's so fantastic. Yeah, thank you for sharing. What about, did you guys know each other, you three that are there? Did you know each other before? You did, okay. Or did you meet here? Huh? Oh, you met in person. So you were like internet friends and then got to know each other. Are you ready to go? Amazing. Okay. Well, nice to meet you guys. So let's get going with this next talk. It's called Global Proof of Personhood in the Age of AI. So everyone give a round of applause for Miguel Piedrafita.
Yeah, everyone. We're using kind of a sketch setup, so we'll just like cross our hands and hope it works. I think the crop is fine, so as long as you can see the slides, it's fine. Anyways, hi everyone, I'm Miguel, and I'm here to talk about Wall ID. and not only what it is, but also why it's necessary, how it works, if the Wi-Fi and the time allows, and everything related to how the new challenges that new technology are bringing to us can be solved with more new technology. And so usually I would start this talk talking about WorldCoin and how it started. It started like as a way to distribute currency to everyone, to bring crypto to more people. But realistically, over the last few months, we've seen the world change in like very, very big ways. We had ChatGPT that took this AI, OpenAI thing from something that a few people knew to basically everyone, even at schools around the world, is talking about. We are seeing like image generation and deepfakes so good that like they almost seem real with publicly available tools that anyone can use. And more things keep happening. We may have free energy for everyone soon with like the helium fusion thing, maybe. So with these new technologies, new questions arise. And specifically for AI, the main one that we care about is how do you know what's real and what's AI, especially with newer models like ETHBarcelona, very, very likely breaking CAPTCHAs. And also, how do we make sure that this like great accelerator of value that we're making this AI, maybe AGI at some point, will be fairly distributed, everyone can access it, all those questions. And what we found at WorldCoin is that at the root of all of these questions is the topic of personhood. And basically, we set out to build the largest network of real humans. And this is an economic network, but also an entity network. And we want to build this network of humans, and we want to make sure that we decentralize and give away its ownership to everyone, so that no one is governing but everyone. And the main question that arises when thinking about this and when trying to build this thing is, okay, sure, like how do you know who's a unique human being? And this has a bunch of challenges, because it's not like we can just like ask everyone for their IDs. First of all, that would be really bad privacy-wise. We've had an entire talk before this talking about privacy. Second of all, we want this to be human, and there's a lot of humans that don't have IDs, either because they're in like countries that don't issue IDs, because they don't want to give it to us, because like there are many reasons. And so the conditions that we set for ourselves is we wanted to build something, a solution, that was private, as in you didn't need to give us all data, that was inclusive in that everyone could participate in it, and that was robust in that, well, you couldn't break it. And so we started looking for solutions. How do you identify humans following these rules? And so the main things that you usually associate with identity, email, phone, KYC, don't work for the reasons that I've already outlined. They're not great privacy. I wouldn't say humans only have one phone and can only have one phone. They're easy to manipulate. Web of trust is slightly better. That's the idea of you invite other humans that you trust, and that works, but you need like a trusted set of people that you trust at the beginning to start expanding that. And it doesn't really work to bootstrap that from zero. And then we found biometrics, even though they were a little scary, were the thing that worked the best. And so we started looking at biometrics, maybe fingerprints, maybe face, maybe the palm. The issue with this is mostly that there's not enough data, there's not enough entropy to be able to differentiate like 8 billion human beings. That's a lot of human beings. And also, what we're trying to do here is different from like airport scans or Clear, in that we don't want to make sure that you are you, which is checking that your palm corresponds to the one that we have already saved. We're trying to check that you're a unique human being, that you haven't been in the system before. And so the issue with, for example, fingerprints is that if you make a little cut on your finger, that's a new fingerprint. And so that's not very resistant to us. DNA is kind of a solution, but other than it being really scary to give like a random orb your DNA, it's also very expensive to process and very slow, and it doesn't really work. And we found that iris was the sweet spot. And we started looking, how do we do that? Maybe we use sensors on your phone. Not enough resolution, not enough data. What about off-the-shelf solutions? They are all built to solve this problem of re-authentication, of making sure that you are you, so they don't work as well for making sure you're unique. And then we realized we have to build custom hardware, which no one likes, because it's a lot of work and a lot of money. And after a bunch of iterations, we arrive at this, the orb. And basically, the orb goes through an onboarding procedure where it will make sure that you're real. It will make sure that you're not trying to trick it some way, show a photograph, show a dog, like try to make sure that you're human using AI and the sensors that it has. it will take two very, very high-resolution pictures of your iris and compute what we call an iris code. An iris code is sort of like a representation of how different your iris is from every other iris. So instead of encoding the data, we are encoding the entropy of the iris, if that makes sense. So that allows us to, without storing your biometrics and having something that if you take a photo in a slightly different light will be completely different, we can still make sure that you are you and also match it with the existing set to make sure that you're not signed up again. And then it verifies your wall ID. And wall ID is a cryptographic key, and it uses zero-knowledge proofs to prove that you're a human being. So you have a set of humans with identity commitments, which is kind of like the CK equivalent of public keys, and then you hold your private key, and that allows you to make proofs that prove that you're a human, but are fully anonymous. Don't really reveal which human are you, just that you are in the set. And so this sort of acts like an internet passport. And we started with the orb, and we decided to continue, because like the orb is great, and it sort of solves the problem, but the one issue is that you need to bring the orb everywhere. And even though we're making great progress with that, we hope to have them in all major cities soon. We have them here in Barcelona. We are bringing them to US. We have them all across Europe, LATAM, and starting with Africa. That's still not great, that you need your users to all go to this one place. And so we recently launched phone verification. The idea there is that phone numbers do provide some sort of civil assistance in that, sure, it's not that hard to get a second phone number, but getting 10,000 different phone numbers is hard. And so the idea here is to, following the method for a passport, provide stamps, and each stamp has like guaranteed security. Like we have strong civil assistance with the orb, we have weak civil assistance with phones, and we want to open this out to other developers so that if they have a way of measuring whether you are human, so they can issue stamps on Wall ID and to allow them to add more signals, and we can mix them all together, let developers figure them out. And so basically the TLDR is that this is a solution that is privacy first, it is anonymous as I established, it is decentralized, the database, to put it some way, is on the blockchain, and the process, the protocol for it is open source. It is not it will be governed by the people that have wall IDs. The really cool thing about civil assistance is that it allows you to do cool things like voting where each human has one vote, or more experiments in voting, and we're going through that. And so to talk a little bit about how wall ID works technically and how you may want to implement it if you're a developer, we have two kind of like flavors of it. We started with anonymous actions, which is the thing where you would expect where you make an ETH transaction. The contract makes sure that you're a unique human, and that's it. And then we recently launched signing with Wallcoin as a way to bring these privacy solutions also to Web2 developers that may not be super familiar with Web3 and blockchain, but still want to integrate with these things. And signing with Wallcoin, I think it's really, really cool. It uses the same standards and protocols that things like signing with Apple or signing with Google use. And so if you have something like Auth0 or any alternatives that allow you to configure sign-in without using any code, you can just add a button that says continue with Wallcoin, and that's it. You've done the integration. No code required. And so basically how that will work is when users click on that, they get redirected to this page, and then they take out their phone. They have the Walled app, which is a wallet that we're building that also includes this Walled ID mechanism. They scan the QR code, and then the phone generates a proof, sends it to the web, we verify it, that's it. For on-chain, the procedure is sort of similar. You have a model that you integrate into your app, and so when scanning that model, it generates a proof, and then you can send that to your backend or to your smart contract to verify. And the really good thing about this is that it doesn't only work on web and mobile, but also on-chain, without any trust assumptions or like that the set of identities is unique. And it is really, really easy to integrate. I would love to have a demo, and I'm going to try, but like if the Wi-Fi doesn't allow, we'll have to interrupt that because you never know. So let's see if this works. So to demo this, in a way, we made kind of like a ChatGPT clone, since that's like all the rates, and OpenAI happens to use Auth0 for authentication. And as I said before, this is not the real OpenAI. This is just a clone that I made. It's open source on GitHub. So the idea here is you just like click login and would get redirected to the familiar page that OpenAI has. And you can then continue with WorldCoin, and that will take you to the very nice page. And on my phone, in the meantime, I'm going to be opening the World app. Hopefully all this will work. And so in a second, that will connect. It uses Wallet Connect behind the scenes, and as we know, Wallet Connect is sometimes not the best with Wi-Fi. So let's see. Establishes a connection between the app and the site, generates a proof, sends it over, and then if I didn't break anything while testing this before, yeah, then you would be logged in. And in this case, for the demo, you can also log in with Google, and logging in with OLID would enable a theoretical human mode that gives you access to higher limits. Because the other good thing about this is that you can create multiple Google accounts, so it's not a really good indicator for like unique users. So you can use it for rate limits, but like someone will be able to get around it. Whereas with OLID, it is much, much harder to duplicate, almost impossible if you use the orb signal. And so this has a ton of really cool use cases. Let me go back to my slides here. I've already talked about kind of like voting, the idea of experimenting with new methods of governance. Vitalik has been like shouting at us for years, like, don't do token governance, it's bad. And we didn't really have that much of a solution. Now we do. Social media has also been in the earth lately with like Threads and Blue Sky, but also things like Lens Protocol. And we do have an integration with Lens Protocol, but the idea is decentralized social media is very good. The building decentralized algorithms, like algorithms, bring your own algorithm kind of thing, is also like a really cool primitive. But the main issue is, since everything is open data and blockchain doesn't really differentiate between users and machines, it's really easy to game, and it's really easy to manipulate, and most of the signals that you would rely on before, on Twitter, for example, don't really work because you cannot like gate access to it. And so something like Wall ID can be used as one of the signals, maybe, along with other things like analyzing the post or stuff like that, to make use of, give more data to the algorithm so they can better filter out the spam and the bots. Stuff like airdrops, that's the reason why we started building in the first place, to make this wall token and bring crypto to everyone. I can talk more about that if I have time later. And also the things like doing promotions, doing like one-off coupon codes, events, general finance, and stuff like that. And so the summary is, WallID is a private and decentralized passport and digital identity that gives internet-first proof of personhood, which is something that didn't really exist before. You could sort of approximate with KYC, but that's very cumbersome. And we are starting with Orb and Phone, and we want to open it up to more stamps over time so that more people can integrate and incorporate the graphs and data sets that they already have and everyone can use. I'm going to do some questions from the audience now. If you have any, there's a QR code there. So, for example, there's a question from E. Jacob, I think. It says, would blockchain and AI collaborate in a scary world which governments won't allow? And the way that I understand this question is, I would say, I mean, the idea about blockchain is that it is unstoppable. If you can kind of like limit the on-ramps and off-ramps, but people always manage to a way to sneak through. And AI is more centralized in the sense of like, for the big AIs, like ETHBarcelona, you need like a big data set, and that's like easy to track down. But we've seen a lot of progress with open source AI, things like Llama by Facebook that they open source and that can run even on like a Nintendo 3DS with like decent accuracy. So I'm not sure exactly what collaborating in a scary world means, but I feel like they're both, like, especially blockchain, but also AI, are technologies that are becoming increasingly like local and decentralized. And while it probably is going to take a lot of time until we figure out a way to get like the very smart models into our local computers without like a ton of hardware that is like hard to track and block. The good news is like most of the hardware was used for mining anyway, so we already have a bunch of that, and then also we'll find better ways to decentralize that and bring that to our phones and to our computers over time. I think that's the only question that there is on the board, so if anyone has any questions here. Otherwise, I can talk a little more about WorldCoin maybe for like a minute, and then we were already over time before, so give some time back to the folks here. So basically, the idea of WorldCoin, other than the World ID which we're building, we're also building World App, and the idea behind World App is to make the absolutely simplest wallet. Everyone is talking about like the wallet that your grandma can use. And so we wanted to build a wallet that doesn't have NFTs, doesn't have like connect to a website. There's like the absolute minimum. You can onboard dollars via USDC, and you can use that to buy and sell Ethereum, Bitcoin, and DAI, but still making in a decentralized way. It's Gnosis safe. We deploy Gnosis safe for each user that gets registered, and we want to add little features over time, but we want to keep it very, very simple and very little like feeling more like PayPal or Cash App than like a crypto wallet. And since the whole purpose of WorldCoin is to take these orbs and bring them all around the world and quite literally go around the streets preaching crypto and onboarding people to crypto, being like, hey, this is crypto. We'll educate you, we'll give you some tokens to get started, and we'll also give you this proof of personhood stamp so that you can browse the internet better prepared than you were before. It's very important that these wallets are like very simple to use. And again, everyone is talking about bringing the next million users to crypto, and as of right now, WorldCoin I think has almost 2 million users all around the world that has been onboarded with yours, and that most interestingly are not crypto native. Like our approach to bring these orbs, we've started bringing them to conferences recently, but the bulk of our users have been to be in shopping centers, to be like in the streets, train stations, in all around the world, in Portugal, in Kenya, in Argentina, in France. Now we're starting to like bring them to the US, London, and actually bring crypto new users and try to convert them into crypto natives in a way. And so I think that is really, really cool, the fact that we are teaching people about crypto and also like making sure that they are prepared for whatever happens. Okay, I'm almost running out of time, but there's another question that I think is important, which is, it's kind of blocked by the timer. I don't know if you guys can move it, but I can kind of figure out what it says. It says, if they do not keep your iris data, how do they check that you do not have? And that's as long as I can see. I'm guessing that it means that you don't have one already. And the idea here is a similar idea to hashing, how hashing works, even though it's not exactly hashing. The idea from the iris codes is that while not keeping your data, it kind of like is a representation that your iris can always be converted back to. Not exactly the same, but if they're like really close, you can assume that they are the same person. And so the idea there is that by comparing if the iris code already exists, the iris is like a format that has a lot of data, and the iris code kind of like reduces that data, kind of like hashes it, even though, again, it's not exactly hashing, to make sure to turn into something that cannot theoretically be replicated back into the photo of the full photo of the iris, but can still reproducibly generate the iris code to make sure that you are the same. So to summarize and end this, the photo gets deleted from the orb, never leaves the orb unless you give your explicit consent to it, and this iris code is more like a measure of the randomness in your eye than it is of the data in the eye. So yeah, that's it. If you want to learn more about WorldCoin, you can go to worldcoin.org. As I said, there's orbs here around Barcelona, so if you download the app, you'll be able to go and hunt for them. And where you're from, whatever that is, there's probably some too, so go check that out. And yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Miguel. That was amazing. And we're gonna keep things going for our next speaker, who will do a talk called "Your App is Boring: How to Stand Out in the World of Web 3." And your speaker, give him a round of applause, is Nathan Snell. All right, we can keep the applause going while he makes his way on stage. Come on, guys.
Great, thank you. Should have been closer, more prepared on that. Awesome. Well, good morning, everybody here at ETHBarcelona. Appreciate the time today. As you said, I'm Nathan Snell. I'm co-founder and CEO of Raelion. Raylion's a Web3 marketing platform, and we really spend a lot of time helping projects grow, so helping convert users, helping grow community. But that said, I don't really want to spend time talking about Raylion today. I'm here actually to talk about really you all and the projects that are here, the projects that are building in this space, because honestly, that's what's most important. Before I do that, however, I want to do a little bit of housekeeping. So first, I'm curious, just a little bit of interaction here. By raise of hands, how many of you have seen the Raylion QR code or actually done some of the quests that are present here at the event? So curious, raise of hands. Awesome. So that about matches that. We've actually seen that about 30 to 35% of all the folks that have been at this conference have done different quests. I think we've seen about almost 700, a little bit more than 700 quests have been started overall, which is really great. I mean, when you think about a conference, the engagement has been awesome. We've been giving out prizes. The feedback has been really cool. If you haven't done it, so we are actually at 3 p.m. today releasing an NFT. It's personalized based on what you've done at the conference, the different quests that you've done, and there's a rarity to it. So if you haven't actually scanned anything, I'll throw this up, I think. Next. We'll try this one. No? Do I go back? Not sure how to get next here. I've only got 2 directions to go. There we go. Thank you. I don't know if that was me or not. So, this is free XP. If you have not started or you haven't played but you want an awesome NFT, or you are playing the game and you want to get higher in the leaderboard, this boosts your rarity. So this is part of how it works. You can get sort of engaged in the app and everything. So this is a little Easter egg as a thank you for coming to the session. So I'll give that a minute. What we're going to talk about today, though, is not quests and Easter eggs and fun things. We're talking about what makes a project boring, what makes a dApp boring, and really how do you go about engaging community, how do you go about growing. So to do that, again, on the interactive side here, I'm going to ask you guys a series of questions. You don't have to respond. It's okay. Don't feel any pressure. But I'm going to actually call out a number of sort of phrases and words. What I want you to do is to think about what is the dApp that you think I'm describing as I describe these things. All right, so what's the dApp that you think I'm describing? So if I said, this is the easiest way to trade, or you can earn more fees, it's the most gas-efficient trading, it's got the best slippage prevention, or the best pricing, what dApp do you think I'm describing? Is it SushiSwap? Is it Uniswap? Is it Matcha? Maybe it's 1inch. I know, it's unfair. It's a trick question. It's all of them. Because this is actually how these dApps, if you go and look at their sites, or frankly, if you look at a lot of the DEXs out there, describe what's great about their DEX. To be clear, I am not at all trying to, trying to insult these DEXs. I love them all. We've got friends at, at all these DEXs. We use them regularly. So let's shift into another example with this. So your shoes are boring, right? Same idea. I happen to like shoes. That's why I have on-brand shoes. So again, I feel like I can poke fun at this the same way that I do plenty of trades. So same exercise, right? So I'm gonna lay out some stuff that describes shoes, and I want you to think about what brand do you think I'm describing when it comes to shoes. So they're innovative, right? They're comfortable. Honestly, that one I think is funny because I would never buy somebody that said, you can get the most uncomfortable shoes. Give us money. That seems odd. But they're durable, classic. It's got celebrity endorsements, right? All great things. So am I talking about Nike or am I talking about Adidas? And again, the irony here is that these are the most common words that both of these companies use to describe their shoes. So the point with this, right, is that not so much that you should use this particular language, but it's that if you think about Nike and you think about Adidas or you think about Uniswap, for example, these are all big companies, right? I mean, Nike is a global billion-dollar company. Like, they clearly have done a great job differentiating. They clearly have an awesome audience. And yet, right, the language is actually fairly similar. So how do they not be boring? Right? If you look at Uniswap or 1inch, right, clearly standing out, clearly have great products. What are they doing to not be boring? And honestly, it's all about how you engage or how engaged your community is. Right? That's what they spend a lot of time focusing on. Because what they realize is that in reality, engagement creates loyalty. Right? So engagement creates loyalty. And that's where when you think about something like a Nike and the drops that they do, or if you think about a Uniswap, for instance, these are companies, these are projects that have spent a lot of time not just focused on the things that they say, but on creating an awesome and engaging and amazing experience for their users. And that's not just user experience, although that's important. It's also the way that they actually interact with their community. So in this case, for example, if you actually look at Uniswap, and I wrote about this actually in January on Bankless, with Uniswap, so they actually helped pioneer the airdrop. And what they did is, and part of why I say they pioneered it, is they're one of the early ones to do it. But what was so unique about what Uniswap did is, unlike many projects today, they didn't actually tell anybody they were going to do it. They actually just one day announced and said, hey, by the way, if you've been trading with us, there's a bunch of tokens that are waiting for you, right? You can govern with it and so on and so forth. So it was this retroactive thing that they did. And as a result, right, it built a huge amount of loyalty, within their community. Now, it also did drive user acquisition and drove awareness, because suddenly people are like, wait, what just happened? Well, I want some of that, and they traded and so on. So it did help with the awareness side, the user acquisition side, but it showed a strong emphasis, right, from a crypto standpoint on the community, the value of driving loyalty and that sort of thing. Nike and Adidas, again, they do the same sort of thing, right, of thinking about how do they drive loyalty, not just try to create attention, awareness. How do they create raving fans? Because at the end of the day, if you don't have a lot of raving fans, if you don't have customers that are sticking around, like, you're not likely to succeed. So let's make this a little bit more tactical. So we're going to jump into the growth funnel. Because at the end of the day, we've been kind of talking at a strategic level, but when it comes to growing and being successful as a project and everything else, you do have to think about growth. You have to think about your audience. And to me, one of the most amazing things, right, is if you look at a Uniswap, if you look at a 1inch, if you look at Nike, they think about all the stages of this funnel. But what's surprising is that a lot of times, a lot of the projects that we talk about in this space, in the Web3 space, in the crypto space, they tend to be overly emphasized here on awareness. And awareness is great, right? It's important. Right? At the end of the day, if nobody knows about you, then you're not going to be particularly successful. However, awareness is also arguably the easiest part, right? You load money into a machine, whether that's ads, whether that's sponsorships, whether that's endorsements, what have you, and awareness sort of happens. And I'm oversimplifying some, but at the end of the day, it's sort of the easiest part of the process, right? There's a lot of different ways that you can create awareness. The challenge, though, right, is if you think about, again, like the best brands out there, really they spend most of their time focused on the conversion and loyalty side, where most Web3 projects forget that aspect of it, right? They spend so much time, trying to pump or being, exposed or getting awareness, they forget to think about, okay, so now I have 1,000 people that that come to my site or to my to my dApp, to my community. How do I activate them? How do I make sure that experience is great? How do I keep them loyal? And frankly, and we'll actually show some data on this in a minute here. If you think about Blur, for example, right? So Blur, if you're not familiar, is an NFT marketplace. They focused on pro traders. We'll kind of talk about that in a little bit. But Blur's rise to success isn't because they did the best awareness. It's actually because they spent the best time focused on conversion and loyalty. They call it seasons, it's loyalty. Right? They spent the most time, and they made one of the best experiences in crypto and Web3 today around how do you keep users engaged? How do you make sure that they continue to stay engaged? How do we make sure the community is growing, that they're having fun, and they're getting value? Right, so that's some of the importance there. Nike, again, has a similar sort of focus. So it's something that we can kind of learn, we can borrow ideas from the Web 2 side while going into, and while bringing it into the Web 3 space. So, am I broken again? I don't know which direction I'm. Is that me? That's not me. There it is, okay. So, just to continue to make this tactical here, I like to kind of start off high. Let's give us sort of the frame of thought. Now let's get into something really practical, right? So if you've got a project and you're wanting to go and you want to focus on growing, you want to stand out, right? The way that some of these other projects are, the way that the Uniswaps of the world, the Blurs of the world are. To me, and there's a lot more to it than this, but from a 20-minute standpoint, there's sort of 3 areas that you can really spend time and focus on that I think are great starting points. It really lays the foundation of how you can grow from a project standpoint. And the first is identify your ideal customer profile, or what's called the ICP. I can't tell you, I'd say probably 90% of the projects that we talk with, we always like to start off with a question of like, what's your goal? What are you trying to accomplish, right? And most folks, right, especially if you're earlier stage and you're saying, oh great, well, I want to build awareness, right? I want to bring in users and everything else. Awesome, you should. If you don't have people coming in, that's a problem. Again, converting them is a harder problem, but nonetheless, if you don't have people coming in, that's a problem. So we ask, okay, great, well, what kind of users do you want? And honestly, the answer most of the time is, well, everyone. It's like, okay, well, if you're a DEX, and I said, great, so you're a DEX now, who's your ideal target? Anybody who trades crypto. That's a large market, But that's really difficult to actually penetrate, right? Because ultimately, if you're targeting everybody, you're not really targeting anybody. You can't really have like a good conversation with somebody if you're just if the answer is, oh, well, I just want to talk to everybody. So it needs to be specific, right? So as a contrast, if you're a DEX and your answer is, oh, well, I'm targeting retail-specific traders that on average trade less than $5,000 per trade. Okay, like, is that a smaller market to start in? Yes. But like, you actually can say something that's meaningful to them, because gas efficiency probably matters a lot to somebody who's on average doing a $5,000 trade, right? Because suddenly that eats into the profits quite a lot if the gas fees are really high. So that's some of the idea of that ideal customer profile. The second one is need to use what I like to call your secret weapon. And your secret weapon, I'd say again in the Web3 space, it's often overlooked. It's your DApp, right? It's your app. If it's a project, if you're a project or a protocol rather, it's your site. And again, if you look at Blur as an example, and I'll show some data on this in a second, Blur did a fantastic job using their secret weapon, using their site, right? And even on the ICP side, on the ideal customer profile, right? Blur said, hey, look, we are targeting NFT traders to start. And then they released the lending product, right? Which again is very much geared towards folks that are trying to do sort of pro trading from an NFT standpoint. So again, they have a very targeted audience that they started with. And on the same token, Blur has the Season system. They've got a great website. They've got different sort of onboarding things that come up to convert users. These are all tools, right, of using their sort of secret weapon, their own site, to be able to drive conversions and to drive loyalty with the Season stuff. And yet, when we look at our data, it's amazing, because actually if you look at the number of say of dApps that are out there that have what I'd call at-risk users, if you look at how many of those at-risk users before they fully churn come back to the dApp's site before they churn, it's at least 60% on average. So that means if you think about it, if you had 5,000 active users, or if you had 5,000 users that were at risk of churning in a given month, that means that more than half of those users are actually coming back to your dApp or to your site to try to re-engage with you, and ultimately don't, and end up churning out. Right? That's why I say this is sort of the secret weapon, right? It's one of the easiest tools that you have and most available tools that doesn't really cost you money to be able to re-engage these users. So if we look at Blur as an example, so this is some data from our analytics side of our system. So one of the things that I wanted to kind of really drill in on here is I looked at the number of highly engaged Blur users. So I defined this as my own definition. These were users that have used Blur for 3 months in a row. So that's they've traded, they've listed something, they've placed a bid on something, 3 months in a row. So this month, last month, and the month before. So that's a pretty high degree of engagement, right? This is somebody who is actively engaged with Blur, actively using the products. And yes, and if you look at the chart, like the number goes down, but what you begin to see, right, is it starts to plateau, and then you begin to hit the consistent and true user base, right? And then actually you start to see it growing, right? So you can see this idea of moving sort of out of the awareness boring category into my true customer base, my true ideal customer profile. And then some of this too, I think, is frankly driven by season 2's likely coming to to a closer fruition. So you see the activity begin to pick back up. But again, that actually shows the power of the secret weapon, if you will, of them using their site, of them driving more engagement and more activity. So it's pretty awesome. And frankly, there's some other really interesting data too, where if you actually look at OpenSea, OpenSea actually has pretty significant engagement even across the Blur user base. So I think it's something like at least 15% of Blur users are still actively using OpenSea, for instance. So that kind of shows another example of like the power of actually using the dApp itself to drive engagement, and that's without OpenSea having like a loyalty or a true sort of loyalty system like Blur does. So that's using your secret weapon, right? That's some of the power and benefit there. So last one here, it's important to measure, right? So if we think back to the funnel, if you don't know, how many people are coming to your dApp, if you can't measure your awareness, if you don't know how, what your conversion percentage is, if you don't know how many users are staying or leaving, it's really hard to stand out, right? It's really easy to fall into the boring category when you don't know if you're being boring, right? And measurement is sort of a fundamental tool to be able to understand, well, like, are you standing out or are you more in that boring category? And frankly, like, if you look at it, like the crypto landscape is littered with DEXs that haven't measured and don't stand out, right? And as a result, they're not at sort of the level of a Uniswap or a Matcha or a 1inch, or even call it a Camelot or a QuickSwap or what have you, right? And it's because they're not doing sort of the right things to effectively measure and understand what are the things that are working and what are the things that may not be working. So I wanted to make sure we had some time for questions here at the end. I don't know how to switch to the question thing, but if there's any questions in the audience, happy to take it. And I guess I'll sort of wrap up too. If you think about the things that we talked about, and even what we at Rayleigh focus on. So we have a lot of analytics around dApps, around different projects. You've seen and sort of experienced our embedded Quest capabilities. All of that, right, is geared towards the same thing. It's geared towards being able to understand what's actually going on, so that way at the end of the day, you can actually take action on it. Our philosophy tends to be one of, data is awesome and it's great, but actions are better, right? At the end of the day, you can know plenty about who your users are, but if you can't do anything about it, if you can't re-engage them, if you can't make them loyal, it doesn't really matter. So, with that, I thank everybody for your time. Awesome. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. We just have 2 more talks before our lunch break. So yeah, I think we can keep things moving. Just a reminder again, use the QR code to ask your questions. It's way cooler than passing around a mic, right? We're all about digital innovations and interacting and engaging. It's just cooler to be on a screen than to be walking around with the mic. So I think our next 2 speakers are ready to go. It's so fun to have 2 speakers on this stage. Their talk is called How to DAO and Not Die, and the speakers are Chris Ducott and Lauren Liu. So give them a round of applause as they make their way up to the stage.
Thank you so much. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us. So today we're going to talk about how to DAO and not to die. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. But first, I want to ask, how are you, Lauren? And who are you?
Hello, I'm Lauren Luce, and I work with Giveth. I'm a Giveth product lead, and I've been there for 3 years. And you know what, right now I'm really excited to be here with Chris. I've admired Chris for a long time because he used to work with Giveth and lead comps. Then I stepped into his shoes, and it's tough shoes to fill. So I'm really happy to be here on stage with him. But on a broader scale, I'm pretty exhausted overall. How are you, Chris?
Yeah, so I'm also very exhausted, and that's actually why we want to do this talk. It's about being exhausted, so that's definitely the topic. And so, I'm Chris. I work at Gitcoin. I currently work part-time. I'm really happy about that because I'm exhausted. But so I used to lead DAO operations at Gitcoin, so that's a lot of topics together. And before that, as Lauren mentioned, I was doing communications for Giveth a few years back. Let's dive in.
Yeah, let's dive in. So I guess the first thing I want to ask you is, why the talk? Why how to DAO and not die? I know you're exhausted, but what are some of the ideas that are inspiring you?
Indeed. So it's a very clickbaity title. So it's actually the talk or the conversation that we want to have. It's not just about how to not die, but it's actually how to thrive. How can we thrive in this space? Because that's what we should be doing. If we're talking about changing the world, about Web3, about DAOs, a DAO cannot work without the people really thriving. And so when just looking around here, I already get super inspired. It's beautiful to see all these people. ETHBarcelona is a very regen event. There's a lot of the activists, a lot of the people with a lot of energy here, and that in itself is already something that makes me thrive and inspires me. But then when you look at a wider scale, first of all, the thing, when you look here with all these OGs who are just really building, they're building nonstop. And that is inspiring, but at the same time, it might not be so healthy. I think almost all the people I talk to here, they're I am exhausted as well. Don't tell anyone. Many people are, and if you're I don't have that issue at all. I feel totally fine. I'm chill. I'm thriving. Well, look around you and ask your peers if they are. If they're not feeling good, just check in and listen to them. And this is not happening enough. So if we want to thrive, if we want to build better systems, we have to first look at ourselves. I also had a great conversation yesterday with some people on like how can you build healthy systems if you are not healthy yourself. We need to really have the time to rest, to regenerate, to deal with our own traumas, with our pains, the things that actually possibly brought us here. I think, honestly, personally, I also feel that anyone in this space should maximum work like 50%, because we need time, because it's so important what we're building. You need time to actually, absorb the information, to read, to relax, but like also, absorb culture. If you don't see what's happening in the wider world, how can you actually really know what the world needs? So it's about a whole lot of things, and then that's why I think that is a topic that I want to keep bringing back, because I actually already gave 2 presentations at the previous ETCs on this topic, and I was hesitating, but then again, like being here, it's like not only do I feel every time that people need to talk about this more, I think it should, at every event, it should be a full track about like culture, about regenerating, etc. And the great thing about ETHBarcelona is that there is actually a culture track. So like every event should have this. We should really focus on this as much as possible. So that is just like setting the scene. That's like a little bit the general points. So now to dive in a little bit, like Lauren, like if we think about burnout and not crashing, like what comes to mind? What do you think that we could be doing?
You know, I think you said it really well when you were saying, like, if we want to build better systems, we need to make sure that we're also nourishing ourselves, because otherwise we're going to build systems where we're not nourishing ourselves and we're not nourishing each other. Like, you can only be part of these systems if you're just like coming in and going super hard. So I think that like some of the things that we can do to do better is just keeping that in mind, like keeping it in mind that you're important, like your health and your well-being is extremely important. Sleeping is so important. It's like when I don't have a good night's sleep, I feel so much worse the next day. All my problems seem like they're so much more insurmountable, and even like my ability to do the things that I want to do is like greatly decreased. So I think like very basic things like eating well and sleeping and saying no to things. A major thing that I think could really help, and I'm bad at this, that's why I'm so exhausted, is setting boundaries, saying, like, actually that's too much. I lead products at Giveth. I organize products, and so much it happens that like, oh, we got a request from the fundraising team that now we're building this thing, or like, oh, you know, wouldn't it be great if like this part of our DApp was improved? And suddenly it just like, while I'm here trying to build quadratic funding, also this other thing jumps onto my plate, and I'm like, well, okay, I guess I'll do it. And then I work extra hard, and then I just like, in some way I disassociate, and I don't really check in with like what I really need. I'm like, I treat myself like I'm a machine. I treat myself like I'm a product, but I'm actually a human. So setting boundaries, saying like, actually that's too much, or saying even delegating and bringing more people in. Relying on teams and relying on community, being like, I can't manage this, but maybe you could. Maybe this person could help me out. I think that's really important. And one thing, I would really like to stress too, because in Giveth I've been there for 3 years. So I started out not knowing really anything about crypto and Web3, and I sort of like figured it out and took on more and more things, and now I'm like orchestrating so many different parts of Giveth, and I just like feel like I'm somehow like the hand of the queen. But like, it's a lot of responsibility, and also a lot of people in the organization like somehow look up to me for how I am behaving. So if I don't set good boundaries, I set like a cultural environment that trickles down where other people feel pressured, like in order to take on that stuff that I'm doing, they also need to work that hard. And so I think like by taking care of ourselves, we also encourage other people to take care of themselves. Oh, yes. And then we can really propagate that forward and really be building things that we want for a better world and living in that better world as we're doing it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, what are some things that you think that we can do to nourish ourselves and each other? And
Yeah, well, first of all, everything you said. Plus, on top of that, the thing that like we used to have this at Gitcoin. At the moment, we don't, but we should have this again. Is like every organization should have a dedicated people person. Just like, you know, in standard organizations, this is just HR. Like in DAOs, like this barely exists. It's something that we do on the side. But like for me, it should be like 10 times as important because it's a DAO. It's decentralized or it's not. There's a lot of like hidden structures of power that make things very often even more exhausting and more complicated, and we're all working remote. So you need someone who takes care of the people. And so that can be, I would say like a people person is someone who like relieves the stressors, all sorts of stressors. It could be like, yeah, how am I getting paid in this crazy world to begin with? That's one thing that I already see people losing energy on it. So it can be a random thing, but it's quite important. Like it's like what is unavoidable, like death and taxes, like even crypto. So like people person, very important. Yeah, and this person can also be a person who can just like, that you can confide in if there's like conflicts or tensions or conflict resolution that needs to happen. Like such a person that does a lot. I think it's for any organization, any DAO, think, okay, you hire your developer or your developers, a business dev person, maybe a comms person, and then the third or the fourth hire, make that your people person. Like that should just like be written in stone in like the laws of the DAO. Like I think we need that. That's one thing. And then I think apart from that, yeah, indeed, like really, yeah, nobody is gonna save you except for hopefully that people person is gonna help you a little bit. But some of the things that came up before for me is, yeah, health. So just like try to bring structure in your life. That's something that helps me a lot. Just having a daily structure, moments that you just like shut off your phone and that you're really have time for yourself. So like I have my day of just like in the morning I go for a walk, I have my lunch at the same, well I have my breakfast, I take time to read, just to wake up, to embrace the day. I go for a walk, I do some outside stuff, I go in nature, then I work, and then I try to like stop at the right time. I'm also not always succeeding at that. I'm like suffering from the same disease as you, so like bad with boundaries, but I try to. And having that structure on a daily basis, that helps me as well. Another thing that's important for me is connection. So just like checking in with people, can be your friends. And if a lot of your friends are working in this space, well, then that's also fine, but just like check in, like book some time in your calendar, either to just like go entirely out of the space or just have a call with a friend in this space to not talk about the project, but just talk about yourself. Like, how are you doing? Just like book in some time, block some time in your agenda. If you don't block it, someone else will book it for some other meeting. That it's also very important. But no, it's very important that you take care of yourself. And as a separate element, I would even say like, nature, like I really put that as a big topic, just like nature. I really deeply believe in that. It's also always, I feel it's a topic in ETHBarcelona. I'm really sad that this year there's no grass on the stage, but like touch grass whenever you can. It's an important thing. I think these, yeah, just checking here. Yeah, I think that's like the most important things for me. And then I guess a question that I have for you, Lauren, is, so I come also from Giveth, and I always appreciated, and honestly I think for many people it's also known in the space, that like it always felt like a family. I'm like right now even staying at the Giveth house. It's just so cozy, it's so nice. So, and it's a nourishing in itself to have that feeling. So how does this work at Giveth for you? What makes it tick, what makes it work, and what doesn't work?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, something I really love that you were just saying is how it's important to have a people person. And, you know, we were also talking a lot about boundaries. I think, like, having a people person and even somebody who's, like, making boundaries for the organization, defining things and making them clear that are often, like, kind of, like, loosey-goosey. Things like vacation. Like, I was actually talking with Ashley, who's here in the audience, and she's amazing. And she was like, mandatory vacation days. It's like you must take X vacation in X period of time. And just, like, having that set out as kind of like an organizational rule, it creates like a culture where people are like told to take care of themselves, and in some way, you know, I need that. I need someone to tell me like go sleep and take care of yourself. So this can be really helpful. But yeah, we've got a lot of different structures at Giveth that I think really help to promote like a community of support, and all the resources are available. Like we have a system called the buddy system, where everybody at Giveth, every Giveth contributor has a buddy, and their buddy, it's like we kind of have like the taken care of buddy and the caretaker buddy kind of like structure. It's like a big brother, little brother kind of system, but everybody has one. So sometimes you're someone's big brother, but then you're someone else's little brother, and we're all just kind of like matched with each other. And your buddy is a person who you can ask questions to about the organization, that you can like get to know, like you can ask for support, and I think like with these buddy systems, we really like build friendships with each other and start to like not see each other just as colleagues, but also as humans and with like diverse sets of needs. So like that's, I think, something really important. And then there's other really small things that we do too, like camera on culture. You know, I think it's so important is to realize that people are humans. Yeah. And that can get crazy in the crypto space when like a lot of people are anon or icons or just like camera offs, but coming to conferences are often very nourishing because you like see people and you're like, how are you doing? And they're like, oh, I'm struggling with this, or I'm struggling with this, and you can really kind of connect and be vulnerable with each other. And I think like our camera on culture in some small way in calls creates that environment. Where
this memory that we're like 3-dimensional human beings.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then also like I feel like camera on culture, and then I often have like little side DM chats with people. You look so cute today, and like, oh, how you doing? Oh, is that a snack? You know, and that actually just like lightens everything up. And I think like looking for the light things instead of all just the serious things is really important. And then one more thing I'd really like to mention too, that is also a resource is Gravity DAO, and Giveth has really incorporated this Gravity system, and Gravity is really focused on kind of like conflict resolution, but also sort of like, I'm thinking it's also kind of like internal conflict resolution, like resolving conflicts with yourself and taking care of yourself. So we have this like, well, we have like Nicola on the Gravity team who's also here and hanging out, and Heather, and they help people when they're having like weirdness. They help support people, and we have a form you can fill out, and you can be like, hey, I'm having this weird conflict in this sticky situation, and then just like it opens a conversation of humanness, and we like work to solve things out of that. And like these Gravity sessions will then often lead to kind of tangible things, you know? It's like we're having Gravity sessions and realizing some problems coming up, and then the end result is like, okay, let's create this like organizational thing where like everybody gets a little bit of extra vacation time or something like that. And I think that this is like really healthy because people can come in and keep like looking back, like what else can I do? Like what can we as an organization then do to improve like our organizational mental health and bring that forward to the next step?
Yeah, that's beautiful. And the thing that you also have at Giveth, and we also actually use it a lot at Gitcoin, is just the strategy or like the pattern of gratitude. So like just the praise system, just like praise people. Like whenever you can, whenever you think of it, just like send a message. We have a special thread always going on about praise. And we also have, at the beginning of our weekly meeting, we also say, I just want to call out this person. It's just wonderful what you did. I see you. Even if nobody else sees you, I've seen that you did this. And I want everyone to know that is just like a really beautiful one. And linked to that is, like we have so many like, oh, we only have 30-minute meeting or sometimes an hour, but like we always try to do like check-ins, like and with it sounds so silly, but it's so important. Like in like our leadership meeting in the CSDO call, we always do this with the check-in question generator, and like then we go deep. Like, what's the latest book that you read? What is this? Blah, blah, blah. And you could just have these random conversations that you like get to know each other, because indeed you're far away all the time, and it helps to connect. The connection is super important.
Yeah. Definitely.
And then for you, like almost out of time, but like what doesn't work for you? Because we also need to talk about this.
What doesn't work? You know, I mean, I mentioned it before, but I think like one thing that doesn't work is when I as a leader will like not take care of myself, and then that like trickles down into other things. I see this as just like really being a problem, especially if I support so many people. I'm like so many people's buddy, and like I'm trying to like help them onboard to the system and like somehow take care of themselves, and I'm not taking care of myself. So I think like it doesn't work if you're in a leadership role in a DAO, it doesn't work if you're not also prioritizing some balance in your life, like taking care of your body, exercising, going into nature. I loved your touch grass. My mom is always telling me like I need to go barefoot and put my feet in the grass because it like connects you to the earth and like balances your like electromagnetic field with the earth. My mom is kind of a hippie, but I think it makes a lot of sense because if you put your bare feet in the grass, you just feel better.
Grounding.
Yeah. That's something that I think doesn't work well, and I'm really trying to work to improve, though.
Yeah, same. I would want to move out of the city, honestly, for that even. There's not enough grass. Yeah.
We're running out of time, but I wanted to hear from you a little bit about, like, what are some resources that people can go to learn a little bit more about how to take care of themselves?
Yes, totally. So like some of the things I wrote down here is like, so I saw actually last year a talk about Livia, who's also here, and Tamara at the Daoist, so you can look it up. We can also create a little thread about this. So cultural practices in self-governing communities. So like it's also the Giveth ecosystem, and this is a lot about like setting a culture. Just like having this as a framework is very important. Yeah, I did like another talk, which was a workshop, which is called Burnout is the Easiest Exploit. So you can also look for that one on YouTube at ETC. There's projects like 2+, but I saw they're on a break, very healthy. But like if you know other projects, like just like let us know and we share them. You mentioned Gravity DAO, right?
Yeah, GravityDAO.org, and they actually have a course right now where you can go and sign up for the course and like go through these exercises and just learn conflict resolution and self-care.
Yeah, okay, so then, Lauren, I do want to still thank you, well, thank you for sure, but like ask you like what are like some final thoughts? Because 20 minutes, we're very frustrated. 20 minutes is so not enough. This is just like the tip of the iceberg, but what are some final thoughts that you want to share on this topic?
I mean, final thoughts is like remember to have gratitude for the people that are around you. Like even though I'm like kind of just like burning the midnight oil constantly and feeling really burnt out, like our community at Giveth, it's like I actually like want to tear up talking about it. Our community at Giveth is so great, and like I see them all here hanging out, and they're so supportive, and they're such nice, wonderful people, and just like open your eyes, like get out of your computer and realize that you're working with real people who care about you and want to see you succeed.
Bam. Yes. and that is, you're going to make me tear up as well, but that is actually the point that I have here in capitals in my notes is actually be vulnerable. It's super important. Just like open up. Just like this is, hey, we're all here because we want to make the world a better place, I think. We want to improve the current systems. If you're not going to open up like how you're doing, how you're feeling, it's never going to work. Just like be vulnerable, connect. Find your people. Another thing I would say, like I think every person, I'm really tearing up here. Every person needs to have like a therapist and a coach, like both these things. There was a quote from someone recently, just like have this, make your DAO pay for it, just like, which is like a basic human right in DAOs, I think. And then, yeah, keep coming to events, but also like set your boundaries at events, like pace yourself. Like these events are always super exhausting, so you can go home. You don't have to see all the talks. They're recorded, so you shouldn't even be here. so like very important. And as a final point, I wanted to say like, our DMs are always open, so like we're there. If you have other thoughts, if you want to, yeah, follow up on this. Honestly, I think this should not just be a track at events. This should be a year-long like track that goes on where we just like support, where we build more communities, start more of these initiatives. So I would say like that's my recommendation. Just like let's connect, let's keep connecting, let's stay vulnerable, and let's thrive together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yay.
Actually, we do have some time for questions. If people have any questions, if you haven't sent them to the chat rooms.
I don't know if there are any questions like here. That's from the audience. Any questions for us? If not, that's fine too. Yeah, Gil.
How do you identify when you're starting to burn out so you can avoid going too deep into it?
Oh yes, that's a really good point. So what Gil was asking, yeah, like how do you actually see the signs of burning out? Because it's a term that's like completely overused. I can say I'm personally like an expert. I like burnt out multiple times. Like I've been home like twice for a full year when I was still working in the legacy world. That how I knew that something was seriously wrong. So what are the signs? I think for me a big sign is when you like, you know, when every task that is normally simple for you becomes really very complicated. Right? Like, oh, I just have to do this thing that I normally do, and now, oh, I have to prepare the notes, and it's impossible. Like, it's too much. Like, that's one thing. We talked about this, like, another one is like, yeah, you know, you just want to, like, start slamming your computer. You, like, get cynical. You get, like, annoyed at moments that normally you have way more level of patience. So, like, you reach this, like, level that you're just like, oh, no, every time you go in the red. And so, like, that's one thing. Another thing that I know is like just like your sleep. If your sleep pattern is just like disrupted, that's also a very big sign. If you're just like not able to relax anymore and just like calm down and let go of the things. I don't know, other things that come to mind for you?
Yeah, I mean, so I read What is Burnout like sometime a year ago, and it was like, oh, it said that productivity starts decreasing, and I was like, well, I'm really depressed and unhappy, but I'm not productive. I'm extremely productive, actually. I'm just like angry all the time and very sad, but everything gets done. And actually, I realized that that was me burning out. And now, like a year later, I'm starting to get less productive. So I think that like getting depressed is an early sign of burnout, and I know that getting depressed is like not good and probably already too far, but like for me it was like, oh, if only a year ago I actually started making actual changes instead of just saying like, yeah, I'm gonna make changes, but like I can still go hard. Now I'm like almost can't go hard.
Yeah, I had the same time, like the first time this happened, I remembered like going to a specialist, and it was like, yeah, well, you just filled this thing out, and you're like, I have all the signs of burnout, and it's like, yeah, but I'm still productive, I think I'm totally okay. And she was like, and she had like an assistant there, like, and she was like, so when you hear him, do you think he's burnt out? And she was like, yes. And then I was like, okay, thank you for the advice. And then I still kept going for 3 months. And then so like until I had started having panic attacks. I really started just having panic attacks. I was like, oh, why am I just like running around and like can't breathe anymore? That's called a panic attack. So if you reach that stage, you're already like 3 months too far. So, and I had a friend who actually told me before yesterday as well, like I took a break of for a month, and I was still tired. I was still exhausted. Another example, if you take vacation and you're just like still like it's not enough, like it just shows you need more. Like allow yourself to do this. The project is not going to go away. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon. So you can take a break. Seriously. Any other questions if we have time? Yeah, maybe one more question? Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh.
So, yeah. So, in practical terms, you said, I will set boundaries, right? So, how do you set your own limits? And that's pretty difficult. So you don't know where to set the limits to have a healthy work routine or a work in general.
I think a really easy one to do is time boxing things. Being like, this is the time I work. I don't work after this. You know, I try to keep all work on Discord, and my Telegram I keep mostly like, even I talk to work people, but mostly not about work stuff, you know? So I don't see Discord notifications on my phone, and like, I think the healthiest is when I am like, well, you know, even though the work isn't done after 8 hours of working, I still have to stop, you know? It's like, just like, commit to the time and stop it, you know? Be like, I've reached the time and now I've stopped. And I think that like, just by doing that, I mean, I think it really depends on the type of person that you are, but like for me, I'll just like keep going, and then I just really am focused and I want to finish the thing, but it's not good, it's not healthy, and that thing is actually not that important. It's so funny, like all of those little things that I spent all those extra hours doing so many days ago, like what did they do? They didn't do anything else different. Like we're still here, the same stuff is happening, you know?
Yeah.
So
totally.
time boxing.
Time boxing, and then for that reason, like I never, for example, I never work in the weekends, like never. It's like my holy rule. Like many people don't do even that, and like that's one thing I do. I indeed also like in the evening, I just like, it's like after 9 p.m. I try not to. I still work, but at least I don't book any meetings anymore. So like stuff like that. But it's yeah, just like setting, and that's different for everyone. Just like put your boundaries for yourself and ask indeed like your peers how they do it. Like just asking these questions, exchanging tips and tricks, that helps for sure.
And one more thing, I also really like the idea of committing to something not work related and making it very important, and you can't miss it, you know? Like, I practice yoga every morning, and if I didn't, I would be even worse, you know? Like, because it helps me connect with my body, it helps me just like kind of like release tension and really see where I'm at and feel into things. And so I have to do yoga every morning. And I've had to do yoga every morning for like a decade. And I think that's actually been really, really important. So committing to things that aren't work related that you know nourish you.
Yeah, totally. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amazing. Some very important insights from Chris and Lauren. I know we all deal with these kinds of things. Super good talk. And do we need to get our next person set up, or no, they're all ready to go? Okay, amazing. So our next talk, as we all get moving around, our next talk actually comes from a speaker who is not originally a Web3 guy, got into it kind of by accident, has a background in supply chain management, and we'll be talking about the circular economy. This is our last talk before lunch, so give a huge round of applause for your next speaker, Heiko Hoevenaars.
Thank you, thank you. Let's see where the thing is, right here, perfect.
Yeah, the clicker.
All right. Yes. Thanks everyone who wanted to stick around. I could really relate to some of the things that were discussed in the last talk about how nature is important, how maintaining balance is important. I think this talk will be somewhat relatable to that as well. It's not a relationship to work and ourselves, but it's more the relationship we have with the things that we buy and wear. It's the first time ever speaking at an event like this, so thank you so much for having me. I've been in Web3 as a retail investor for a couple of years, like 2018 was the first time I got introduced with it. But only a year ago it started kind of intertwining with my ideas about the startup, and I'll tell you a bit about that. So the title of this talk initially was Circular Economy. I have to make a small correction there. I'm going to talk mostly about circular fashion. And it's a niche that might not be super familiar with all of you here in the audience. So to kick things off, I thought it would be good to pull up some numbers. Just an open question. This relates to something in fashion, and any guess could be fine. But what do you think it might refer to? 65,000. Clothes per day? Close. It's the average distance that a pair of jeans has to travel before it ends up in our wardrobe. So from cotton to the end product, through all the e-commerce channels, through the very complex global supply chain, it's the amount of kilometers a pair of jeans has to travel. Another one, 10,000. Another guess, maybe. I'll help you out on this one. This is the average amount of liters of water it takes to produce a single kilogram of cotton. Relates to about 4 t-shirts, depending on the thickness of the fabric, but it takes a lot of water to make a new product. The last one, it's about the time it takes before a truckload of textile waste is being landfilled or incinerated every second. So every second, somewhere on Earth, usually in the global south, a truck of textile waste is being disposed on the landfill. And this kind of paints a picture of where the industry is at currently. So the fashion industry is obviously notorious for fast fashion and even ultra fast fashion, and this graph kind of summarizes that well. Through the years 2000 until 2015, we started doubling our consumption on average, and the utilization of clothing decreased by 40%. So we dispose our clothes about 40% quicker. And you might argue that the data from the previous slide was a bit outdated. The last data point was 2015 and it was published in 2017. And we had a pandemic in the meantime, so maybe something changed about our awareness of the impact of our clothes that we buy and wear. But this was at the end of 2022 where the news was published that Shein overtook Zara and H&M combined when you look at the market cap of the company. So fast fashion even accelerated more than it already did in the years before, and right now it's a really stressing and problematic trend that we see in the industry where the stress on the resources, the stress on the people working in the fashion supply chain is bigger than ever before. Of course, we talked about the amount of water it takes to cultivate cotton, but there are more negative impacts to the industry, and some of you might be familiar with this. When fabrics get dyed or they get colored, usually it happens with certain paints and certain chemicals, especially when there's a lot of pressure on the price of a product. This is also where brands try to cut corners, so it happens quite often that these chemicals end up in wastewater. And then there's, of course, the working environment for the factory workers and everyone else working in the fashion supply chain that are facing the pressure of the lowest prices and the fast-moving goods. And it wasn't always like this. This is a picture of the Pueblo in Central America, where indigenous people even had a religious connection to the textiles and the clothes that they wore. Example here is this is in Texas actually, and it's close to a place where there's not a lot of rainfall. So all cultures and religions and traditions were about cherishing rain as it was able to grow the crops and to grow the food and also the fabrics. They even believed that their ancestors were responsible for the rainfall because rain came from the heavens, clouds looked like cotton, cotton grew from the soil, and even like when people died, usually they were buried in textiles, so there was like a circle of life there. And to me, it really hurts to see that this religious connection completely got lost along the way. Right now, we see a lot of Shein hauls on TikTok, and this is like the opposite of the religious connection that it used to have to us as humans. And right now, it's a very disposable product, and it's a fast-paced, it's a culture of mass consumption that really hurts me personally. So I think, in essence, what I kind of want to paint the picture of here is that we kind of lost track of the things we buy and wear, and the connection and the value of those things. And you might ask yourself, like, okay, how did you got interested in sustainable fashion in the first place? And it wasn't always like that. It was briefly introduced that I have a background in supply chain management. And I was in between my bachelor's and master's degree when the Amazon rainforest fires popped up. It was massively in the news. It was in September 2019. And I found myself with a little spare time, so I decided to design some t-shirts, created a small web shop, and the idea was to generate some money from that and to donate that to reforestation programs. I ordered some samples, took about 3 weeks to arrive. The products that I received weren't of the right quality. I didn't know anything about the working conditions, the chemicals that were used in the dyeing process, the materials that went into the product, so there was a trigger for me to do more research. And that's where I learned that there's a fundamental challenge that the industry is facing. So I rang up a phone, I gave a friend from high school a phone call, and we decided to team up, and we started experimenting with circular fashion, so that's a product made out of recycled materials, and also the role of technology. Here in the middle you see one of our first concepts that we created. It's basically a t-shirt that you could scan with our web app, and it would teach you something about the material composition of that product. So we visualized the amount of recycled cotton that went into the product, the amount of recycled polyester that went into it, and the goal was to use the digital domain to create an additional layer of value such that people would cherish the product for longer. We then went on, because we got it to a crossroads where we kind of had to decide either go for the tech or to go for the fashion brand. We went on to develop a digital wardrobe idea with our first client to see, like, okay, let's say every product has a passport attached to it that could tell a unique story about that product. What would you want to see as a consumer? So what we made here was a demo where we could communicate the origin and the impact of a product. And it's all revolving around the concept of circular textiles. And what I showed initially with Shein being a fast fashion brand that's using the take, make, waste model, the circular textile model offers an alternative that can replace that model and could even bring more growth to those companies without coming with the cost of our planet and the people involved in the supply chain. And essentially it's about creating a closed loop system where materials are able to be reused at the end of their life cycles. But what might be even more important is to extend that life cycle for as long as possible, such that one t-shirt can generate revenue and can generate value for multiple owners across its life cycle, instead of that you have to sell as many t-shirts as possible to be profitable as a brand. And as promising as that sounds, circular fashion kind of got stuck in a pilot phase. Here it says sustainable fashion as an example, because circular fashion is this model behind that requires brands to reinvent their own business models. When circular fashion first became popular in 2018, we saw a lot of brands embracing it in their corporate strategies and really started to pushing out the concept of circular fashion, but they got to a point where it had a lot of initial marketing value, but it wasn't scalable throughout their whole business. And this is largely due to the fact that we see a very fragmented industry still. We have circular business models as Vinted, as a resale platform. We have repair shops in our local neighborhoods. We even have recycling facilities for some products and some textiles specifically. But the problem is that these are all operating in separate silos. So if you're a brand and you want to earn from circular fashion, then you have to launch those business models yourself. So you have to come up with a repair service or a resale model. And right now that's very challenging given the fact that the margins are so low on those products still. And it kind of comes down to the point that circular business models are too expensive down the line. So it doesn't matter where you try to resell, repair, recycle, you don't have the economies of scale that the linear business models do, and that's a huge issue for the adoption of the circular economy. And it's not just our own observation when we did our research and spoke to a lot of brands in the industry. It's also being recognized by the European Commission. So they came up with a comprehensive strategy where they want to create a legal framework to enable this circular fashion model throughout the European Union. And fundamental to that framework is a digital product passport. And this is where it gets interesting. So now we've come to the second part of the presentation where we talk a bit more about how this relates to Web3. Most importantly, a digital product passport is a data carrier that carries all information you need to kind of support a circular business model. So whether that's information on the material composition, whether that's on the chemical use, it should contain everything a circular business model needs to operate properly. And what it essentially does, it enables products to become the center of their own ecosystem. Because when an individual item carries information that you can connect to third-party business models or platforms, that's where things really get interesting. So this is what we started experimenting with our startup. We thought like, okay, let's see a brand as an entity with a limited circle of influence. They can make their products, but they don't have those access to those circular business models themselves yet. But if we give them unique product identifiers, we can maybe connect them to a repair shop in the neighborhood of the user and the brand, a resale store, a rental option, or even a recycling option. And this paints a whole new picture, because when you can connect individual garments to these third-party business models, you can start earning through circular revenue, right? So if you, first of all, connect the information layer, then you can support those business models. If you would introduce a transactional layer, it happens even later, you could start to think in royalties that would automatically trigger upon a resale or a repair action. And in essence, what we try to convince brands of is to adopt these new technologies and new ways of generating revenue, such that they become less dependent on the linear economy in the long run. How it works is that in every stage of that supply chain, you would want to have a touch point with that digital product passport, and every supply chain actor there has a user account that can interact with that digital product ID. So when the product is first designed, the product ID can be generated. When it's manufactured into a physical product, it can be connected to that product. When it's sold through retail channels, you can track and manage where that sale happens. And especially in the use phase, it's interesting because you can create these circular loops where you can support and facilitate the user's repair and resale services. In the end, you could even close the loop through recycling. I'll get a bit more to that later in this presentation, but we believe that's an interesting use case as well. And in essence, it allows us to rethink how we perceive clothing, how we perceive our wardrobes, and think about what would you want to see as a consumer if you have control over your wardrobe in a digital environment. So you have a list of products, maybe you have personal recommendations, maybe there are ways to dispose of clothes that you have laying in the back of your closet somewhere. And overall, just it would create an environment where we can enjoy our clothes in a more sustainable way. So the main question then is, okay, if we paint this picture about all these opportunities, where do we start? And this was also the main challenge for our startup in the past months. And very quickly, this is Joe Brock, and he's a researcher at Reuters, and what he investigated was a take-back scheme for textiles recycling in Singapore. And what he did is he equipped 10 pairs of sneakers with GPS trackers, and he followed them around across the timeline of like half a year and a year to see where they ended up. 9 out of 10 sneakers got exported to Indonesia, and that way they undermined local regulation in Singapore. It damaged the local economies because the people that were making shoes there weren't able to compete with all those imported goods, and there was no control whether the products would end up as landfill. And this kind of comes down to the point where brands do not have control over what happens to that product after it's sold. So visibility is lost, and brands are missing out on important insights, are unable to support circular behavior, and most importantly, unable to prove where and when products are recycled. So if we use digital product passports, smart contracts, we are able to digitalize that life cycle of that product, and this way brands can take responsibility and incentivize improved recycling. Consumers are then, as I already mentioned, able to manage their wardrobes differently, and recyclers are able to generate a proof of recycling, which could eventually happen on-chain. You could even argue that without the right digital infrastructure right now, any take-back schemes and any claims about the product being recyclable are misleading or incorrect, and this is still very present in the industry. So basically what we are working on is we're developing tools together with our partner Luxo to create these toolkits for circular business models in fashion. We use unique product IDs, we use custom smart contracts built in the Luxo blockchain, and we use user profiles to create an environment in which we can control these resource flows of returned clothes. And it's not just that we are collaborating with Luxo as our blockchain partner, we're also being recognized by Surpass. So that's one of the big consortiums that are developing these standards for digital product passports. And we're working with our first brand called New Optimist, who really believes in system innovation and building new systems from scratch, basically, to create a new fashion system. Ever since this is a Web3 event, I thought to highlight a few of the building blocks that we are working with specifically. So one is universal profiles, and that's a standard proposed by Luxo. Basically what it is, it's a wallet, but it gives certain user access rights to manipulate and interact with digital product passports in fashion in a different way. So what we are building, we're building custom universal profiles for recyclers, for brands, for consumers, that we help them with to interact with the circular garment. Second one is NFT 2.0s, and that basically means that after minting a product ID, the product ID can be enriched. So there will be a smart contract in between the universal profile and the NFT, and that smart contract then determines what happens to the metadata that's stored in a garment. This is specifically interesting, we believe, because this is how we can trigger royalties upon repairing or reselling a product, and this is a very strong incentivization tool for consumers to participate in that ecosystem. And then lastly, that's cultural currencies, and this is more on a long-term plan for us personally, but we believe that eventually, if you are going to participate in the circular fashion ecosystem, we want users to reap the rewards of doing so. So if you participate in garment resale, recycling, there should be an incentive that when you return a product for recycling, you should be given a reward that can be an NFT, and that should give you then perks for cheaper repairs or maybe even a discount on a resale. So our vision in the long run is eventually to launch a layer 2. Luxo right now is a layer 1 EVM-based blockchain, and we are able to build the first tools, try to bring it to the mainstream adoption in the fashion industry in the Netherlands. But eventually we would really want to see this being enabled at scale. So that would mean traceability in product life cycles and an open, honest industry that works for everyone. My main question I want to end with is, think about this and how it could fit your personal lives. I would like to invite you to also come up to me after the talk, share some of your ideas. We're in the pre-revenue stage with our startup, learning, gathering feedback, and just curious to hear your thoughts on this, specifically from this audience. We have 2 more minutes left for this talk, so I think we have time for a couple of questions. Thank you. I see a couple of hands, that's good.
So I have a question. Supply chains, especially in textiles, are very complex. There are many actors, and this information that you include in the product passport might be even private information that they don't want to share, but interesting information that as a consumer or other people we want to verify somehow. I know that the space is crowded. Somehow there are already different product passports. So I was wondering what's your idea on adoption, so how this your product passport is going to be adopted in the supply chains. And
yeah. Fair point, good question. How we are approaching this is that we are seeing this huge discussion on a political level. There's a lot of lobbying involved with the European Commission to get that standard and to, well, become the leading standard there. But we don't believe it should be a centralized entity that pushes that standard, first of all. So that's also why Web3, we think a DAO could eventually host that standard, ideally, such that it gets wide adoption amongst the supply chain. And when it comes to user access rights and to have data privacy and make sure that some very sensitive information there is hidden for a couple of specific users, but then also available to, for example, market authorities, that's where the European Commission is really drafting these very strict guidelines, and they will become mandatory at some point. So as a startup, we try to stay away from that discussion as much as possible and focus on the interactions we can create, the new interactions. So we are experimenting with tokenizing individual garments and see how we can automatically trigger deposit payments back and forth, those kinds of things. And I think eventually it will be a legal question and a regulatory solution that will be provided from the Commission there. And it kind of, to me, it kind of faces reality in the sense that you cannot. It's such a complex topic in general that you have to work with these legislation entities, you have to work with the European Commission, you have to work with existing supply chain partners and existing retail players, and we're just trying to fit in there with a unique angle as a starting point, and then we can see where we can go, but it's definitely a relevant question. Yeah, thank you. I saw another question. Yeah.
Hey man, first of all, thank you. I think we all, appreciate what you're doing to try and use this technology in a really positive way. I do music, I come from music, and I think both of our industries are sharing a similar concept here, which is the devaluing of our basic product, devaluing of clothes, devaluing of music. How do you feel we should approach explaining to the mass market that they shouldn't be doing something they're now really happy to do, which is to buy cheap clothes and fast fashion, or to listen to music effectively for free?
Yeah. When I talk from my perspective, what I hope to establish is that we can bring back a new sense of appreciation through, for example, make-to-order processes. So if you would pre-order a new jacket, you could already receive that digital token that resembles the physical product, but then the physical product still has to be made. So you kind of have a window of opportunity to share your story as the product is being designed and manufactured. What in essence we want to do with that is to use that opportunity to create a new relationship with that product, right? So the digital domain also offers opportunity for this conversation we hopefully can establish with the consumer. And yeah, ultimately it's about revaluing what you buy and then how you perceive that product. So it's also it's a very emotional element to it, of course. When I look at music, I think that abundance is also something that's really damaging the experience of listeners, or like the connection with artists and the product essentially. So yeah, from the Web3 projects that are in music, what I'm very hopeful about is that if you create an environment in which you can engage differently with your audience, and co-creation is experimental and maybe too ambitious for the mainstream market there, but it's just to experiment with these tokenization of communities and how that influences product development. I think that, so the process of making music, the process of making clothes, I think that is where you want to introduce new interactions and have a conversation. Yeah, and ultimately, I think it would be great if people would become comfortable with waiting for a winter jacket for a couple of weeks and then cherishing it more. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Heiko. That is the end of our morning sessions here on the Lunar stage. We'll have another full afternoon of programming here, a bunch of talks and a panel. So come back. Yeah, we start here at 2:50, but enjoy your lunch, go get something to eat, and hope you enjoy the last day of ETHBarcelona. See everyone soon.
as we dance to a beat that seems out of time, to the one you feel in the metronome of your mind. Does it offend you that our rhythm looks strange or causes your thinking to be rearranged? Could it be that you would understand this beat to which we dance more clearly had you been given a chance? So as you struggle to find the feel with your feet, ask yourself, can you dance to my beat? Each morning when I see your face, I truly believe this is the place I'm supposed to be, 'cause you love me. Give me reason to come straight home from your love, and I can never roam, 'cause you love me. You really love me. From God, and you show me what love is. Show me what love is. You've been better to me than I've been to myself. I don't want love from no one else but you. See, all I want is you. You complete me. I'm the man I'm supposed to be.
with all due respect to you, I don't let my body rule my mind. Yes, I'm a liberated woman. That shouldn't make you feel so cold. I can't let you use me just to play the role. I'm in control. About getting it on.
This is the way we feel inside, inside my mind, your mind. This is the way we groove, we feel the funk, the soul in the mind, dream about tears. We love to feel the dance. Now dance, baby, dance, baby. Nobody knows my mission in this music. Only you can feel where I'm coming from, where I'm coming from. Feel the music, feel your body. Now dance, baby. 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 This is the way we are, we feel our music. This is the way we love to get down, get down, get down, get down. It doesn't matter who you are. Dance, baby. 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 Dance, baby.
You see it's working it out for you. He's gonna see you through. Yeah. Lift up your voice, lift up your hands, lift up your voice, shout for joy. Yeah. He's working it out for you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hallelujah.
gotta thank God for the music. If it wasn't for the music, I don't know what we'd do. You know, the music stepped in and saved my life. We gotta spread this message to the party people all over the world.
Sí, una mica. Però no sé si és possible. Yeah, yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2.
Aquests rínxols. Hello.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Sí.
Раз, два, три, раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Gracias. But yeah, I'm ready whenever you need me. Hello. Hey, hello. Hello, hello. No. Keep going. You need him to try it?
1,
Can
2,
you-
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Microphone check.
My goodness.
One, two, three, four. Microphone check. One more question. Which clicker should I use? Clicker.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you are all full and not too sleepy. We're in the final section of talks and panels for ETHBarcelona 2023. My name is Hannah Becker. I will continue to be the MC here on this stage, just introducing all these amazing speakers. So let's get to the agenda so you guys know what's coming up. We're going to start with a talk from Vadim Krakotin, talking about ZK rollups landscape overview. And then we'll have Arjun Hassard talking about building decentralized Web3 infrastructure is hard when it's actually decentralized. Then we'll have a panel, our only panel this afternoon, about, it's called Beyond the Hype, the actual state of Web3 music. Very interesting. It will feature Arnau Sabate, Tommy D, Arnold Travieso, and will be moderated by Ursula O. I'm not going to be able to pronounce that name correctly. And then we have 3 more talks after that. Why auditable and accurate ledgers are essential for Web3 companies with Jimmy McKinnon. Unlocking the Power of Diversity with Isla Monroe Hochmeyer. And then finally, to close out this amazing conference that we've had before the hackathon and all that gets started, we will have Luke Skrin talking about the Blockchain Guardian, safeguarding the future of Ethereum smart contract security. So yes, another full amazing afternoon. I hope you guys are all ready. And remember to send your questions over here using the QR code at the beginning of every panel or every talk. That's the best way to get your questions to the speakers so they can answer everything. You can also go in and answer each other's questions if you need it. There's like a raffle with all that, so definitely do it. You might win some money, some other cool prizes. So let's get this thing started. We all ready? Ready to start the afternoon? You guys are all caffeinated and ready to go? What? We good? Okay, amazing. So let's get this first speaker on the stage. Vadim Krekotin will be talking about ZK Rollups Landscape Overview. So give Vadim a round of applause, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. First of all, I want to say thanks for organizers for ETHBarcelona to invite me and have a great presentation for you today, guys. What we're gonna talk today, it's a ZK rollups landscape overview, right? So ZK, it's what is it and what's the main companies who are working on it and what we should follow as a trend. Let me try which one is working. Can you please double check? Okay, so first of all, I want to say that this presentation is actually a summary of the ZK Rollup Landscape Overview report, which we created in our company, which we created in the Cryptomeria Capital. Let me say a couple words about myself first. I'm in the crypto space in the blockchain since 2017. From that time till now, my main focus is actually investments. So I'm a founding partner of Cryptomeria Capital. Together with my partners, we have invested more than 200 companies in the blockchain space. We're also backed by the largest European and one of the largest European and the largest Spanish VC, traditional VC, and actually funds of funds named Axon Partners. So for Barcelona, for Spain here, it's also very relevant. Maybe some of you guys know and heard about them. Also, my bio includes the 2 years of being the CEO of Cointelegraph Chinese. So I'm sort of like, from the media side as well, to operate in a media company to understand how this part works. And I've been living in China back to that time and operating in Chinese company. After I left from Cointelegraph, we started another media with my partners named Metaverse Past. And for now, we have more than 3 million monthly active users. Main focus is broader picture, is not only, let's say, coin something like, let's say, trading or listings. The listings, it's more about technology. So we really love to share a lot of information about AI, AR, VR, and the Web3 as the whole, let's say like an asset is the niche. Right, so we also do have some accelerators, but let's focus on the main topic today. So again, report that we have created, we have a lot of very good partners, which are really, proud to announce that we have cooperated with Hashk, with Polygon, ZKVM, with the Scroll, and with all these companies to create this report. Okay, and actually, we just released it this week. On Monday, we released it on Twitter, LinkedIn, and a couple more social networks, and it brought a lot of attention to this report. For now, at the moment, I've checked it in the morning, it has more than 600,000 views. So I think many people found it very useful. So what is zero-knowledge technology? Okay, so I have a question to the audience. Please raise a hand who have heard about ZK and know what is it. All right, perfect. So majority of the audience know what it is, so I don't need to explain. I don't need to go to the very basics. let's go to the really interesting information and the comparison with other networks. Okay, but of course the basics you guys know, and we're still gonna talk a little bit about a story, so where it starts. The first, let's say, mention about zero knowledge was in 1989, and it's interesting. It's 34 years from now. That's the first mention about ZK, and that's exactly like my age, right? So quite the same story, quite the same timelines. But from that time, it hasn't found any sort of use cases, and it was a bunch of publications in 1999. It was a very interesting publication by Elie bin Sasson, who is actually the founder of the Starkware and the Starknet. And he also brought a lot of interesting solutions, and from his publication, a lot of people, maybe someone here in the audience, also use solutions that he put in his publication back to 1999. But the main use case for the ZK started in 2008 with the publication of the Bitcoin white paper. So many people understand that ZK proofs can be used as ZK rollups with the first, let's say, use case in the zero cache. It was interesting use case, but of course, after the Barry Whitehead published his solution on GitHub, a lot of people start to understand, okay, that's exactly probably how we can use, how to scale Ethereum, etc. So now we have much more interesting solution, and many companies are working on a solution. So it definitely brought a lot of attention to community, to developer community. So companies like ZK, Sync, Starkware, etc. started the journey from there. Okay, so I want to compare optimistic rollups and zero knowledge rollups. Basically, optimistic rollups relies heavily on trust and game theory. So we have fraud-proof optimistic rollups. User may result in a waiting period for almost 1 week for 7 days, which definitely, brought a lot of inconvenience to the place. At the same time, zero knowledge rollups require a computational proof, and some of them require trusted setup, which is also some additional costs. And ZK rollups, user do not face such a delays, 7 days. It can, the verification can be done immediately. What we see here that actually for the optimistic rollups, it's very native to the EVM, and that's not exactly the case for the zero knowledge rollups, right? So for zero knowledge rollups, you need to have separate SDKs, you need to develop maximum EVM compatibility, and that's not exactly easy to set up. Proof of validity. So for the proof of validity, it require it do not require significant calculations for the optimistic rollups, but for zero knowledge proofs, it's generated using the complex cryptographic calculations and requires significant calculations. For transaction fees, it's much cheaper for the optimistic rollups, but it's more expensive for the zero knowledge at the moment, right? So many good teams are working on how to reduce the gas fees and etc. But still, you can see it much more expensive. Yeah, so 10 minutes for zero knowledge rollups and up to 1 week for optimistic rollups. Speed of the optimistic rollups is much lower than the speed for the zero knowledge rollup. And I also want to rely on quotes from the Vitalik Buterin, that he's basically saying that for the short term, at the moment, for the whole, let's say, industry that we have at the moment, optimistic rollups is a better solution. It's easy, let's say, to use. It's easy to implement. Doesn't require this trusted setup. Transaction cost is cheaper, but at the same time, ZK Snark's technology improves. And ZK accumulation packages will win for all use cases in the medium and the long term. I agree with Vitalik. I personally see a lot of use cases in the conventional world as well. ZK as a technology can go much broader into other industries, not only in, let's say, crypto in the blockchain space. So what is ZK Snarks and ZK Starks? Also, let's see briefly in our presentation here. I want to speed up. I see that the time is ticking. So ZK Snarks, Starks, basically you can see that Starks is much bigger in the proof size, quick in approver time, but the verification time is quite like the same. Okay, so here you can see some of the nodes as well. But one thing is important to understand that security assumptions for Starks is much, much better because that's the only solution at the moment which is above a quantum secure line. So a lot of people saying about what's going to be happening with the blockchain space, with the crypto, when the quantum computer appears, when it's become affordable. Then we already have some sort of like a solutions which is happening, which is appearing, and probably it can solve this. Okay, so basically at the moment we have ZK Sync, Polygon, and Scroll, who is already using ZK Snarks. For Starks, the main, let's say, ambassador of it, and actually founder, is a Starkware and the Starknet as the protocol, right? And the Polygon, in the recent publications, also they said that they will use the Starks as well. Okay, so some of the companies who are working on the Snarks and Starks here, so you can see the difference, and who has better, I would say, achievements, right? So for Starks, and just below the Starks, all the companies like Gross, 16, Sonic, Plonk, Marlene, Fractal, all of them, they are basically working on Snarks rather than Starks. How to improve them and how to make the technology better. Also very important to mention that EVM compatibility is crucial for the ZK rollups at the moment, and better compatibility you have, then faster you communicate with Ethereum. So Scroll, the closest one for Polygon, ZK, they are also much closer to the Ethereum, like even ZK Sync, they say they have 99% of compatibility. For Starknet, it's much more complicated, actually, but the same, like, company, they saying they're working on it, and at the moment they do have some solutions, so let's dive a bit deeper. So how different ecosystems work with the ZK rollups? ZK Sync, so we have ZK AVM, ZK Porter, ZK main contract, verifier, upgrade, gatekeeper, governance, full nodes, prover, and interactor. So that's the how architecture of the ZK Sync looks like. At these slides, you can see the workflow of the ZK Sync. I'm not going to go deep to the explanation of each single item here. Otherwise, it's going to take like a couple hours for me to to explain all the things at these slides. And the main thing which actually I look at as the, let's say, investor, so that's my core business, right, to invest. Of course, we look at the ecosystem. We look at okay, so we have ZK Sync. We have a lot of projects who are already building on the ZK Sync. Of course, we want to support them. We have invested to several of them already, and always like looking to invest to some good projects. So because of ZK Sync, current, like, let's say, stage, and they started quite early. They are very compatible with the Ethereum, so the ecosystem of the ZK quite big. At the moment, have almost 250, maybe even more, like projects, which are, let's say, can be compatible, can be like used, can use ZK Sync. Also, here we can see that actually TPS and usage of the network activity of the ZK Sync are quite active. The same we have here for the total value locked is growing rapidly. So it's growing super fast, and actually ZK Sync is the leader at that space at the moment with more than $700 million, which is locked on the network. Here you can see the breakdown of which assets locked. Ethereum is has dominance here. The rest is just, I would say, like a few percentages. Fundraising and investors for the ZK Sync is quite interesting as well. So in total, they have fundraised almost $500 million US, right? So the network, they have money to deploy, they have money to support their ecosystem, they have money to build a very good and sufficient technology. And you can see some of the founders, some of the projects, the VCs here, they are famous, and probably you also have heard about them. The most funded ecosystem for the ZK at the moment. So the next one is the StarkNets. Again, so the architecture here. You can take a look at our report. In the end, I will provide a QR code. You can scan it, you can go and download it, and you can, I'd say, like, research it by yourself and find, all the information that you need. Workflow. Interesting. What I like, they use a recursive prevent flow, which is like different with other ecosystems. They are going to have a hyperscale mode. That's why they want to provide with L3s, L4s, and so on. So solution is interesting. And actually, the transaction price are cheaper, going to be cheaper with the L3s and L4s. Ecosystem is smaller than ZK Sync, but at the same time, it's expanding. From my personal, I would say, like a feedback, I've been in a conference of the Starkware in February in Tel Aviv, and it was a very good combination of the young startuppers and people who already, like, let's say, long time in the industry, which is really working on the very good and quality projects. So I was so impressed. And personally, I also see a lot of potential for the StarkNet ecosystem. But still, almost 200 projects here already exist and building something on the StarkNet. Activity is lower than ZK Sync. TVL also sort of like a lower with the ZK Sync, but it's also like a different, right? So technology, it takes a bit longer to understand, especially for developers, how StarkNet works, how to code on it, how to let's say, release the product on it. So it's a bit different and take a bit longer for people to understand. Fundraising for this part has less, let's say, money collected from the investors, but the key difference from my perspective for the StarkNet, for the Starkware, that they have a lot of infrastructure partners they're already working on. So Consensus, Nethermind, Ledger, a lot of good companies also support StarkNet, and Visa recently said they want to use the StarkNet as for their transactions, which exactly shows that StarkNet, I would say, goes a little bit more like corporates and, let's say, traditional, conventional world, sort of like a direction. The next one is Scroll. For the architecture, I'll skip it. Just a couple minutes left. So here we have the workflow. If you're interested, you can go to the our report and download it. Okay, so ecosystem map is still comparatively small, but is also growing, and with the main focus on the DeFi projects. The same actually as the ZK Sync and StarkNet. Majority of the projects is the DeFi projects or infrastructure. Here we have more DeFi projects which are building on this Scroll. For the fundraising, it collected around $80 million US. Polychain, a lot of people from Ethereum, core developers, core people from Ethereum Foundation invested to Scroll. Sequoia Capital also invested to StarkNet. So all the good companies, they know the potential of Scroll and its raising at the moment. Okay, so Polygon ZK AVM architecture is different with others. Okay, so for that part, it's also worth to understand, to explore. Here's the workflow. They have ZK Prover, which can be actually use both snarks and starks. So this is sort of like difference with other ecosystems. Ecosystem map is small for the Polygon ZK-VM, but we do understand, all of us know that Polygon is one of the largest protocols, one of the largest layers. As soon as they will combine and let other projects to migrate to ZK-VM, and I do believe they have enough power to promote in a proper way, to do a lot of partnerships. So that's one of the largest, let's say, competitor for ZK Sync and StarkNet. Activity is quite small yet, TVL is growing, but the same. Guys, we are here today and we're quite early in the space of ZK, right? So these sort of like graphics in 2 years will be like, tremendously big, and all these like, things will be even like a small like, dots on the huge map of like how many value will be logged, how many assets, how many projects will be combined there. So that's the whole comparison of these like 4 ecosystems. Of course, there are much more. We have Loopring, we have AdStack, we have Mina, which is our switching to fully ZK protocol at the moment, and many more interesting teams and projects who are building something on the ZK and also providing a lot of good knowledge and the solutions to the market. So still, let's say, concluding to this comparison, I would say ZK Sync is dominating at the moment today, but we have StarkNet, which is growing super fast and also quite like a competitive to it, and Polygon, who is also like have a lot of potential. So for use cases, I would say that in the blockchain, in the crypto space, ZK rollups can be used in the DeFi, can be used in the decentralized identity, in data privacy, and so on and so on. So it's a lot of use cases which actually can be used. Especially, I think, majority of the people who are, let's say, like professional investors to the industry, especially what we are discussing inside of our team, that we're looking for, of course, transactional business, right? Let's say exchanges or payment solutions or swaps. That's, of course, like interesting right now because ecosystem is quite early. They are like building, and these sort of solutions can bring a lot of attention, a lot of users for Web3 world. If we're talking about conventional business, now it's happening like a previous bull run. All the big companies, they already invested to the Bitcoin. Now recently we have BlackRock. They applied for the ETF, and CEO also like quite like a bullish on the Bitcoin and the whole industry. But ZK as a technology really can go beyond the, let's say, crypto space and bring us to the, let's say, conventional world when the use cases are real, when we are, implementing this technology to the very, like, let's say, like a normal and a daily world, right? So finance, healthcare, supply chain management, insurance, it's all can be, in every of these industries ZK can be implemented. Just for instance, now I live in Dubai, and recently I met the guys. They are one of the largest real estate developer, and the guy who's working in the company, he told me, we have a lot of data. They lease in these like companies, they lease in their space to a lot of merchants. They sell in a lot of property which they develop. And they said, but we cannot sell it because the leaders of the company, they're afraid of like, competition and things like that. But I told him, okay, take a look at the ZK proofs, and this technology really can help you to monetize this data without revealing what's exactly like, this data is. So your leaders can be, let's say, calm. They don't need to be worried about like competition with other real estate developers, but at the same time they can monetize this data. So this is just a small and one use case, but a lot of them which is existent, just waiting for the time. So thank you so much, guys. Actually, my time already like finished a couple minutes ago. I think I have a time for one question, if you allow. One question. Okay, one question, and someone who give me a very good question, I give my report, which is physical one. Okay, I see Oliver. Okay.
Thanks for the great overview. What is your take on the sequencers? How can we decentralize them and make them trustless?
Wow, that's a very good question. It's a very technical question, right? So thank you so much for asking me this. Regarding to the technical part of the story, I won't go deep because my part in the company as the founder to build the whole strategy for the company, to invest to the best deals. When I invest to the projects, I mostly focus on founders, a team, to see who is that person, what's the motivation behind that person, why he built this team, do he has enough, let's say, knowledge and I would say like motivation to build what he wants to build, right? So for the technical part of the story, I would suggest you find someone who really can explain you. Unfortunately, just like one sort of example, one of the good sequencers that we were on radar radios from StarkNet, I think, ecosystem. So we missed that part. And then I was like, okay, so we definitely should invest a couple of sequencers. So probably I will take more time to understand what is that and who is building something for the sequencer. Okay, guys, so unfortunately we don't have time. Thank you so much for having me today. Oliver, this is yours. And goodbye. Thank you so much.
That was great. Thank you so much, Vadim. We're going to keep things moving with our next speaker. There's actually been a change in speakers from the one that I just announced earlier when I was going over the agenda. The talk is the same. It's building decentralized Web3 infrastructure is hard when it's actually decentralized. But your speaker will be Derek Pierre. So give him a round of applause as he makes his way up to the stage. Excuse me. A lot of movement. A lot of traffic getting up here, sorry.
Thank you.
All right, another round of applause for Derek.
Thanks. Hi there, everybody. I'm Derek Pear. I'm a contributor at Threshold. If you haven't really heard that name before, you may have heard us as maybe NewCypher and or Keep. So right around, maybe around January 2022, NewCypher and Keep were working on were separate projects working on different threshold cryptography protocols. So if you want to think about threshold cryptography in general, it's this concept of splitting cryptographic operations across independent entities as a way of securing the operation. So in other words, you're not relying on a single entity to perform some operation. You're relying on some group of them to collectively perform that operation. But the interesting part is that you don't need all of them. You only need a threshold of them, so some minimum number. So you can think of it as 10 out of 20 or 11 out of 20 to complete some operation. And you might think, well, why exactly do I need this? And so it's increased security. It also solves an availability problem. So you think of nodes that, maybe some entity goes down, you still have some buffer that allows the operation to continue. And so NewCypher and Keep, on their own, were working on these protocols. In Keep's case, they were working on TBTC, which is this cross-chain bridge, cross-chain Bitcoin bridge. So, lots of people out there holding Bitcoin, but want to participate in DeFi perhaps, and so you want to use your Bitcoin on the Ethereum blockchain. And so Keep worked on this ability to have a distributed wallet. So you have a bunch of entities controlling a wallet on your behalf. Because typically, centralized custodians, you have to trust them to hold on to your actual Bitcoin and trust that they won't run away with it. And so in Keep's case, that was less of an issue. It's trust minimized because you have these number of nodes and collectively they have to come together to do anything. And in NewCypher's case, we were working on this thing called proxy re-encryption, which is this end-to-end encrypted data sharing protocol. So you think of, you want to share data with some other person, you want to grant access to them. How do you do that without the thing granting access gaining control to your private material? And so New Cipher was working on that, and we had a network of nodes, so did Keep. And so as a result, we thought, hey, we're kind of working together working on the same kind of protocols. Why not work together and put something together that everyone can use? And that's how Threshold Network was born. And so fundamentally, Threshold Network is just a collection of interfaces and runtimes that perform threshold cryptographic operations. You just think of it as that. And so that happened in January of 2022. We've been going strong since. Since then, proxy re-encryption has relaunched on the Threshold Network, so has TBTC. TBTC has actually been improved, some of the scaling issues that they had before. And one of the big things I wanted to talk about today is why, when projects talk about being decentralized, why is that difficult? And when projects talk about, down the road we're going to become decentralized, is that feasible? And why that can be a tricky process. So just to start things off, threshold access control is what we sort of talk about when it comes to proxy re-encryption, and we're adding this thing called conditions-based decryption. And what that means is you can encrypt data for anyone and add conditions to that data where the data could only be decrypted if that person satisfies some condition. You can think of that condition as, do you own an NFT? So think of you being maybe a content creator, and you say, hey, I want to share data with only people who buy this NFT. And if people buy this NFT, the data can be decrypted for them using the Threshold Network. So basically, threshold access control is this collection of CBD and PRE that allows you to sort of maintain access controls. So a example is Masterfile. So this is a project that's building upon threshold access control, and they are that content creator maintaining control over their data and how they share it with customers or people who just want to consume that content. Masterfile has been working very hard on this decentralized digital rights management. So you as a content creator, how do I want to share my data? Maybe I sell my data and I say it can't be resold, for instance. How can you do that in a decentralized way? And so Masterfile has been using our protocol to add this functionality to their system and provide that functionality to content creators. And so how this conditions-based decryption kind of works is that it's built on top of something called distributed key generation. And all that is, that you might think that's a lot of technical mumbo-jumbo. All that is it's a collection of nodes getting together to generate an encrypting key. So each node generates a piece of cryptographic material that contributes to this encrypting key. And then from then on, only, let's say you take, it's 20 nodes, let's say, come together to create this key. You can encrypt data with that key and only require some threshold of them, say 11 of 20 of them, to decrypt data, right? And so the important thing there is that no individual entity, in this case nodes on a network, can decrypt the data by themselves. They need a threshold of them, in this case, in the example, 11 of 20. So you as a consumer of data, you get the data encrypted, you go to the network and say, hey, I think I satisfy this condition, I need you to decrypt this for me. And so all that happens is that you talk to 11 out of 20 nodes, they will each decrypt part of it, or this decryption fragment. You collect 11 of them, and then you can decrypt the data, no problem. And the nodes will check to make sure that you satisfy some condition. So what that looks like. So the nodes generate a key. Some data owner, that could be a content creator, for instance, takes their data attaches some conditions to it. Those conditions can be anything on-chain related. So it could be a time condition, like you can only access this data after a certain block time. Or you can only access this data if you have a certain balance of ETH, for instance, in your wallet. And so those conditions get attached, the data gets encrypted and stored somewhere. So on our network, it's only access control. It's not storing of the data. You can store your data wherever you want, whether that's IPFS, Arweave, etc. And then next up, now the person that wants to consume this data gets it from storage, says, okay, I have this encrypted data with some conditions in it. Let's say in this case, it is that you as the owner has to own some amount of ETH, right? So the condition says, you know, the person trying to access the data, their wallet has to have a certain amount of ETH in it. Now you could do something funny, right? You say, well, okay, I just input whatever wallet I want, right? If I just put in Vitalik's wallet, and then the condition will pass. But in this case, you actually have to sign a message with that wallet to prove that you own it. And that's just a regular, I don't know if you've heard EIP 712 signature. So you send all that up to the nodes. The nodes say, okay, this is the condition. This person has proved that they own this wallet by having a valid signature. I can verify that signature on chain, no problem. And as a result, each node will say, okay, you satisfy the condition. I will decrypt only part of it, only the part that I can. And you will collect all of these fragments. And then together, once you have the fragments, you can decrypt the data is decrypted for you, no problem. And so back to the original reason for the talk, which is, why is that difficult? So in that system, there's a lot of moving parts. And when projects talk about being decentralized, you really have to think about the different components and the different parts of the protocol that lend to them actually being decentralized. So an example would be nodes. So you have nodes on a network. How do you make sure those nodes are independent? Because the one thing about threshold cryptography is, again, if you get a threshold of them to come together and do something, they can do it. Them individually can't. And so collusion is your enemy. And so you have to make sure that nodes are independent, right? How do you make sure that one entity doesn't control 20 nodes on your network and therefore can control an entire sort of access control key, right? So independence is a big thing. On top of that, how do you incentivize how do you incentivize people to run nodes for your protocol, right? That's where crypto economic protocols come into play, you know, staking, fees. Another thing about fees is that nodes have to be sustainable. So if they are running a node on your network, one incentive for sure is for it to be economically sustainable. If they're losing money running a node, why would they run a node, right? So there's staking rewards, there's staking fees that are generated from the network. Some other things to think about are node discovery. So you have a bunch of nodes. How do they talk to each other? How do they interact with the protocol? How do they start up, right? Who do they connect to start? Can they connect to any node? Do they have to connect to a centralized node? Because that's very different, right? That centralized node goes down, no node can start up. And things like a distributed key generation protocol. A lot of projects may be able to generate, anybody can generate an encrypting key. That's very easy. It's public key cryptography. But can you generate in a decentralized fashion where no one knows the private key at all, right? You can generate a public key, but nobody should know the entire collected private key. Instead, if you saw in the previous diagram, those things are split apart, right? So each node only has a piece of it, and the private key is never constituted anywhere. And so these are all of the different issues that come up, and that's before you even talk about having a threshold decryption scheme or threshold scheme for that matter. And so the scheme itself is very easy, but all of the other parts of the stack is where the difficulty lies. There we go. There we go. So when you are working with protocols that provide Web3 infrastructure like we do, right? We provide threshold cryptography. Some of the things you got to ask are, how many nodes are in the network? Obviously, you don't want a small number because collusion's a lot easier if you have a small number of nodes. Independence, of course, incentivization. How do you prevent collusion? Not only as part of the protocol, but as part of, do you slash if there are misbehaving nodes? And somehow you're able to detect that, hey, these nodes got together in a malicious way to circumvent the protocol. A big thing, particularly when it comes to rewards, tend to be the token supply. So how are rewards distributed? Right? Is that a manual process? Is that based on contracts? Another thing is governance. So with Threshold is a DAO. It's community owned. It's run by a DAO. There's no single entity that controls anything. Our contracts are owned by the DAO. And so as a result, if you are run by a DAO, or if you are run by a commercial entity rather, what can you do? Even as a DAO, what can you do, right? So let's say the DAO owns the contracts. Do you have things like, what's the threshold for votes to go through, governance votes? Is there a time lock that allows for a certain amount of time between vote being passed and inaction of that vote, right? So that if there's something malicious going on, people can detect it. Is there a way to prevent that vote if that's necessary? If it's something that, for whatever reason, passed through governance but is actually malicious to the network. And what are sort of the governance procedures for that? And in terms of software, it's more so, we've all talked, I'm sure we're all used to open source, but not all projects have open source software. Is the code open sourced? Can anyone see it? Is the client code open source? Is the operator code open sourced? How is it downloaded? Is it a closed system? And more so, how is development done? How's the research and investigation and design done? Is it done in public? Is it done in private, etc.? So these are a lot of things to ask because they matter when it comes to actual decentralization. So an example would be for us on the Threshold network, when we launch our conditions-based decryption CBD project, what we're not compromising on is the trust that's built into the system. So it's trust minimized, right? This is a distributed network. No one entity is trusted. And so as a result, right now, our goal is to launch with a permissionless group of nodes. So that means any node on the network can be used. But instead, what we do is we say, as a rollout, sort of an alpha version, it's still decentralized, but what's different is we might limit the size of the group just to make sure that designs are working as we expect. Things like minimum stakes, for instance, things like what group are we sampling from, right? So it's still decentralized, but maybe we say, nodes have to specifically opt into this application, and then we will sample them. And so you end up in a system where initially we're going to start off with smaller groups, but as things progress, we will increase features like increase the size of the cohort, maybe allow for higher minimum stakes, uptime requirements, actually be able to verify the DKG on chain. Right now it can be locally verified. And so over time, what's going on is the decentralization part of it is always there, but what's changing is the features moving forward, right? Maybe another thing to think about is some of these nodes, there's such a thing as node degradation, right? Nodes decide to go down. It's a threshold, so you do have some buffer. But what you can do is you can say, hey, what if I can recreate the same cohort using the same key with a different group of nodes in a secure fashion? So that's something that we're working on. It's not going to be available initially, but over time it will be. And so just to sum things up a little bit, planning to decentralize is not the same as decentralization. And I'm not saying that there is malicious intent in saying that you're planning to decentralize. I'm just saying that you want to ask the right questions in that what's the actual plan to decentralize, and what are some of the hurdles that you're going to hit going from any kind of centralized project to a actually decentralized project. Because it's very different when you control the nodes. So think of, Amazon KMS or something, right? Imagine them trying to go decentralized in one step. It's just not feasible. The other thing is anybody who talks about doing centralized threshold decryption, it is basically equivalent to Web 2. Because if they control the nodes, again, collusion is your enemy, and it's very easy to collude with yourself. And then in our case, our goal is to run about 50 to 100 nodes on an initial launch, and that we hope to have that this month. We do have a testnet where we run our own nodes, and that is definitely not decentralized, but it's a testnet. We don't expect people to run production code on there. That's just for people to test out our system. But that's purely for a testnet, and it acts the same way. It's just that we control the nodes, truthfully. That's available now for hacking on. In fact, some members of our team are working on a hackathon project. Justin Miles is launching his album using conditions-based decryption, where basically it's like a revealer case where you pay, people can contribute to the album, and you pay some amount of money, and when it hits a certain amount of money, then the album gets decrypted, and now anybody can listen to it. So it's pretty cool. And so if you want to reach out to us, we're the Threshold Network. You can reach out to us on Discord and on Twitter as well. Follow us on Twitter. And happy to take any questions that people may have. Sure. Yep. Master file. Yep.
My question is very simple. What is exactly threshold? Because it seems like an IPFS, but it's also very similar to a blockchain. But I don't know.
That's a good question.
It's really a decentralized storage, or what is?
That's a good question. So Threshold is just a network of nodes providing threshold cryptography. In this case, it's providing access control. So you can think of it as an access control layer, right? So the data gets stored somewhere separate, doesn't matter where it is. Truthfully, it could be even on S3 if you wanted. But what happens is when somebody wants to actually access the data, then they hit the network. The network then checks conditions in this case and says, hey, I'm allowed to decrypt the data for you, and I will decrypt it in a threshold manner. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Checking the conditions, what exactly, how does it work? The nodes can check the chain that they're on, or anything on the internet. Do they act as oracles, or?
Great question. So the conditions are based on blockchains. So it can be an RPC condition. So if you're checking someone's balance, it could be an arbitrary contract. Now our goal is to be multi-chain, right? So any chain. But initially, we'll be supporting ETH and Polygon. And the only limitation the only limitation is that because the nodes are decentralized, each node has to have a connection to the relevant chain. And so we kind of have to make sure that nodes are able to connect to any chain. And that's sort of a interesting dilemma. Like, do you have them just provide Infura endpoints, for instance, or do they just use like their Infura ID and then you just derive the chain? But initially it would be ETH and Polygon, but it could be any on-chain condition. So that could be a contract call, obviously a read contract call, or an RPC call. Yeah.
As an add-on,
Sure.
so I'm looking into how to get signers. It's like Particle is doing something like that. So to get a signer that is doing threshold signing, but then I want to check, does someone have a Google account? Does someone have a GitHub account? So is that possible with a threshold as well?
So in terms of conditions, checking that somebody has like a Google account would be like a kind of a Web 2 sort of setup.
So besides checking some conditions on-chain, also checking conditions off-chain. Is it purely on-chain?
At the moment, it's purely on-chain. Just because, when you go off-chain, it becomes a question of oracles and who are you trusting therefore, right? Whereas on-chain, it's very easy to check, right? And you don't have to trust anybody. It's Byzantine fault tolerant. Sure. Okay, maybe one more, or? All right.
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Derek. It's a great talk. We've got a nice full room, and we just need to finish getting our panelists set up for the next panel. So I'm going to do my millionth reminder to please scan the QR code at the beginning of the panel or the talk to send your questions. Especially with panels, it's really good because they'll just, as the questions come in, they'll see them and maybe they'll work them into the discussion that was already planned. And just go in, send your questions, vote for your favorite questions. And still have a little bit to get going. Has anyone finished all of the quests yet? Has anyone finished collecting all the cards? Have you guys been doing the trading cards? Yeah? Who? I can't see who's wooing. Yeah? Did you collect all of them? Not yet. Okay. Hey, does someone have card number 7? This is a good time. People want to... Ooh. I also have a bunch of cards back if you want to find me later before the conference is over. I don't know if did they set up a trading area for everyone? Did you see that? I think they did. What do you have? The Fox wallet. Ooh, that's a good one. Does anyone need that? Or no, are you trading that one or no? Yeah? What number is it? It's number 1? You can see on the bottom right, it has the number. Huh? Yeah, it's number 3. Anyone missing that one? I should have brought my cards on stage. I could have been. But yeah, I still don't know what this mystery prize is, but I'm sure it's going to be really good and very difficult to get because there's only some of the cards. There's only a couple of them in circulation. So if you got that name cards card, you're rolling in it. You're like, you have the most expensive thing in this conference. Any trades happening?
Sí, sí. Arnold y Arnau.
No?
Arnold y Arnau. Mismo, same vibe.
All right. Okay. I think our next panel is ready to go. This is a super interesting one. The title is Beyond the Hype, the Actual State of Web3 Music. Super interesting. The panelists are a bunch of people from the music industry, the Web3 music industry. Arnau Sabate, who has 15 years of experience in traditional music, and he just started his own label last year, but he was working for Primavera Sound for a long time, so very cool. Then Tommy D, who is a music producer, songwriter, whiskey maker, not relevant to this, but very cool. And he's been in the Web3 space now for a while. The final panelist is Arnold Travieso, who is from Crypto Musica Records, which is the first community-driven record label in Latin America Web3 space, so that's super cool. And the moderator is the Director of Partnerships and Communications at the Web3 Foundations, and her name is Ursula Quintans, and it's a lot to process, but they're all going to come up and have an amazing conversation about Web3 and music, so give them all a huge round of applause as they make their way down the stage. Just jump. Yeah. You guys enjoy it.
No.
No.
Switch on. Switch on the button.
There's a button on the.
Oh, that's simple.
Yep.
It's not.
Oh, there we
No,
go. Yeah,
no.
you got it. You got it.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone. It's Friday afternoon, and I'm sure that some of you might want to be at the beach, or you might want to have a long lunch. So the ones that are here is the ones that are very interested in these topics. As she was mentioning, I'm Ursula Ockingtons, Director of Communications and Partnerships at the Web3 Foundation, and I've been working in the intersection of blockchain and media for the last 8 years. I was part of the co-founding team of Civil Media Company under Consensus umbrella in New York City. We were experimented with Ethereum very early on, and I came here to Barcelona 5 years ago to another event about music. It was an Irish guy that I forgot his name. He was the one who was organizing.
Shane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Him.
Shane Cover.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And he invited me, and that was 5 years ago. So we were talking about the potential of blockchain in the music industry. 5 years has passed, and now we have seen the real action of what blockchain can bring into the music industry. So I'm thrilled to be here with these three fantastic panelists, Arnau, and Will. And I will let them introduce themselves, and then we will go to the questions, because there's a lot of going on right now in the Web3 and music industry. Arnau.
Okay, well, hello everyone. First of all, it's good to be here, and thanks at Barcelona for organizing this. I do not have any crypto background, I must say. However, I started in Web3 a year and a half ago, probably by his fault. He's one.
A lot of people in Spain they have started because of his fault.
He's one of the investors of Gudzu, which is like a Web3 music ecosystem that provides with tools to creators to empower their careers. So we are willing for a more transparent and fair music business. And I must say that although I do not have any crypto background, I got engaged for Web3 because the first time I heard about it, it remembered me, or it felt to remember me the same vibe when I started in the music. I started in the music in a very young age, with 16 years old, as an independent promoter. And I was doing that for the community, because I wanted to bring to my city the bands that I liked to see, and the bands that my mates or my pals wanted to see in my city. So that's why I started in music. When I discovered Web3, something similar happened. So I felt the similar vibe in terms of community, in terms of trying to build something new, more fair, and more for everyone around you. So that's basically why I started and left the traditional music industry, where I really have my background. I worked for Primavera Sound for 6 years, being one of the main bookers, but prior to that, I worked for Discogs, which is one of the most biggest music database and marketplace in the world, and then I also worked for Yega Music for a long time. Thank you, and well, it's a pleasure to share this with you guys.
Thank you. Now, we must say that we are now with just like a month ago. Actually, Arnaud was there. Arnaud is so confusing. He was also there because we organized the first Web3 Music Summit in Madrid along with Primavera Pro. So this is something that we are working on this for the few months ago. So you were in Madrid as well, and you can introduce yourself, and then we go to you.
Yes. How you doing? Feeling? How you feeling today? ¿Cómo están? Yeah. Yes, I represent music Web3 in LATAM right now. So I am myself here in number of a huge community in LATAM. Many voices that musicians that want to change his careers, their careers. Sorry. So I will try to express all of these voices here right now. I am a musician, basically. I just was a singer, guitar player, record producer, and then after the pandemic, I discovered the NFTs and say, wow, mind-blowing. So I think many people don't see the potential of this format, you know, and then we are here to try to create a conversation. So as I created in 2021 with a clubhouse where only 2 people came to talk about NFK. So we try to explain and study together, and then 2 more people, 50 people, 100 people, and say, oh my God, and all of them musicians, very tired about how is the music industry right now. And then we transfer all of this to Twitter, and then boom, the explosion. Argentina explode, Peru explode, Venezuela, bam. So I started the record label, and then many people ask me, well, what is the difference between a record label in the music industry, traditional music industry, and in the Web3? I say it's huge because we're inventing a new kind of systems to help musicians. Our mission is help musicians to monetize. That's simple. So what is the main difference? That I believe in community. I believe in the add voices into the business or into the philosophy of the create music together instead of only create music for me. So that's it. This is my background. Thank you all to be here. Gracias a todos por estar aquí hoy con nosotros.
Gracias, because this is Barcelona.
Hey everybody, hello, am I on? Okay. My name's Tommy D, I'm a music producer and a songwriter, an artist, a whiskey maker, and now a tech entrepreneur. I've been in the music industry for over 30 years, I'm that old. And I've worked with an amazing, selection of people like Kanye West and Jay-Z and Beyonce and Kylie Minogue, and still very much making music today. In fact, I've got to fly back tonight because I'm in the studio tomorrow. I fell down. I started my own whiskey company because I love whiskey. I'd actually stopped drinking, but anyway, I used to love whiskey, and probably why I started a whiskey company. I was looking at new ways of doing things with whiskey, and I found out first about Bitcoin back in 2013, but was really bemused by it, didn't understand it at all. But kind of kept my head around it a little bit. But then in 2016, I absolutely fell down the rabbit hole and started buying tokens and really understanding the concepts of decentralization really resonated with me. I think I'm an artist as well. I've been signed to EMI, Capital Music. And I've been signed as a writer to Universal Music and Sony. And I've worked with major label artists all my life, but I've also worked with a lot of independent artists. And having that understanding of what it feels like to be an artist, what it feels like to work with artists day in, day out, you really get a feeling for the music industry as it stands. And so I really, really understand the music industry. And so when I realized what decentralization actually meant, the idea of bringing the control back to the individuals, back to communities, I realized that was the point where I realized how wrong the music industry was, you know, in the sense that it's a system that is just one system. It's just one system. It doesn't necessarily need to be like that, but it is just one system. And so I started thinking about how blockchain, Web3, crypto, NFTs, everything, or what, not so much NFTs, because they hadn't been discovered really then, how this could work with the music industry. When NFTs came along, that was the point where I went, right, let's change some shit up here. Let's do something about it. And what I realized as well was I've watched social media come through. I watched streaming come through. And I watched a lot of tech people, all due respect to tech people out there, but I watched a lot of tech people come in and think they know about the music industry and think they know what it feels to be like an artist. And unless you've actually been an artist, or unless you actually work with artists, you don't know the music industry. I'm sorry. Just because you go to a few gigs and stream a few tracks, you think you know it, you don't know jack shit, right? So I was like, I'm not gonna let this shit happen, right? I'm gonna start a company. So in 2020, I started Token Tracks. Token Tracks is a music company that uses Web3 tools to innovate all aspects of the music industry. And I mean all aspects of the music industry. We have many, many different strands to Token Tracks. We're a team of about 20 based out of the UK. We have a lot of music business people in the company itself, but we also have blockchain, we have a dev team out in India, we have compliance because we're tokenization, we have IP specialist who's been in the music industry for 40 years. So we have a real cross-section, and I always wanted to build a company in this space. This is what I said. I want to build a company that has the best of all the different areas. So literally, we're like a hotbed of people just talking about the problems in the industry and then looking for solutions. So that's what Token Tracks does. I'm really super proud to be here. Thank you very much to ETHBarcelona for everybody. We got a lot of fucking shit to sort out in this industry, and this is going to be the place that we do it. Blockchain is the future. Blockchain is the answer. All of it comes back to blockchain. But, as I've said many, many times, the music industry is a fucking huge elephant. And how do you eat an elephant? One little piece at a time. So we have to work out which piece and which order we eat them in. And that's what we're here to do today, to discuss a little bit about how we do that. Woo!
We're moving forward step by step, Tommy.
Exactly.
The Sagrada Familia is
Yeah.
still on building.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we are moving towards there. But you're right, the music industry is very complex industry. If you're not inside of the music industry, it's really hard to understand what is going on inside of the music industry. I come from the media industry, and we've been experimenting with blockchain. And we had a big failure in New York City, but we have learned a lot. But I wanted to go to Arnau because he just joined the Web3 ecosystem, and he has a lot of experience in the music industry. And what he said is very interesting because it was my first motto when I first discovered Bitcoin in 2013 as well. It was the community-driven impulse that I felt that time. And he had the same feeling right now. So coming from Primavera Sound, being one of the lead booking agent at Primavera Sound, and right now exploring all of this Web3 experiment with Ugusu, how do you see that this technology will evolve with communities? And I'm thinking about DAOs, because we just presented a big project with Sonar, which is one of the biggest electronic music festival in Barcelona from the world. And we're aiming to build that. But it's not easy, but it's challenging, but we're moving toward that direction.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, if something describes well the music industry in general or the music business is communities in general. Why? Because if you are a big artist, you totally rely on your economy, on your community to create or empower your own economy. So we always use like an example saying or explaining why Web3 could help artists instead of what they have been doing forever in the Web 2, no? Like giving this example. So if you want to generate 10,000 euros, if you are in the Web 2, you need an average of 5 million streams in Spotify, something which is very difficult to achieve. You might know if you are an artist, so not all the artists could have that amount of plays monthly. However, to generate the same amount of money, if you are a small artist and you just need 500 fans and sell them NFTs for 20 euros each, something which is kindly achievable. So that's the big difference between Web 2 and Web 3. So that's why I always explain that artists can empower themselves by having like a small community. So you don't need to have like big communities to live for what you do. So just having like a small but very engaged community, you totally can monetize and live perfectly. Which are the biggest communities in the music industry? Probably record labels, festivals, right? So being like a music lover, I, for example, love Warp, the UK electronic music record label. That's like a big community. So, and they have been building like something which is super coherent along their life. So, and everything that they do release always rise my interest, because I know that if they are releasing this, it's because they are doing something good, and that's like a general sentiment. That's why the community is so much important for the festival as well. So, I've been working for Primavera Sound for a long time, but been attending this festival since the very, very beginning. And what I like it the most from Primavera Sound, same as Sonar, is their criteria among what they do program in their lineup. And I remember when I was a fan, not like an insider of the industry, and I was buying the ticket of that festival even before the lineup was announced, because I wanted that I knew that everything that they would program when the lineup was released, that would be of my interest. So that's why I was buying that, and they were totally relying on their community. I remember that in that time they were having a forum, and all the community was in that forum. That was Web 1 even, and everyone discussing, and the owners from the festival were booking some of the bands, taking them the insights from their community, from what they were reading in the forum. That's why communities are so much important. So now, being in 2023, the Web3 era, so there's a totally new business model behind this. And DAOs, it's a way that you can bring the power to your community to help them to build the future business model or the future community of your own company. That's why it's so much impressive. That's something which is super impressive to me, and that's why I got engaged. And this project that you mentioned, the Sonar Plus D DAO, that we are building together thanks to the Web3 Foundation and Polkadot, is something experimental, because we do not need to forget that we are on a very, very, very early stage of adoption. There's very few people here. I mean, you all know, obviously, what is a DAO, but if you go to the street and you ask 10 people, probably 9 will tell you that they don't know what a DAO is. So that's something difficult, and even the user experience, the accessibility to this space is super difficult. That's why I'm saying it's experimental. But at least if this succeeds, this is gonna put like the first bricks of like a big building that we will be doing together.
So stay tuned for the DAOs, Sonar Plus D DAO, because we just started with that big community. The Sonar community is quite big. But DAOs are one thing, it's the whole community. Instead of a DAO, you can experiment with many other things, like NFTs. I remember my first experience with NFTs was at the Ethereum Summit in Brooklyn, in New York, in 2017, where we were selling CryptoKitties. I was like, wow, that is a little bit weird, but it was the very first. And we didn't even call it NFT those days. Now, time has passed, and the rest is history. And I know that you, Arnaud, you've been working with NFTs as well and trying to empower a lot of artists, especially Latin America, because in Latin America right now, the music industry is pretty big. It's growing with a lot of people from Argentina, Venezuela, Colombia, and so on. And a lot of people are singing or listen music in Espanol. And so we would love to know what's your take on how the Latin American communities are embracing Web3, because it's kind of challenging sometimes to try to tell them what is this and try to convince artists that they can be empowering using the new tools like NFTs, for example.
Yeah, I think one of the main critical points in Latin America is the inflation. So they already are adopters of cryptocurrencies to a little bit to combat these inflations. So musicians are under globally, it's not only Latin America, but globally, music is under, I don't know, a lot of pressure because many musicians are paying a lot of money or in equipments, in I don't know, studios, to doing, I don't know, video clips, and then they can't afford these productions, they produce the content, okay? So always they try to engage another creators inside the projects, and they say, okay, but we can share, I don't know, maybe if we sell some streams in Spotify, but this doesn't exist anymore. So in Latin America, everyone is, I think, aware about it. There is a solution right now with the blockchain, but when we show the NFTs, they say, okay, but we don't understand what is NFTs. So we try to explain them how they can monetize with the NFTs, and then in Latin America, they go super fast. So they go boom, boom. So they moving so fast, and I think the idiosyncrasia there is very like a revolutionary. It's like, okay, so let's disrupt all of this thing, and to me it was super easy to onboard a lot of people inside the NFT, so it wasn't challenging. So
can you tell us some examples of musicians or artists that are currently working with you on NFTs?
Yeah. For example, we had this artist called Braucelion. He came from Chile. We had experience with another artist called Solciere. All of them sold out within the community because all the communities support each other. And we had another example, so for example, Paula Pasos, Tomas Mica. All of them came from these kind of communities, and then they succeed. For example, most of them are paying right now through the NFTs more than $1,000. They never saw this money through the DSPs. So then we can see it's possible. So oh my God, this is the first time that I see this amount of money thanks the NFTs, thanks to this technology, and all of this decentralized. So easy to convince to these people.
Well, that's great to hear. We're going to go and experiment in Latin America. But you're right, Latin America, they embrace technologies more easily than any other places in the world, like in Europe. We are more conservatives here compared with Latin America. Even Airbnb, Uber, Facebook, they all launched in Latin America first because people are more revolutionary, as you said. So they embraced all of this technology much quicker than any other places. So it makes sense. And in Argentina, Colombia, Venezuela
is a great adopters, yeah.
Yes, because of the inflationary problems in their own countries as well. So that is a big help. But speaking about the NFTs community, I know that Tommy, you also work with NFTs community, and you are embracing a larger part of the world because right now you're in the Anglo-Saxon world as well. And so what's your experience working with artists and musicians and try to embrace them into this new technology?
Yeah, it's a great question because it's probably the number one question. You know, people ask all the time, yeah, but how do you get the fans? And actually, to be honest with you, I think it is the most important question because it's not too difficult to say to an artist, would you like to make some money? That is not a particularly difficult question for them to answer. What you need to do is then explain to them how the fans are making money. You've got artists in this space who have less than 25,000 monthly listeners on Spotify that are making over $1 million selling NFTs. And more importantly, they're making $500,000. Artists like Violetta and Josh Savage. Violetta's made over $500,000 for her fans on Secondary. Now, that is the basic principle of why this technology is so incredible. Is because fans can, for the first time, get paid for their engagement. And that is very, very powerful. When people understand that, then people will embrace that. There will be a tipping point. You know, I envisage, you know, a Glastonbury festival or a Bonnaroo or whatever, where the front row is NFT owners, and they're there because they bought the NFT of the artist who's headlining right at the beginning of their career. So when we start seeing things like that, and you start seeing really strong representations of why owning an NFT has some value, then I think you'll see much more bigger adoption. Now, that's the elephant. How do we get to those places? At the moment, the best thing that we've discovered over sort of 3 years of selling, or 2 years of selling NFTs with artists and communities, is really just to, you know, the beautiful thing about music that separates music from pretty much any other art form is fans. Music creates fans. We get up, we play a gig, and there are people in front of us who react. And fan base is a very, very interesting concept within music because they pretty much follow the same metric. The fan base metric is very simple. Let's say you've got a billion fans that listen to you on Spotify, right? You haven't got a billion fans. You've got a billion different people that are doing different things. 70% of those fans will never see you live. The remaining 30%, 20% will see you once. The remaining 10%, maybe 5% will see you twice. The remaining 5%, maybe 3% will see you twice and buy t-shirts, maybe buy some merch. So that leaves you with basically somewhere between 1 to 3%. That's the people you want to target. And that immediately makes things a lot easier because all you're doing is looking at basically somewhere like 3% of a fan base. Now, how do you find that 3%? Right, this is where social media comes in. This is where streaming comes in. Token Tracks works with a company called Cube, which works with data scraping from the web to community. So you can then build reward structures around that. Reward structures, so for example, you streamed my track 20 times this month, you shared my tweet 5 times, here's some Tommy D tokens, come to my Token Tracks studio, which is our fully decentralized, fully customizable marketplace that we give to artists and music communities. Come to that and claim your free merchandise, or here's a token gated area where if you attach your wallet, you'll be able to see a free gig from Tommy tonight, right? Those kind of engaged behaviors that are already there, they're endemic. They're right at the heart of what it means to have a fan base in music. Gigs, merchandise, meet and greets, recording sessions, songwriting sessions, handwritten lyrics, all these kinds of things are ways of being able that people want already. You just got to build a tokenized concept into that then shows that if they have bought some merch, if they did go to a gig, if they did stream your track, there's a benefit to all those 3 things coming together. And that's what we build at Token Tracks, is marketplaces which will allow artists and music communities to do all of that.
There's another important factor as well, the ticketing. As we have seen with Taylor Swift, I don't know how many people are fan of Taylor Swift here. We can
Swifties in the house.
But we can all know that she has a big, huge fan base. And this is a good example of what you just described it, because she had a big fiasco with Ticketmaster.
Yeah.
this year.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were, from the Web3 community, they were saying, oh, if she would have used NFTs, this would have happened with Ticketmaster. But the reality...
No, it would have been worse.
But that's, for example, a real use case for NFTs in the music industry, ticketing. Sometimes I have real questions if music fans, the mainstream audience, I mean, really wants to buy music NFTs or NFTs. I mean...
Remember, it's that 1 to 3% that you're looking at. The 1 to 3% that are engaged in what you're doing. Harry Styles the other night did a concert in the UK with an NFT ticketing element to it. He onboarded 5,000 new art fans onto the Polygon network. They didn't know they were being onboarded onto the Polygon network. It was a fan pass, and if you bought a fan pass, it gave you access. I think it gave you some access to some exclusive content. But that's what I'm talking about. If you say to people, do you want to buy an NFT? That people are going to be like, no, well, it's a scam, it's a Ponzi scheme, hey, you know. No, you don't say that. You wrap up what they want already. You wrap up in a way that it makes it exciting to them, and then you show an element, one little element that makes you say, if you've done this, now you can do that. So if you've done X, you can now do Y. And people go, oh, I couldn't do that with an email. I couldn't do that with my credit card. Oh, and by the way, if you haven't got this, here's an area, a marketplace where you can go to and buy one from someone else who doesn't need it anymore because they've used that particular bit of the NFT. So I think there's ways and means of framing it. I think what we've learned, certainly at Token Tracks, is that you need to educate the artists to educate their fans. It's not about...
But you know that that's sometimes very difficult. Try the artists to tell them what their fans want to do. I mean, and I tell you this because I have my own NFT platform, music NFT platform, and we are trying to engage record labels, traditional record labels, traditional music artists who don't know anything about Web3. We try to engage them. We reach that, and then they made NFTs. But in the majority of the cases, they are really not educating their communities. They just do the NFTs and they leave it there. They do not move their content. And totally that's super important, because if you are an artist and you make T-shirts, you need to tell your community that you have made T-shirts. Otherwise, those T-shirts will stay in the box and no one will buy it. Same will happen with NFTs, with the complexity that you then need to tell them what's an NFT first, probably, or what it is useful for.
I think that, to my point of view and the experience of 2 years in the front line with community spaces, talking with people like you guys, that you are builders and making projects. For example, we were working with Imagine to Create, doing festivals in the metaverse, trying to engage people to be inside the metaverse, like a community that doesn't have like a super powerful computer to be on this kind of experience. We saw that the accessibility is a problem, so we need to solve the accessibility, and we need to stop to explain all the technical difficult part, because trust me, they become boring. They say, oh my God, they explain me how to use the camera, but I wanna see the photography. I wanna love the image. I wanna engage with the content. So what we need to do in the music, engage communities inside the storytelling. For example, if there is a song is a timeline, it's a little movie that the singers or composer want to show as I don't know, a story. I don't know, 3-minute song is a nice movie or a storytelling. So there is a lot of elements that you can bring to outside this and create other contents that the people can engage without asking, I need a wallet, I need how I can access to them. So what our work, even we need to put the communities inside the content and create more content through them without any boring explanation about the technique stuff. So this is our work to create the amazing technology to, boom, get the access easy and security.
You're right, because I've been having this technical conversation for quite a while. But it's true that the technology also is still evolving. Like Ethereum wasn't the same like 5 years ago what it's right now. MetaMask was super complicated at the very beginning because I was using MetaMask and helping a lot of people to onboarding on MetaMask. And right now it's like easier. So I'm pretty sure that in 3 more years, the technology it has to be seamless. It shouldn't be so complicated because even my mom shouldn't be able to access to all of this. And I'm sure that the music industry, it won't be a different story than any other industry. Besides the fact that the music industry, it has been embracing technologies very early on. Who remember the cassette, then CDs, and right now the streaming. And in the streaming service, there's a big issue right now with artists. And I have heard that some artists that want to go on the straight because like when Spotify came and a lot of the streaming services, they were all super happy having a platform for distribution, but not to monetize their content. And this is a big issue that how we can solve this with Web3.
So we can.
This is an open question too.
But this is the first time in decades that now we can add value to the content. With the DSPs, there is no value inside the content.
No, there is no value at all across streaming, apart from to the user. The streaming is fantastic. Yeah. You know, I can be in a nightclub, a track comes on, what's this? I can Shazam it, boom, there it is. I can send it to Sarah over there, you can send it over to here, to Anu, you know. We can listen to music for free. I mean, at the end of the day, there's not much wrong with that as a system, right? As a system. So I think it's very important to separate the Web3 music concept from listening to music. There's a few questions I've seen here about listening to music. We're not going to beat listening to music system, right? Until we can get somewhere towards an on-chain system which revolves around immediate payments to the copyright owners for the music that you're actually listening to. That's coming. That will happen in time. But again, that's another part of the elephant we're not going to eat just yet. What we need to do is think about all the other stuff that comes around music, and that's called experiences. And as I said, that's gigs, that's merchandise, that's meet and greets. There's loads of things actually that an artist can do. I always say to artists, what are your assets? What are you good at? What's your thing that people like? Are you a songwriter? Are you a performer? Are you a DJ? You know, what is there? And then how can we wrap some ideas into that? If you're a songwriter, let's do a songwriting session with like 5 lucky NFT owners. Right? If you are a performer, let's do a space, or let's do a gated area in the Token Tracks gated area. Let's do something where you can use what you're good at, that people want, that people see value in. Let's use that and let's find out a way of tokenizing it. But I think just going back to Spotify will go on chain. There's no two ways about it. Daniel Ek is not stupid. He's a coder. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's sitting back and the team, and they're waiting to see how this whole shit pans out. But it makes perfect sense for Spotify to go on chain because they have such a bad PR around paying artists that they will undoubtedly do it. The question is, how does this look? How does it feel? And I think what we're doing here right now is starting to make those at least ask those questions. We might not have the answers, but we're asking those questions. What kind of world are we building forward? Where do we want to go? Where do my children's world? Where do our children's children? What kind of world? And we have to lead with examples. We have to get out there and lead with our wallets and with our feet. We can't be investing in what is walled garden marketplaces when OpenSea can turn around and shut off all creator royalties. You know, take them down to 0.5%. I mean, Universal Music's still paying me my royalties. You know, so what part of the music business is OpenSea building for us? The new frontier music industry. Fucking shit. That's what that looks like. So don't give them any of your time and love. Don't buy anything from them. Don't support them. Simple as that. Support people that are doing really good shit in this business. Support artists that are making the effort to put stuff out. If it doesn't sell out, it doesn't matter. They've made the effort. So many artists come to me and they go, I cannot believe I've just made $100 out of my music. I've never made a penny, and I've just made $100 because I sold 4 NFTs. It's like, this is a big deal. And, you know, get out of this whole thing about what Web3 means. It's about selling out. It's not. That's for the traders. The traders are 5% of this business. The traders are trading. They want to do it. The blurs, whatever. Sorry, I'm going off at a tangent. But trust me when I say this. Don't, you know, go and lead with your wallets and lead with your feet. Where you go, what you pay for, the most valuable thing you lot have is your time. Don't give time to people who don't deserve it. Sorry.
Yes.
Mic drop. Oh, no.
I don't know how many time do we have left. I don't think that much. So
there are some interesting questions
but there
in
are
there.
some questions here.
Yeah, that was what led me, because there was a question there about Web2.
Yeah, and I can hardly read it. Can you read
A
it?
Web3 musician is betraying Web3 culture when using Web2 platforms. That's why I said it. I don't think that, you know, we are the only company out there that builds decentralized marketplaces for the music industry. That's what the Token Tracks main product is. We have about 50 we call it Track Studio, because a studio is a suite of technology, like a mixing desk, speakers, synths, drums, that artists can go in and create incredible shit. So the Track Studio is a fully decentralized, fully customizable marketplace. $5 million worth of investment that we have put in. And when I say you lead with your money and lead by it, I put $5 million of me and my investors' money into building fully decentralized marketplaces that we can give to the music business community to start building their own communities. You own the technology, you make it look like the way you want to. And this is the thing. So that is true Web3. That is true Web3 to me, anyway. That's how I see it. That's the concepts of decentralization and Bitcoin. It's decentralization is selling decentralization, but giving it to people to use and be powerful with.
I'll try to answer this question differently. I'll try to reformulate the question that this user said, which is, the original question is, Web3 musician is betraying Web3 culture when using Web2 platforms. I'm going to reformulate the question, and I would say a Web3 musician would be betraying Web3 when releasing a vinyl, for example. I would say no, because, I mean, they are complete different things. I mean, if I would be a musician, I would be releasing vinyl, I would be having my music on Spotify, and I would be releasing NFTs. I mean, that are complementary things, all from the same equation and different manners to reach your audience and to make money out of it. So
yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. And, you know, as I said, Spotify streaming is amazing. Vinyl, whatever. I think one thing I always explain to artists and their fans is if you want to directly invest in the person that you love, the music that you love, actually an NFT is the best way of doing it, because it's not much money for the artists to invest themselves. It doesn't cost anything. They don't have to go on tour. They don't have to create merchandise. They don't have to create vinyl, which is really, really destroying, like so many. Go and check out the environmental impact of creating vinyl records, right? If people start going on about the environmental impact of blockchain. So yeah, so if you want to give an artist direct money, use an NFT. It's an absolute no-brainer. And of course, you're absolutely right. We still need to use platforms like Twitter, Instagram, whatever. We still need to talk to people, find people. But I think it's Web3 platforms. My point was Web3 platforms that are claiming to be, Web2 platforms that are claiming to be Web3, when really they're not. They're Web 2.0001.
No, you're super right. I mean, we're still going to live with this Web2 world for quite a while. And actually, you're right. I like Spotify. That's the platform that I used to
I'm super up to Spotify, although it doesn't benefit the musician, but because Spotify and the DSPs has something really great, which is it has democratized the music. I mean, everyone listens to music now thanks to the DSPs, and as you said perfectly, they will go on chain at some point.
Yeah. There's another question. I don't know who would like to take this one. I mean,
I think
to some degree, it's kind of like, which one?
I think there is a very good question about how do you plan to increase.
That was the question that
and
I was
this is a big
yes.
This is a big
question.
Yeah,
that
question mark.
The three of you can chime in. And how do you plan to increase the fan base on Web3?
Yeah, I think the thing is to me it's very easy to answer this because there is a wrong word, listening. Web3 is not about listening anymore. Yeah. It's about experience.
Collecting, supporting.
No, it's about to live the music. For the first time, these kind of tools, the democratic tools, or the democratize, sorry for my English, democratize the users to use the tools and then don't be used by the tools, so we can create more creative stuff, like amazing stuff. So it's not more listening. So we need to deliver a content to the fans that they say, okay, so this is a new thing and this is music. So it's not listening anymore. It's living the music, inside the music. So it's a relation that we have with the music and the community. For example, what is Web3? So Web 2 is a corrupted internet. Web 3 is a new kind of internet, more clean, more fair, where there is more voices talking, not only one voice in the center that control the whole system. So now we can use the tools in a different way, and I know that the people is super creative and then can do. You know what happened to me recently? I was speaking with everyone in the ETHBarcelona, and then everyone have very good ideas. We're talking about merchandising. Oh, you know what we can do? We can do that, boom, boom. And you say, oh my God, it's mind-blowing, this idea. But every one of you have very great ideas. With the Web3, we can do it. We can do it, this idea. We can create these ideas. With the Web 2, no. Because it is a center that is, no fucking way, you do what I want, that it did what create benefit for me. So I think this is a great question. How we can get more fans is deliver an experience, and don't listen to music, live in the music. Live it.
Yeah.
Can I say that in English?
Yeah.
Experience the music.
There's a really interesting point as well. When I go back to, you remember when I talked about segmenting fan bases, and it gets down to that 1 to 3%. The interesting thing is that 1 to 3% actually generates about 60% of an artist's income. So if you can make that 1 to 3% only 5%, maybe 6%, you're potentially doubling an artist's income. Now, what does that actually mean? So in 2020, the music industry was valued at $40 billion a year, right? The gaming industry was valued at $40 billion a year. 2023, sorry, year 2000 that was. In 2023, music industry is now valued at $30 billion a year, so $10 billion less, and the gaming industry is valued at $400 billion a year. So why did the gaming industry get it so right and the music industry get it so wrong? Because of the music business. The business side of music is fucking shit. It does not know how to market its own product. It does not know how to bring value. It does not know. I mean, these companies, they're selling water. You can get it out of a tap for free, but we still go and buy it because we think it's better. That's what marketing is all about. It's about convincing people of value. Now, we all love music. We listen to it all day long, whether we like it or not. We walk into a shop and they're playing music. We buy music. We go to gigs. We go fucking crazy at gigs. How many people go crazy at theatre? How many people go crazy at poetry? You get people jumping around like losing their fucking shit, right? That's what music does to people. It makes them go crazy. That's the value of music. And yet, we can't sell music. The music business can sell anything except music itself. right? So we need to work out a way to bring value back to music, to convince the general public, all those people out there, that what they're doing when they engage with music has value. That people like me, people like Sarah here, all the artists in the room, right? What we do has value. You ask a butcher, he's got value. You ask you get a taxi home after this tonight, you think he's going to get paid an engagement? Exposure? He had me in the back of your cab, so you're going to give me a free ride? No, everybody gets paid. Why can't musicians? Why can't music creatives? So this is what we're doing here, is convincing people by engaged behavior that what they want to do is part with their hard-earned cash. And trust me, that is a hard thing to do in this current climate. But we will get there. We will get there. And we will double the size of the music industry. We will double the value in the music industry purely by taking an extra 2, 3, 5% of an artist's fan base and making them feel really special. Because that's what we do in music, is we make people feel really fucking special.
Tommy, you just brought up a great point, how the music industry could be bigger and enhance this fan base. What I have seen lately as well, a lot of different company, not just company, industries partnership with each other. Like the music industry is partnering with the fashion industry.
Yeah.
Like Diesel, they just launched an NFT collection with a music platform, with a music artist. And I have seen that like Cash App, you know, they're also doing things with artists. So we're gonna see this emerging path, even with the video gaming industry, like Nike with Fortnite, they're partnering. So this is a new way as well to be partnering across industries in order to grow with the
Epic Games bought Bandcamp recently. That probably has like a non-chain purpose. So, and that's a real good example of partnership between two big industries, the gaming, which is huge, and the music, and you cannot dissociate each other. So what would GTA be without music? So that's probably why Epic Games bought Bandcamp, because they do really has like a real purpose behind that. If you allow me, I like to answer a couple of questions in just one answer. With
I don't know, can I say something very quick about the last question? Imagine, don't see the play anymore, you know, this little triangle, and with the Web3 is open. It's not more play. That's it.
I like that.
Sorry.
That's great, man. That's really good.
Cool. There's someone asking what Web3 marketing options exist for an artist, and there's someone else asking how DJs could benefit from Web3. So I will tell you about a real example of what we did at Gudzu, which is like at the moment the main product that we do have is a music NFT marketplace, what we call digital merch. But there was like a Spanish electronic music producer called Cora Novoa. She released an NFT where it has it was like free, so everybody could redeem it for free, and all the NFT holders could download from it like the stems of one of the songs that she was doing. Then she made a contest of remixing that song over all the people who redeemed that NFT for free. Then there was a contest, and the winner from that contest was turned into a music NFT. Then we sold that, and we made out of money, and we retributed Cora Novoa and the electronic music producer who did that NFT. So that's a perfect use case of how you can use NFTs as a marketing tool, and how an electronic music producer can make out of money of that. So that's, you just need to be creative on that.
There is a good one also about marketing. What Web3 marketing option exists for an artist? I think in marketing is super tricky right now. I think all of us knows that, because marketing is about, hey, compile data. So I want to compile, I want to know who likes this or who likes that. So with the Web3, the Web3 is made on top of the blockchain, and blockchain is gaming theory and network effects. So I think this is the only way to do some kind of, not convincing people about that this have value, no, is put value in the music or in the experience, and then the people could talk and make the network effects works. And communities talking together, like for example, these kind of events or Twitter Spaces, we do the network effects, and then this works very well. I think that marketing, the traditional marketing doesn't work anymore in this field.
Marketing in Web3 is about communities.
Exactly.
That's the way it grows.
And it's very much, I mean, I'm now apparently I'm now the longest running music NFT Twitter space, regular Twitter space. I do a Twitter space every Monday at 6 p.m. and have been doing it since October 21. And the reason why I started doing that space was because I was seeing a lot of misinformation being talked about in the industry about ownership of NFTs and what you're actually buying and selling. So I started doing a Twitter space to talk to people and educate them about the actual music industry and the way it's structured. But that is a fantastic space, and we get so, you know, I've had everybody in NFT music come in, and a lot of them are regulars, and we talk about the space, we talk about all kinds of things. I do think that actually, you know, Twitter is, for all its faults, is still one of the best places to get you know, your projects out there. Also partnering up with other projects, as you say, it's about community. Community isn't just your own community. We are a community. The Web3 is a community. We need to work together.
Exactly.
We need to help each other. We're not in competition. There's not enough people out there who are interested in what we're doing. So we need to work together to actually combine communities, educate each other's communities on what we're all doing, because a rising tide lifts up all boats. And that's where we're at the moment, is to help each other. So a lot of times it's like partnering up with maybe PFP communities to explain what you're doing and giving each other free, you know, I'll give you a bunch of NFTs, you give me a few NFTs, and we'll share them and sell them. We'll do Twitter Spaces together, we'll promote them through that. Also partnering up with other Web3 projects, other builders in this space that are building technology. We at Token Tracks, we aren't like tech agnostic. You know, it's not about what we build. We partner with many, many different third-party companies to incorporate what they're doing into our track studio, because we want the best experience for users, and we haven't got all the resources anyway to build out everything. So if someone else has spent a load of money building it, why wouldn't we take it on board? So I think marketing options, I don't think they've changed that much. I will say one more thing. Look to your area. You know, look to your local area where you live, where you function from, because we forget that. We live so much online, and we think, you know, we've got to think about online. Do gigs in your own area. Do events in your own area. Educate people. Bring communities together. Put a little note out saying, well, you know, I live in this town. Who's interested in Web3 stuff? Let's all meet at the local bar on a Tuesday night, and let's start talking about it. Get that? You wouldn't believe how much that can come from those kind of marketing opportunities where you're just talking to people. Look at these events that we all come to, you know. We're coming to them not just because we want to hear people talk about stuff, but because we want to meet people. So the old-fashioned concepts of marketing as meeting people in real life, they're still there. They haven't gone anywhere.
Well, we don't have much time, but it has been a fascinating conversation, and there's a lot to talk on music, because AI is something big that is changing the industry as well. IP in the industry as well, with AI interaction, and how AI will work with Web3.
Yeah, and where AI needs Web3.
Absolutely.
It needs it, because it needs automated checks and balances, it needs financial transactions, it needs all of that.
To validate the content.
To validate the content, exactly.
I propose we can continue this conversation, do you want, with Cryptomusica. We do each Saturday and Twitter Space at 8 p.m. CEST. So I want to continue this conversation with you guys. If you want to come and then raise the hand and use the microphone. And I think that this is a very important conversation, because we are builders, we are building something very important to getting value inside to the music. And the life is not a race, it's a journey, and all of this stress that produce Web2, no, please, it's not for us,
Let's
not for
just
me.
finish it with each one of you. You
Yeah.
can say your Twitter handle, where they can reach to you, and you have a Twitter space as well. So each one of you, you're building your own community, and you can interoperate into your own communities to our bigger communities.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know, and now.
Yeah, well, you can follow Goodzu, which is the company I co-founded. We are Goodzu in all Twitter, Instagram, and from there you will find links to our Discord channel, website, everything.
At crypto with Y__ música is in Twitter, but visit our website. There is a manifesto there. This is not my manifesto. This is one thing that I wrote, adding many voices for 2 years, people from Latin America, Spain, that are super tired of what is happening with the music. And yeah, that's simple as it. Let's connect each other. I really love to connect with all of you guys. And yeah, let's build together.
Yeah, I am at Tommy Danvers, Danvers. On that, you'll find a Koji link with loads of information, loads of stuff that I do, and loads of information about what we're doing over at Token Tracks. Token Tracks is TOKENTRAXX, 2 X's. Token Tracks, and yeah, loads of information about what we're doing. It's way too much to talk about now, but come and check out Monday Space at 6 p.m. UK time. And yeah, I agree. Keep building, keep believing, because just stand back for a minute and don't forget about ETH prices, Bitcoin prices, all that shit. Just forget about it. Where's this technology? What can we do with it? How exciting does that mean? The creative aspects of what this technology offers us, which is certainly things that I've been doing. And Sarah Main, incredible, go and check out Sarah Main's drop. Amazing use of AI, generative music and art, crypto, rarities, all kinds of stuff. Absolutely genius drop on Token Tracks. So please go and check that out. That's what's exciting for me as a creative person, the creative opportunities that this technology gives me and gives my fans. It just blows my mind. So yeah, come check out me, Tommy Danvers, Tommy D. If you just Google Tommy D, you'll get me anyway.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Brilliantly moderated. You did great. Gracias. And we should connect, right?
Thank you guys so much. That was such an interesting conversation. I'm so glad we got to extend it a little bit. If you guys didn't notice, we let them run it over into the next talk because the speaker that's supposed to be on now messed up his travel plans. You know how that happens. So he is on a plane right now. So our next talk will be starting in about 5 minutes. And so before that, I just want to remind anyone, if anyone is going to participate in the hackathon, you have to go to the entrance to register. You need to get a separate bracelet that will allow you to enter throughout the hackathon event. You can't get in if you don't sign up in the next hour or so. So make sure you go do that if that is in your plans for your ETHBarcelona experience. And again, we only have a couple more sessions left today, so don't forget to scan the QR code that will be on this screen in a few moments to send in your questions and to help each other out, answer each other's questions, and decide who gets to ask questions to the speakers here on stage. It's very cool. I'm so sorry if any of you were here for Jimmy McKinnon's talk. You guys know shit happens, okay, when we're talking about international travel. So I'll let everybody filter out. If you guys are all here for the next talk, let me just make sure everything is all set. I think not. All right, I'm going to have to talk for a little bit longer. That is okay. Are you guys excited for what comes next after this conference? What are your plans for... Is there an after party? Do you guys know? What? Sunday. There's an after party on Sunday. That's like Oh, closing party. Okay, there'll probably be an after party of the closing party that only the cool kids are going to know about, right? I don't know if you guys will be on that list. Maybe. That's super fun. Do you know what's going to happen at this closing party? No? You never know. It's so mysterious. I love this. Almost as mysterious as the mystery prize that will be awarded to whoever can collect all 25 of the trading cards. Have you guys been playing with the trading cards? You don't? Oh my God. Has anyone else here been playing with the trading cards? Trying to collect them all.
I can change my own
The Web3 Pokemon hunters.
It's in there.
No?
Okay.
Well, you should have been given a pack of 5 trading cards at the beginning of this event when you
But I can't
checked
take
in.
it with me.
There are 25 cards. If you collect
No,
all
but
25, you get a mystery prize.
I have to stay there.
And if you're
or
into
I can take
mysteries,
it.
I mean, that's a good one. A mystery
But
prize.
I can hold the
It's like
clicker.
much better
Oh,
than
okay,
like a murder
okay.
mystery,
Yeah,
right? I'd
okay,
rather have a
okay.
mystery prize than be dead.
Okay.
All right, I think our next speaker is ready to go. She is mic'd up and ready to talk to you. So this next talk is called Unlocking the Power of Diversity, and it will be given by Isla Monroe Hockmeyer. So give her a round of applause as she makes her way onto the stage. Come on, you need more than that. I know it's Friday, but come on, give her a round of applause. There we go.
Hey guys. Hi. Hello. Is it this one? Okay. You hear me?
I think we're having a battery-related issue. So let's give Isla a minute to get her batteries changed out by our amazing sound technician. He has been working non-stop this week. All right. Okay, give Isla another round of applause so she can start her speech.
Hello, hello. Okay, we're working. Hey, everybody. So I'm Isla. I'm one of the co-founders of For the Wind DAO. I'm also the grants lead at the SAFE Foundation, which I just joined very recently. And I'm here today to talk to you about unlocking the power of diversity. It's a huge passion topic. I also think it's incredibly important to our space, to the entire venture capital space. And yeah, hope you enjoy. So I'm going to take you on a little bit of a personal journey and share where we've ended up and what we're now up to at For the Wind DAO, but also a little bit how that journey is affecting the way I think about the SAFE Grants program, and hopefully maybe share some lessons for others to apply in their projects. So where it started, I was 23 years old, straight out of university, and had a passion for capital allocation. It sounds like a really boring thing for a 23-year-old to have a passion for, but that came essentially from the realization that where people invest their money and where they allocate their capital is actually a message of how we value things and the things that we value and the future that we want to create. And so I was really excited getting into the venture capital industry, straight out of my master's degree. I'd also studied economics, so I was passionate about the jobs that can be created by startups. Only 20% of employment is actually in startups, but 50% of new jobs are created by startups. So I realized pretty early on that this was an exciting space to be if you wanted to define the future. And that's where I started. Ultimately, getting into venture capital was incredibly exciting. I learned a lot. I spoke to hundreds of founders, many of which were incredible and who I would have loved to fund myself. But I also immediately saw issues with the industry, was very, very lacking in diversity, massively toxic culture, also just really not good for my health. I was drinking a lot, going out like I was, not voluntarily, it was part of the necessary culture to be sort of working super long hours and then also partying even longer and then getting straight back up and doing it again. And so I had thought about, I also feel a little bit too junior to be in this industry. I want to at some point start my own thing before kind of coming into venture capital and deciding on which founders should be getting capital to build their visions. And so I thought, I don't know, I want to become a founder. I want to maybe do something in fintech. I'll go to a bank, and that's how I'll figure out how to disrupt finance. Ultimately, a very naive decision, I feel. Banking is not the place to go if you want to learn about disruption, but I did learn some useful things while I was in the wealth management industry. I also got a really bad burnout and depression, but the good thing that I took away was that I spent 2 years looking into the data on where if you invest in diverse teams, whether it be diverse startups teams or diverse funds, they actually perform better. So if you invest in diverse teams, they're going to have, on average, 2.5 times more return on your capital than if the team isn't diverse. They're less likely to fail, and they're also going to, interestingly enough, exit on average 1 year faster, which in many cases in the VC world is something that people are looking for. So I had this understanding that diverse-led funds are good for investors. They're also good for society. So when you invest in diverse teams, on average, they perform considerably better in terms of returns to society, not just the financial returns. And that was kind of an aha moment. I was sitting there with burnout, depression, and there were 2 startups that I had scouted for the VC fund that I worked for that they had decided, in their infinite wisdom, were not worthy of investment, but they were becoming billion-dollar companies. And at the same time, I was looking at all of this data, which I'll show you in a moment, that was saying, actually, the VC industry is kind of not working that well. So that was kind of my the emperor has no clothes moment. I may be completely underqualified to start a VC fund, but that's what I'm going to do. So where is the no clothes moment? So despite those statistics that we just saw of if you invest in diverse teams, they're going to perform considerably better, 92% of VC funding is going to all male teams, and it's actually getting worse. And I'm not just talking about gender when I talk about diversity, but often when you have data, it's male, female, and gender-related data. So that's often where you have the best data to prove the point. So 92% of VC funding going to all male teams, 80% of VC funds actually underperforming public markets. And for those of you not finance nerds, VC funds are supposed to do a lot better than public markets, not underperform them. So this is like, okay, VC funds aren't that good. Maybe all of these smart guys that are running them are not as smart as they think they are. Also, I was getting quite passionate about the topic of mental health at the time, and I looked into the data of mental health in founders, and actually it's pretty shocking. 50% of founders suffer from mental health issues at some point. I think they're also about 8 times as likely to have bipolar disorder. And so it's partially a matter of actually the kinds of people that become founders, but it's also about how we treat founders when we invest in them and the kind of journey that founders go on when they have to scale a company. Maybe they've never led a company before, and suddenly they need to lead a team of 100 people. So that was kind of the process, the thinking process I was going through, and then also realizing that unicorns actually kind of suck. So a lot of you may have actually seen this, but for those who haven't, only 7 out of about 87 unicorns in the past number of years have actually ever made a profit, ever. Ever. So while we celebrate these unicorns and they're very exciting and sometimes they create returns, though going back to this, maybe not as many as we think they do, there may actually be better companies to be being funding, and that's kind of the journey that we started to go on. So finally I had a problem worth solving. I'd been kind of worried about, I've always wanted to start something and I've never come up with that thing that I'm committed enough. And unfortunately for me, it was like, let's create a better VC fund. Unfortunately, I say, because disrupting the VC industry is a really hard task. The VC space is very ingrained in its ways, and the entire system is set up to reinforce the existing structures and the existing power. So basically, it kind of came down to 2 things. Who invests defines what we get. So the people on the investment team that you have and the kinds of mindsets and preferences that they have define the kinds of things that get funded and the ultimate future that we live in. But also how we invest defines what we get. If we're looking for fast exits and if we don't care that the founders have ever had any sort of leadership coaching or training, then we get toxic cultures like, as an example, Uber was very unpopular. We get people that have to work 80 hours a week. We get teams that are burning out. And funnily enough, we also don't get much diversity in those teams. So we went on this kind of design thinking journey of how do we design a fund where the investment team is genuinely diverse, where we don't need to push for fast exits, and where founders are actually valued as humans, and where we invest in their leadership capabilities right at the beginning before they need to lead a company with 100 people, not after they've already burned out, become depressed, and screwed up the lives of hundreds of employees. And by the way, we also wanted to do this while getting better returns than in traditional VC. So no minor task. And as we kind of went along on this journey, we started building a team to actually have on this fund. And the first major realization that we had was that if you want to build that team, you have to find the people to be in that team that have a track record. Because you're never going to get money from LPs if you don't have a track record. But the only way to get a track record is to get into VC. And who's hiring the people in VC? Goodness, they look all very similar, and they like to hire people that look and sound like them. So the system reinforces the system, and what we really need to do is create a new pipeline of diverse investors. And so there was this moment of like, we can't just create a fund, that's not going to change anything. We need to find out how to actually increase the pipeline of diverse investors. So yeah, venture capital needs a makeover, and the entire structure of VC funding is broken. And we got a third requirement. Basically, what we get defines who we invest. Therefore, if you take this recipe for VC homogeneity that you have, get funded by people who look and talk like you, build and exit a company, start angel investing with people who also built companies, create a fund with those angel investor friends that all look and sound like you, and then create a fund with those lovely friends and fund people who look and sound like you. This is what you get. That's a great video. Unfortunately, I couldn't link and play it, but this is what most VC funds look like, even though they will make a lot of PR announcements about how they're looking for equal opportunities and diversity. So we added to the wish list, how do we design a new funding model where investors actually can come from non-traditional backgrounds, where they can work part-time, where if they're recovering from burnout and depression like I was, they can still contribute to a fund and not work an 80-hour work week. We also wanted to create a pipeline where succeeding in the old model wasn't the only way of getting in. And honestly, we were really close to giving up. We took about half a year off at one point because it was like, how the hell are we supposed to do this? But then someone told us about DAOs. And it felt at that moment like we'd found the Holy Grail. Everything that we'd been asking the universe for, in a way, suddenly appeared in the form of venture DAOs. The first one that we had seen was the Lao, which was the first venture DAO with a legal entity. And it was really exciting because we had this image suddenly of what the future of investing could look like. And we said the future of venture investing is decentralized. We can do a better job of sourcing deals because we have a much greater pipeline. We have much more investors in a venture DAO. The Lao, for example, had 99 investors. So if you compare 99 investors in a fund to 3 or 4, the amount of diversity that you can get into that fund is just so much greater. We can do better screening because with those diverse investors, 99 people looking at a deal versus 3 or 4, you're going to get a lot more insight, potentially also from experts in a particular space, as to whether that is actually something that you want to invest in and whether the idea has merit and what potential pitfalls might come. But also when it comes to supporting the portfolio that you then have, when you have 3 or 4 investors, there's only so much support you can give. But if you look at a DAO that has 99 investors, and each of those can jump in at a point where it makes sense, or if you look at a DAO with thousands of members potentially, that's a huge difference. And if you get that right, there's a way of actually supporting your portfolio and making the journey of being a founder a much less lonely one. So that was kind of the vision that we got to. But we also realized at about the same time that venture DAOs are still a massive DIY project. We kind of had seen the IKEA catalog, and then we'd gone and bought this thing in our heads, and realized that venture DAOs were very far from being perfect, and that a lot of the stuff that we needed to create the perfect venture DAO still needed to be built. So 3 years in, I'm like a massive Web3 and DAO maxi, but it's been a long journey, and we still have a long way to go, both us as For the Win, but also the space as a whole. And we kind of have this realization that what we need to build is something that makes it easy for people to become investors. So we're talking about the venture DAO use case. One of the issues that we came across was the fact that if you want to be part of a true venture DAO, you have to be an accredited investor. And when we were thinking about how do we make the investment space more diverse, it didn't make a lot of sense to us to actually only onboard accredited investors, because then we're just more or less, again, faced with the same problem of you get what you already have. So we had to think about new ways of thinking around venture DAOs, and For the Win, our solution was that we actually created a social DAO first that anybody can be a member of. And that was something we put together about a year ago, and in the past year we've been building up our membership, and we've been very happy to say we've been growing very well. But we've also been working on an app, and the idea of this app is that actually the whole pipeline of startups, anybody can find a startup. Anybody can suggest a startup. And actually, in the traditional VC world, that's already happening. It's just that at the moment, the only people who are benefiting from finding the startup are the investors. So I would imagine that there's actually a lot of people in this room who have suggested a startup to someone to invest in. But I would imagine that it's a much, much, much smaller number who have ever gotten returns from that, or who have a track record of investing where they can say, I was the first person to notice that startup. So our idea here is to essentially create an app where anybody anywhere can suggest a startup for investment, and they can stake tokens and signal to investors that these are startups worth looking at. And then we as a DAO can have a more curated pipeline that we look through. But essentially, if somebody has signaled to us early on that this is something worth looking at, that there's a bounty and reward system, and that they can build an on-chain track record. So that if that startup that they found in 10 years becomes a billion-dollar startup, they have a track record and can go out and talk about raising a fund. And if we want change in the venture industry, we need more people like that raising funds and less egos. So that's something that we're working on, but this is not the whole answer. It's just one thing. And I also joined SAFE recently, so I just wanted to share a little bit about how I'm thinking about the grants program and how the learnings that I've had from that process are transferring over to the stuff that we're doing at SAFE. So, and these apply generally, so please feel free to steal them for what you're doing. But what do we need to be doing more of? I think we need to be thinking beyond devs. So devs are incredibly important for building the technology that we want to build, but we also need product designers, we need design thinkers, we need UX designers, we need scientists, we need marketers, we need communicators. Like the startups that I've, in my experience, the ones that looked great and also really did great were actually ones that had really great product marketing. And that's something that I don't think many people think about hiring for early on. So let's think beyond devs when we're trying to create a pipeline of talent in Web3. Let's talk less about the technology, less about various roll-ups, and more about real-world problems that we can solve together. Let's create grants teams and councils for grants that are actually more diverse. And that's something I certainly am thinking about, and I notice that many in SAFE are thinking about. How do we actually create a diverse team, and how do we, when we create a council from the DAO, how do we make sure that we get diverse perspectives into that council and not just the same old thing? Also, I think that incredibly useful for many large DAOs is we can actually leverage the wisdom of the crowd. We don't have to do everything as a core team and centrally. We have this incredible community of talent that can help us find great talent. They can help us filter that talent, and they can help us actually foster and support that talent. So figuring out how to do that best at SAFE is something that I'm really excited about. Also just reaching new audiences. I think we spend a lot of time thinking about specific audiences, and that if we broaden that lens, we're going to do a lot better as an ecosystem. And finally, just thinking about DAO governor diversity. How do we actually get people into governance in DAOs? my experience, honestly, is that so many things, even though I was heavily into the Web3 ecosystem, it wasn't actually that obvious to me how to get involved in DAO governance. So I think really promoting, having fellowships, having these things that you don't actually have to be in Web3 for 3 years to find out how to start earning money and becoming a governor and contributing to a DAO in a meaningful way and building a reputation. So I think that's it for today. I just want to leave you with one final thing. Money is more than a transmission of values, my money, but also how do I invest my money and what impact is that having on the world. Thank you very much.
Okay. Look at the...
Any questions?
Should look at the screen. Look at the screen.
Okay, is there a financial literacy gap you have to address when educating for the VC asset class? Absolutely. So one of the things that we've been doing at For the Win DAO in the early stages of building up the social DAO is actually running cohorts of venture capital training for people, targeted to people who've never done anything in the investment industry at all. So we did 8-week cohorts. I think we've done them now 3 times. And we brought in people from Bankless DAO, we brought in people from For the Win DAO, and we had a really diverse bunch of people. Some of them had actually been VC investors before, but they were really interested in what we had to say. Some of them had never touched finance in their lives. And a lot of them found it really helpful. Also, founders actually found it really helpful to understand the way the industry works and to know how things are kind of going. So yeah, definitely there's a huge gap. Also, there's a huge gap when it comes to educating family offices and LPs on investing in Web3 and actually potentially getting involved in Web3. They think it's all scams, and I think there's a lot of work we need to do. When I say talking about real-world problems, I think that we need to do a better job in Web3 of communicating the real-world problems that we can solve. And one of the initiatives I'm actually working on with Victoria is DAOvos. So we're trying to sort of disrupt the Forbes 30 and the 30 type model and have a DAO that democratically and transparently curates talent in the Web3 space so that not just people who are already successful can actually be seen and heard. Any other questions?
There's one over there.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very interesting, but I see that when all these kind of foundings get together and work together, they want to work with you too and integrate with you. What is your approach when you're trying to work with traditional foundings, or are you not doing that?
With traditional funds?
Yeah, because usually there are a lot of people funding these companies.
Yeah.
So at the moment, there is a lot of this kind of funding, so maybe you can integrate with them too. Have you tried?
Yeah, for sure. And that's one thing that one of the reasons that we like the app as a concept is that it's all about creating the pipeline of deal flow. We don't necessarily even have to invest ourselves to create an impact. We can just create a way of making sure that anybody, anywhere that's building a great startup can be found, and anybody who's capable of finding great startups can find them. And so we would like to ultimately use it, have it as like pipeline as a service for funds, but also as individual angel investors.
Hi, how interactive would your social app be? Because there could be like people that want to add a criteria about a specific industry, startups in a specific industry, so that, I mean, how can you make this, how do you think you can make this more interactive or maybe even more adaptive, the social app, let's say from the criterias and filters that you could use?
Yeah.
Are you working with something?
Yeah, no, we're not that far yet, but it's a great question, and I think it speaks to something important that everybody's going to have a slightly different way of doing the VC pipeline. What I would like to create with the app is something that's fairly modular, that we have certain things like first you go to the community or to a large audience, then in the middle there's some kind of curation of a select group, and beyond that it becomes genuine due diligence. But there's many different ways that you could put that pipeline and that flow together, and I would love it to be something that's composable and even maybe open source that people can actually just build on what we're building.
Okay, great, thanks.
Just Pablo?
Anyone else? Otherwise, thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you also to Manu. When we talk about diversity and looking after this space, Manu and ETHBarcelona do an incredible job of curating a genuinely diverse set of speakers and participants, and I'm really grateful to everyone for that. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Isla. That was great. We are just getting our, you're all set. Yeah. We're just getting our next two speakers set up. We only have 3 more talks today before we wrap things up. Just another.
Nice to meet you too.
Ooh, no, we're okay. Just the eternal reminder to use the QR code on that screen to send in your questions. It's so much cooler than passing around a microphone. And yeah, there's only a few more hours. I said this before her talk, but if you want to do the hackathon, you need to go. You need to go sign up at the entrance. Like, get your new wristband so you can have access to the hackathon. Otherwise, you will not be allowed in with this light blue wristband. You got to get a different bracelet. And I think that's only going to be open for another hour or so, the registration for that. So I think we are ready to go. Are we ready to go? Okay. Yes, I think we are ready to go with our next two speakers, who will be talking about the blockchain guardians, safeguarding the future of Ethereum smart contract security. Instead of just one speaker, we have 2. Surprise guest, it's happening. So give it up for your 2 speakers, Luxgren and Pablo.
Oh yeah, I think it's here, right?
Does it work?
Let me check. Oh yeah, it works.
Awesome.
Okay.
That's so cool. Okay, well, hello everyone.
On the right.
Awesome. So, hello folks. Thank you for coming to our TED Talk. And today we're going to be talking about the blockchain guardians, safeguarding the future of Ethereum smart contract security. So, okay, when we usually speak about smart contract security, people will automatically assume that it's something very technical, but fret not, because this one is not going to be so technical. So this is a not tech talk certified. Let's quickly go through the agenda because we have a lot to cover and not so much time. So we will start by presenting ourselves, and then we will make a small introduction on the insights of the industry and how people kind of perceive crypto from the outside. Then we'll go through a couple of hacks which are of relevance. We will show you the tech model, the tech stack model, the system model of the Ethereum blockchain. And then we will run quickly through a couple of vulnerability classes, which we think are relevant for you to know, even if you are not into this world. They're still relevant. And then we will check the security stack. What are the players involved? What kind of toolings there are? What kind of interesting developments that have been in the past couple years? And then a quick too long didn't read. So let me just go into it. My name is Pablo. So I'm by training a UX researcher, but I've been doing penetration testing and red teaming for the past years. And I'm also currently part of this Purebit DAO, building it. And here to my right is Lucas.
So I go by Luxgren on the internet. I'm a PhD student in applied mathematics, but during the night I do hacking and stuff. So currently I'm with Spearbit, with Pablo. And yeah, you're trying to secure this space from the low level.
So let's check the insights. We were first wondering about how do users from the external perspective perceive the industry, right? And if you see these 2 charts, the one on the left, it's a survey on how the American population reacts to crypto, right? So apparently they heard a bit about it, but they're not really comfortable with it. And on the right side, you will see 2 graphs. So the first one is about volatility in the crypto market, and that's something that they are scared about mostly. And the second one is related to scams. So this is interesting already because security plays a major part in cryptocurrencies. The second one is rather obvious, related to scams, but the first one is not that obvious, and that's something that really worries people because whenever there is a hack, So there is also market volatility as a reaction to that hack. So if you want to onboard your grandma or your friends on someone else, then that's going to be a bit kind of complicated because there's like a lot of scams going on. We've seen what's going on, what happened last year with Sam Bankman-Fried and with Terra Luna and with all these major SEXs collapsing. And all these NFT rug pulls, people losing money, the influencers also like making all these kind of deals. And then hack-wise, it's hack after hack. So we have nation-state-sponsored hackers, like such as the Lazarus Group from North Korea, which the FBI just confirmed that, yeah, it's them who are exploiting breaches. There's a lot of issues in cross-chain breaches, and also different levels of the stack. And on the right, you can see the infamous wrecked leaderboard. If you're not familiar with it, I suggest you check it because that's a list of all the protocols that lost a lot of money on hacks. So
you may imagine that. How would you expect to make the ecosystem worldwide adoption while people are scared of hacks, scared of scams? Why would I put my money in here if tomorrow it'll be gone, right? So to address this, we have to take a look at the system model. What is the high-level systemization of, in this case, finance or the ecosystem itself? As you may know, we have various levels. Here's a short diagram that may give you an idea of what it may look like. And every single level is not safe. So hackers may attack the protocol layer, contract layer, the consensus layer, network layer, even the auxiliary services. Right now, we're going to focus on what is called the application level, which are those two layers, the protocol layer and the smart contract layer. So in these two layers, we can see that across the years, there have been a growing and worrying amount of hacks and value that has been stolen. And it's been increasing year by year. See that in 2022, we had a record of the amount of money stolen, and the total number of hacks was slightly less than the year before, which means that hacks have been able to steal more money on average than last year. So why is this happening? Well, there are several vulnerability classes where money can be stolen. There are mainly three classes: technical vulnerabilities, which mean that the smart contract programming itself has a mistake, and black hats and bad actors take advantage of that to drain funds. There are also economical attacks, and there are also business design attacks. Let's start with technical vulnerabilities. One famous example is the Poly network. This hack happened on the 10th of August 2021, and the amount hacked was $610 million. And it was something that so the vulnerability was a signature hash collision. So basically, the contract could make a call that accepted a user input, here that we see as method. So the attacker only had to brute force a string that matched the signature of a function that they wanted to call. In this case, they wanted to call a function that gave themselves permission to drain the contract. As you can see here, if we take the bytes 4 and the kekak hash of this function, which is the one that the attacker wanted to call, it coincides with the one below, which is your nonsense string that the hacker mined in order to get the same hash. So it's only 4 bytes, right? That is pretty easy to get by brute force. So another example of a technical vulnerability happened on the 1st of August. It was worth $190 million, and it happened at Nomad Bridge. So the mistake here was that the initialized function of the smart contract, the committed root was initialized as 0. So that set down the line that any invalid message, any message that should not pass, was set as valid as long as it wasn't executed before. But how? So see here we have a mapping, right, that maps bytes 32 to bytes 32, and it's the messages. And then we have another mapping that's called confirm at, and it sets to 1, right? So since committed root was set to 0, If we go down the line, right, we see that the process function, which calls whatever function you gave it to it, checked if the route passed was acceptable, right? So you get the message hash, it goes to messages. Since it's not acceptable, it will return 0, which is the default value in the mapping. And that 0 was actually interpreted as the whitelisted address 0 route, which returned here in time at the confirm at, it returned 1, as we set it in the initializer. Therefore, the acceptable route was always returning true. And the fun thing, well, fun or sad thing about this hack is that it wasn't just one person, it wasn't the black hat. There was like many, many opportunistic people that were looking at the mempool, and they copied the transaction. So that's why I have here, the opportunists launched the same attack, just changing the deposit address, so they received the funds instead of the attacker. And at the same time, the MEV bots made that attack as well. So it was like a party of exploiting the Nomad bridge. Up to this date, it's unclear if that was on accident, like the black hat wasn't smart enough to think about that, or if it was on purpose, because so many people attacked the bridge, and also the MIV bots front-ran the transaction and so on. So you actually lost track of who was the original hacker, right? So you had a bunch of people exploiting this protocol. Who was the one that started it? No clue. Well, let's talk quickly about economic attack. The most famous one is Mango Markets, 13th of March, 2022. $116 million. This one happened in Solana, but the concept may apply in any blockchain, right? So what happened here is that there was a price manipulation. So if you take flash loans, and then you borrow against an asset, and then you trade that asset with a sufficient amount of tokens, large tokens, yes. And the market is sufficiently illiquid, you can move the price wherever you want, right? So you move the price, and then you have more tokens, you sell it at this fake price, and you end up draining the pool, right? That's what happened to Mango Markets. The attack itself is more complicated, but that's the global idea. And then we have business logic attacks. Euler Finance, $197 million, 13th of March 2022. Basically, you could have bad debt and return the debt tokens to Euler Finance, and they should have checked that you had like good health in the debt, but they didn't, so you could do it having bad debt, and Euler Finance would have to ingest your bad debt. And that's how it was basically attacked. It's just one missing require, right? So yeah, this is how black hats take our money. So what do we have to fight against them? Pablo, please.
Thank you. So this is what you would consider the security stack. So back in the days, there was absolutely nothing to protect yourself against. And now, after all these reiterated attempts to hack users and steal money, so a lot of companies and users started to create solutions, right, at different layers, such as the ecosystem layer, the smart contract and protocol logic layer, and also at the infrastructure layer. So this is a rough overview. It's not complete, but let's have a look first on how this kind of all started, so we can get like a more context on like the whole history and how the security community is moving. So let's imagine also as a rough view that 2020, you had like a bunch of traditional security firms. So if you're a project team building smart contracts and you would need an audit, then you would go to either one of these and then you would get your code reviewed. And then, because there was still demand for security and there wasn't really enough supply of services, nor there wasn't enough supply of security researchers to aid all this demand for code reviews, then initiatives such as ImmuneFi, which is a bug bounty platform, appeared, helping a lot project teams to check on bugs on code that has already been deployed. So if you have developed something and you have deployed it, now you have a public bug bounty program that people can look at your code, and then if they see something that is worth submitting, you will get paid by finding vulnerabilities. And then you will have the amazing contests models, such as Code for Arena and Sherlock, that did not only align the incentives of protocol teams working on code, but also got a lot of people involved in security because of the gamified contest model. So now more security researchers are getting into the space, and now even more alternatives exist just besides what a traditional audit firm are. And then in 2022, Spearbit came in, and what they did is pretty much create like a talent aggregator pool, as well as offer a new generation of security services. So in Spearbit, also like disclaimer, like I'm part of Spearbit, you get like the best talent there is in the space, and these people are assembled in teams to work on very, very specific problems. And there's a massive difference between what Spearbit does and like a traditional audit firm does. But we will not get into it right now. You can ask me later if you want. And also a new generation of security services, such as offering architectural consulting and virtual CISO services, and helping out with monitoring. So only one entity was already covering a lot of ground. So this also helped a lot of smart contract teams and protocols to rest assured that there is more people looking at their code and they can get it audited. And now, in 2023, if you've been paying attention to Twitter or what's been going on in the security industry, we got the rise of the independent auditors, the guilds, that's what we call like the small firms, and also a lot of new education initiatives. So thanks to all the work that everyone has been putting up throughout like the whole years, there is more people involved in security, and therefore there is more eyes looking at code, and therefore it is much easier, I would not say easier, but it is much, well, I'd say easier to protect like the code that is already deployed or not. So clients and protocols have many more alternatives than just going to one traditional firm. And 2023 and later on, what's going to happen? So Spearbit saw already this problem, and they created the first ever marketplace, which is pretty much contacting or like linking teams, protocols, clients with all the existing services and players that exist in the security community, such as the independent researchers, such as guilds and firms, also like public goods auditing that Tincho spoke about this morning. You're also gonna get tooling and custom security services. So this is the future of security, as we would say. And here's like a quick thing that the Cantina is doing, the first public goods audit, funded by a lot of multiple invested parties of the industry. So if you don't know about Solidity, Solidity is a building block. It's a primitive, and many people are using Solidity in order to build gas-optimized contracts. So if a lot of people are using it, then it just makes sense that this code is secure, and therefore it's a public good audit in order to find any kind of vulnerability that they may have. So let's go to
I can
tools.
take it from here. Thanks. So yeah, tooling. You know, there are several tools that have been from the past present in this space. Most famous one is static analysis Slither, formal verification by Certora, vulnerability scanning services by Consensus Mythics. But in the last years, there was an explosion of new tools. There's Foundry that allows you to do fuzzing easily. There's Heimdall, Arbiter. There are a lot of good VS Code plugins. So tools are blooming. The ecosystem is blooming. There's independent auditors. There's marketplaces, firms, and artificial intelligence. So many people claim that they can audit a code base using ChatGPT by scanning the most common vulnerabilities. The question is, are we there still?
Well, none of the studies have been peer-reviewed yet, so I guess we will have to wait a bit more.
I mean, future looks bright. Like this will be a building block building block for security, a very useful tool for auditors. But still in doubt. You know, we still have to train these AIs to perform as well as a security researcher. But yeah. Next, what we want to talk about was education. What has impacted the security space in the last couple of years? Well, needless to say, Securium. In fact, we're Securium alumni. Securium is a running on bootcamp on security, on smart contract security that runs tests, gives young researchers opportunities to engage with different protocols, with different firms. Then in 2022 was the first ever Ethereum smart contract security-oriented conference called Securium TrustX at DEF Connect Amsterdam, and shortly after in August was the first annual DeFi Security Summit, where many security experts got together to talk about security, what's coming next, what are the tools we're building, what are the tools that aren't necessary anymore, what do we need, what is excessive in this space and so on. So yeah, what's the future? Well, this year, in 1 week, we have the DeFi Security Summit in Paris, the second edition. So
Catch us there.
Catch us there. Please make sure to go. And are we going to have Secure TrustX Part 2?
Maybe, but it may run with Key and start with Tour. We'll find out.
We'll find out. But people are excited about it, and you should so if you are interested in security, which you should, right? So TLDR, future looks bright, right? Security by design mindset should be adopted by developers. So this is not only for security people. This is for developers. This is for clients. This is for everyone, right? We should have a security-oriented mindset. There are more tools, more education, more resources right now than ever, right? And supply meets demand, right? We need more auditors. We need more security. We need more experts, and we're getting it, right? So who are the guardians of the blockchain?
We all are.
We are.
The guardians of the
right? So, thank you.
If anyone has any questions, then feel free to shoot it anytime. Or
Yeah, look at the screen.
Here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No question? Oh, okay. Do you think AI can play a part in security? Of course. It will play a part, but I don't believe AI is ready yet to take all the tasks by itself. Like, you cannot...
yeah, so this is an excellent question, whoever posed it. And if you try many times auditing smart contracts or protocols themselves, you will find out that a ChatGPT or AI, for now, fails a lot, because right now a large language model, what it's pretty much doing is just using whatever input has been provided for training data. So there's things that it will never be able to catch, such as economic attacks, because you also need to look at different dependencies and external factors, such as something that an auditor can do.
So there's not yet a capacity of abstraction that a human being is capable of.
Don't you think that experts deserve the money? No.
Never.
What is your opinion on the morality of exploits? They're bad, don't do them, be good.
There are bug bounty programs. If you find something, report it or get in contact with the protocol.
Be a good hacker and help the industry.
Yeah, don't be a black hat.
And that's everything we have in the system. Thank you, everyone, for having us here, folks.
But maybe there's someone like in the room that has a question?
Unless.
Okay, so.
It's like a hand, you know, like that.
There's
move.
like, let's go, yeah.
What do you think is the highest possibility right now for like a project to get hacked? Like, where is their biggest, I guess, the weakness that you've been seeing?
So, excellent question.
It's a tough one.
The first one is that there are still very common vulnerabilities that everyone knows about, but they still happen, such as
entrances.
Yes. So these things are caught often. So if a protocol, if a smart contract protocol team has tests, and they do tests, and they have a security mindset, they will catch almost all of them. So that's one.
Also, there are like design flaws, right? If you're doing, thanks to documentation, information, and education we have, if you're doing a DeFi protocol, for example, you look at past DeFi protocols, right? You don't have to invent it yourself because someone has done it before, someone has made mistakes before. There was Uniswap version 1, version 2, version 3, right?
If it's a fork of a fork, then beware of the team, because they might have, you know, like not approach security seriously, and forkception usually get hacked. So you can just go check the rec leaderboard, like most forks always get hacked, especially Compound. Compound forks are insane. More questions?
Anything?
1, 2, 3. Okay, it's a wrap up. Thank you, everyone, again.
Thank you, guys. And you can bring that off stage with you. That was great. We are getting close to the end, people. We only have 2 more talks here. And while this next speaker is getting his presentation all lined up and mic'd up, just another reminder, if you're going to participate in the hackathon, go get registered, get your new bracelet so you can have access. And for these last 2 talks, don't forget to scan the QR code so you can ask questions. We're going to connect up here. Okay, so just while we're getting this all sorted, another few final reminders of all the activities that you still have to complete before we can end ETHBarcelona. Don't forget to finish your quest. You'll get a super cool NFT. The more quests that you complete, the more points you get. And you also have the cool trading cards, which if you collect all 25, you get a mystery prize. And we love prizes here, right?
I know. Well, we got the graveyard.
Are you ready to go?
I'm just waiting for the connection, I think.
Okay, so we are still waiting for connection. Does anyone want to trade some
HDMI,
cards
no.
with me
It
while
needs
we
to be a
wait?
micro USB.
Do you guys have? You're missing only 13. Which one is 13? Do I have that one? Ooh, I do have 13. Ooh, wait, well, 13 is cold storage. Oh, I'm missing a bunch of them. It's okay. I'm happy to just. Okay. Oh my God, someone's about to get a mystery prize. I really wish I knew what it was. I think if I knew what it was, I might be more motivated. I don't know. The mystery makes me nervous. I'm like, what is it gonna be? Yeah. Someone was like, I hope it's 1 ETH. I'm like, that'd be dope. I mean, I don't think they'll be giving away that much money here. But yeah, we can talk after to get you this card.
Okay,
I don't know
so
what I'll make you trade me for it. I'll have to look and see how close I am to getting. Has anyone else gotten close to collecting all the cards? You got all of them. Did we talk yesterday? Oh my God, you were the one you were just running around asking people for the cards. You finally did it. Wow, I am so proud of your entrepreneurship there. That's incredible. So yeah, I wonder, do you know of anyone else that did it? Okay, so you're about to be number 5. Okay. On that note, let's get our next talk started because we are so close to the end here, and you're all set up, Dominic?
I believe so. Yes.
Believe so. Believe so is close enough for me. So this next talk is called "Building with Builders in Mind: Creating a New Token Standard," and your speaker is already on stage. So give him a round of applause for Dominic Ryder.
Thank you very much. Yeah, today we're going to be talking about a brand new token standard, which really annoyed me after the 6551 came out because it was supposed to be brand new in the exact, pretty much same thing, but ours has a couple of key differences in the fact that it can be rebalanced and also that there are LPs. So just to give you some background on Alvaro. Oh, it's got, here we go. There we go. I just won't have my speaker notes, but who needs them? And apparently this isn't working either. So yeah, Dominic Ryder. So I've been in the industry since, well, bought my first token XRP in 2018. If people will forgive me for that, I think it was eToro back when that was the done thing. But previous to that, I worked in financial services. So I started out as a stockbroker, derivatives trader, 250 cold calls a day, typical boiler room stuff that you see, and then did really well, loved the fast-paced environment. One thing I found when I was in financial services is mainly the fact that there always seemed to be 2 elements to every single office. Anyone who's worked in financial services will be fully aware that you tend to have the CFA, privately educated, full education, always coming from old money background on the investment side, and then you tend to have the sales team, the sort of admin, the marketing, who try their hardest to try and get to the same level. But there's a lot of disadvantages, especially in fund management, and so Alvaro was brought from that to try and democratize and create a true meritocracy in fund management. So not my first token. I founded Vemp Studios back in August 31st, 2021. So we got to just over 600 million fully diluted value at our peak on KuCoin. Huobi Gate still going strong, but been hammered like everybody else in the bear market. But there we are. We're still here. So yeah, the problems with traditional finance that I found mostly when I was working at St. James's Place, which is a FTSE 100 wealth manager, is you have the exact same... Is that working for me? Is that turned off? I don't have the slideshow working anymore. I don't know if that...
Maybe.
Oh, we're back on. Yeah, but that's not going to stay up. Just let's stick it on the floor, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, problem is I'll have to put it through.
Hey everybody, hello, sorry for these technical issues. This always happens when it's like everyone has a different cable, a different connector. But we will get everything back on track in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. We have the whole team working hard.
This wasn't working as well, so I've had to, I was doing it manually.
This is a good moment to scan the QR code, enter the chat room, and start thinking of questions to ask Dominic.
As long as
you can also, by scanning these QR codes, you're going to be entered into some raffles for some cool prizes, including money. That's not a mystery prize. That's, we know what the prize is. It's always fun.
Oh. All right, cool. This just needs to work because it wasn't.
Looks like we're getting close to finding a solution here. No worries. We'll just wait for us to get this presentation on.
At least it's a graveyard shift. Graveyard shift at this time. Everyone's tired. Tech's not working. People not working.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you guys? Are you feeling exhausted? Are you ready for the weekend? I love how everyone's also like sat on the edges, like you really did not want to commit to sitting.
There's a wide space in between.
How are you guys finding the conference though? You've been having fun? Yeah? I know you're going to get a mystery prize, so you're pumped. Yeah. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for you. I want to know what that prize is going to be. A free ticket to next year's. That's really good. That's a solid mystery prize. So I hope this guy comes and takes my card later. How have you been finding the conference so far?
It's all right. I wasn't here yesterday. It's been too busy with the markets, but no, it's been good so far.
Yeah?
I think met a lot of people who you always know from Telegram.
Yeah.
Telegram, or I'm not one for Discord, but it's good to put faces to names.
Yeah, I know. I think a lot of people have made internet friends through the Web3 sphere and all that, and then they get to finally meet here in Barcelona.
And you get to see if they are, because you always have a image in your head of what they're going to look like, and then you get to finally see if it matches.
Yeah. Has anyone else had that experience where you've had an idea of like, oh, this person's going to be totally like this, and yeah?
Especially if they have like NFTs as their profile pictures.
You're like, is this person a monkey? And then you're like, no, they're not. They're not actually. They're just a person. What's the like weirdest NFT that you've had associated with someone?
Well, there was this big like duck thing that was really popular.
Huh.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe it's been hacked. I don't know if this is flashing. I don't know if that's supposed to be for real.
Yeah. You never know.
Broken the system. Too much alpha.
Yeah. You can be anyone and everyone, right? It's magical. I think they need you to help the computer.
They need me. They've.
All right.
It's probably locked.
I am now Dominic Ryder. No, I'm just kidding. I think we got to figure out how to connect this presentation. Thank you guys so much for being patient. Yeah, I know it's been long. It's been a long week.
Sorry?
Does anyone have any fun weekend plans coming up?
What do you mean?
Anyone? So yeah, I'm a comedian. I'm used to like talking to a room of drunk people, and so this has been a very different experience for me this week.
It's
just because everyone's high instead. I don't know. I know that you crypto people
we can
are
make
into
download it as a PDF.
into having a good time. So I'm sure some of you guys are going to some fun parties this weekend. No? Everyone's just looking at their phones. They're like, we do not want to engage with you. We bring back Dominic.
Yeah, it's been like this, but
I don't know. You're the only one who wants to talk to me. What's your name? Deborah. Yeah. That's a cool name. Where are you from, Deborah?
Well, I'm from Belgium originally, but I live in Australia.
Oh my God! Did you come all the way from Australia to come to this event?
As a
Okay. Oh, okay. Are there a bunch of like Web3, Ethereum? Yeah. Nice. So where else have you been, or where else are you planning to go? London. Cool. Sports tech.
I've downloaded it as PDF
Interesting.
now.
Nice. Has anyone else hit up the other conferences? Anyone else on this Euro tour, Ethereum Euro tour? One of our volunteers back there. Are you going around volunteering at all of these events? Okay. What are you going to be doing at the other ones? Nice.
By the way,
okay, so you're also a hacker.
This wasn't working.
Cool. Are you going to be hacking at this event?
Got
No.
some more batteries?
What? Yeah, volunteering is a hard job. Our volunteers have been working. They're like the first people to show up, the last people to leave. They're really the unsung heroes of this whole event. So if you see a volunteer, give them a high five or a hug or like a candy bar or something. They probably maybe a Red Bull also would be helpful. All right, we are still figuring this out. I am so sorry, guys.
That's all right. We got it.
You got it.
We got it. I'm just
amazing.
Almost
Okay,
just need the clicker.
Now we just need the clicker. Okay, so we're not quite ready yet.
But we've done the presentation anyway.
Hmm?
Presentation is sorted. Now we just need to be able to move it.
All right. So yeah, the presentation will be connected, but we need him to be able to change the slides. That's a very important element.
Here we
Okay,
are.
I think we got it.
This one forward, yeah?
All right, everybody. Okay, we're getting this. Okay. Oh, we're back in action, guys. Okay,
There we
give
go.
Dominic another round of applause for dealing with all these technical issues. Thank you guys for being patient.
I think we might need to unzoom a bit because it's only getting half of the slide here. Cut in half. So I think maybe click on the minus symbol, whoever's at the back there. Yeah, minus there. Let's see if we can get it in one more time. Yeah, why don't we go plus again? See if that's all right. Fit to page. There we go. That'll do. Are we going? Is that it? We'll keep it like this then. Right, so as I was saying, started out as a stockbroker, derivatives trader, worked for a company called St. James's Place, which is a FTSE 100 wealth manager, where I was associate partner there. After working at all of these investment firms, including traditional VC afterwards, which invested into some tech stuff, but also boring things like care homes, gyms, children's nurseries, anything that had a tangible freehold property that we could take charge of should anything bad happen to the underlying business. So after all of that experience, I realized that even though I might sound posh, I don't come from an upper class background. I'm just English. So I found that you had this big separation and a lot of tension in between the investment team and the sales team, which I was on. And it all stemmed from the fact that it's always an old boys club, even to this day, both in the stock market, VCs. I mean, even in crypto, you get held back by who you know and what you know, and that's why anyone starting their own protocol, you have the typical who's on your advisory board. Most advisors, they're just pretty useless. I mean, they're just a face of the website and then outlive their value very, very quickly. But all the same, you do have this step that you can't get past. So with Alvara, we are trying to solve a few problems. So we have got There we go, tread-free problems. Lack of transparency, which isn't necessarily just traditional finance, even with, you know, Alameda and centralized exchanges in general. You know, even with proof of reserves, you still have this, you know, Merkle tree thing. It can be faked. Crypto.com sent like 32,000 ETH to Gate, and there's always a problem with the opaque nature, even in sort of centralized crypto. High fees as well, especially on the active management. Some people would know, if you're familiar, you've got passives, which is like Vanguard and ETFs and indexes, and then you've got active managers where somebody is actually making decisions. And those tend to come with high fees of up to 20% performance, and 1.6% is the average. And there's a high barrier to entry, both somebody looking to become a fund manager, because we seem to have this idea and concept in humanity that people who are born into sort of a superior or privileged you know, place in their life automatically become, you know, better than others who equally have the intelligence, but in reality we just don't have those advantages to get to the level of these fund managers. You need a CFA, you need an IMC. All of these are just standard procedures to get into a fund management business. Even if you're the best investor in the world, if you do not have those, you won't get a fund management job in London anyway. So this frustrated me a lot, especially because I thought I was smarter than some of these people, frankly. Maybe that's just arrogance, but all of these mistakes I saw them making just seemed so junior. And their selections, like Cathie Wood is a perfect example from ARK, has terrible performance, like sold NVIDIA before it pumped, has literally been long Tesla at all the wrong times and then short on other times. So I wanted to give people the ability to be their own boss, be their own fund manager, and be able to compete one-to-one on a meritocracy. So I don't have the actual demo, which I was going to present, but essentially what we have built is a factory contract which mints our new token standard, which, as I say, is currently called the ERC BTS because it hasn't been given a number yet. And it allows anybody to come onto the platform, input however many tokens that they would like. Let's say that it's a metaverse fund that somebody wants to bring. So they input 33% sand, 33% mana, 5% is automatically in Alva for those using the factory contract, and the rest they have as mile token VEMP. Once they mint that, they get full management rights and earn 1% of anybody that contributes to that. So it loads up onto a CoinMarketCap style leaderboard where everybody who has ever minted one of those can compete one-on-one against each other. When people contribute on the monthly rebalancing, they get LP tokens. So what this means is that if you have 1,000 people who are all on a CMC-style leaderboard, all of their performance is ranked. If people are able to contribute to that and get LP tokens, then you, as the best fund manager, you can build a DAO and build your own fund within the platform. So if I performed at 100%, somebody else performed at 50%, I can literally get 10 people contribute 1 ETH each. I'll earn 1% of all of that. So you have the ability to build your own DAO around the protocol. So what we've got with Alvara is core DeFi infrastructure, just like how Curve is the building blocks for so many other protocols. Convex, Yearn, StakeDAO, Pickle Finance all use Curve's infrastructure and liquidity pools in order to produce their own. This is the building blocks for a whole new, there we go, a whole new level of infrastructure, and should spawn and has the ability to spawn so many other protocols beneath it. There we go, our token standard. So we are still to decide which layer 2. Obviously we're launching on ETH because if we want to be core DeFi infrastructure, you know, that's where we got to go. But because it's going to be a large transaction, in order to mint this to your wallet, we will need a layer 2. So you know, there's a few toss-ups between Optimism, Arbitrum. Gnosis is gasless, so that could be a good one for us as well, but we're yet to decide on that. So with this, you actually have the ability to be ranked amongst and against any crypto fund around. Let's say you've got Multicoin. Let's say that you've got Pantera. We want to get our token standard to the level where if they aren't using it, then there'll be questions asked as to why they don't want to rank their performance against everybody else's. If we can spur the sort of competition and look after the retail element where we are incentivizing all of these influencers or KOLs who, you know, talk the big talk and say how early they were to everything. If we can actually make them put their money where their mouth is, show their performance against everybody else, we open up a huge playing field where if institutions don't use our token standard, people will ask why they don't want to compete against retail. What have you got to fear? So this should allow for a true meritocracy where anybody can rise to the top based on their own performance, build their assets under management, earn 1% of the fees for doing so, and if they do want to expand that business, then they can do so at their own leisure. So we're hoping to build this out into like this DAO and sub-DAO culture, just like how you do have all of these aggregators that are built around Curve. We want to have the same level where, you know, you got Convex, which is top 100 token, Yearn, which is close to, all wouldn't exist without Curve as its infrastructure. So we want to get to that level where we have so many protocols that, and so many fund managers that have been able to take advantage and actually get to that status where they are the looked to manager compared to everybody else, no matter their background. With the actual protocol itself, we're not taking ownership of the token standard. It wouldn't be a token standard if you're gatekeeping it. What we are doing is allowing for anybody anywhere to mint from our factory contract, but any BTS coded anywhere will automatically pull through, just like how OpenSea would pull through any ERC 721. Ours will pull through any BTS. So the 5%, which is in Alva, which is standard, that doesn't have to be done. You know, we're not going to gatekeep that, but anybody minting it through our platform will be able to do that. But you can contribute to any BTS via the protocol, whether it has any Alva or not. So the hope is, obviously, to get to a level where we have the same sort of selection and the same sort of categories that we can have the exact sort of coin market cap, you know, metaverse gaming, and put these into all of these subsets so that people can come and have choice, and they can genuinely go with whoever they think will drive the best performance, see all of the stats. And so the Alvara Foundation will be building this out to try and facilitate the next generation of fund managers. On-chain, obviously, would prevent from sort of the Alameda stuff and everything that's happened on there. I mean, as much as we do have transparency in blockchain, there's certain elements where you don't know and you have to trust what goes on with your money. One example that I've used before is, anyone in the UK here might know the Proof Fund, which is basically this, this fund which has gone up in an actual straight line for about 25 years, and that's because they smooth their returns. They don't disclose all of their holdings, and they just pay 3% performance every single year, no questions asked, and they keep anything over and above, and you just have to trust that they, you know, don't have too much leverage in that fund. They haven't blown it up. So we want to have, and if anyone believes in blockchain, like, we know the merits of having tokenized assets. So we got gold already, we've got crypto, but there's no reason that we shouldn't have individual stocks having an ERC20 equivalent, because it's proof of ownership. You know, that is the future for traditional finance, and therefore there is no reason why a successful protocol such as ours that can build out this infrastructure can't bring on traditional finance eventually. But how we do that is by becoming such a well-used standard that when they are looking to enter this industry, they use, just like how you know, let's say Porsche NFTs that didn't do very well. You know, they use the ERC 721 because it's gone too standard. We want to be the same so that when new funds start, traditional or crypto, they actually come to us as standard. So as I say, yeah, the actual demo that I was going to show you will show you this in a bit more detail, but the platform itself is a bit like OpenSea and a bit like CoinMarketCap in the fact that it's a full suite. Once you've started your DAO, if you're successful, you can sell your management rights. So you can actually essentially sell your performance. A lot of people wonder, you know, who wants to buy it if it's based on the fund manager's performance. But there's plenty of evidence in the traditional world. There was a guy called Neil Woodford who, again, actually blew up his fund in the end. But he moved from Invesco Perpetual to start his own firm, and still tons of people stayed with the old manager. So people can actually, you know, start a business, create their business, manage their business, and then sell their business all the way to the end. The token, as I say, for anything minted for the 5%, anything minted through the factory contract has the 5%. The key part of our DAO and of how we are running it is that we're doing the exact same gauge weight system as Curve. The reason for this is that we are hoping to have, obviously, the competitive nature of retail underlying and lots of individual factory minted contracts. But we want to have institutions incentivized to purchase as much alpha as possible. Anyone familiar with Curve will know that if you lock it for 4 years, you get the most votes escrowed, and therefore you have more power. And this is what started the Curve Wars, where you had Convex, Yearn, all competing for everybody's VE Curve to try and incentivize their LP pool the most. So we'll be doing the same concept in that if, for example, you're multi-coin and you want as much assets under management into your BTS as possible, then we, as Alvaro, will be sending Alva to the LP token holders, and the DAO decides which BTS that goes to. So that's the same sort of institutional competitiveness that Curve managed to produce so well with the Curve Wars, and why Convex eventually sort of won that out. So the platform itself is fully ready to go. We're at the funding stage. We are looking to integrate, allowing for NFTs within the overall protocol as well. That's quite difficult to do because if we have the monthly rebalancing and we have you know, people coming in and out of the fund, how do you represent that illiquid asset alongside so many different liquid tokens? So that's the next stage for us, is making sure that we can give exposure to NFTs alongside. But yeah, we're fully built out, fully ready to raise funding. I think I probably went over my time, but it's quite hard to judge there. But scan the QR code, anybody who does want to learn more. Any questions? I think that they should turn up here, but I don't have the thing that was going to do them before. So let me know if there are any at the back, or put your hand up, and happy to answer. It's good to have one at least. I don't think I've seen a talk that's actually had a couple, so it's good to see.
Okay. I'm not sure. Oh, okay.
It's yeah, a bit.
Yeah. So my question is, you mentioned like the 5% of this token is like in your factory contract, but it's not part of the standard itself, right?
Correct.
The 1% that goes to the manager of the fund, is that also like baked into the standard itself, or is that also like a parameter you decided for your factory?
So the rebalancing is done on a monthly basis, and so within that transaction, it will sell down 1/12 of the month, obviously, 1/12 of 1%, and distribute that to the BTS owner. So it's all automatically done within the contract itself. And yeah, the 5% alpha is just for those who mint it via the factory contract, and we want to open it up and make it a token standard by making sure that people can code it without that element.
Okay, thank you.
You might have a question on the screen.
Oh, here we go. I think that was the one that we just had.
Ah, okay. Nice.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, then.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dominic. That was great. We made it through despite the technical difficulties. Yeah, you can just leave that here, I believe. And guys, we have reached our final talk of the day. Oh my God, can you believe it? It has been such an amazing conference, and we are going to close out the talks here at the Lunar stage with someone who has worked on a lot of DeFi projects, doing a talk called Impact Markets for Open Source Medicines. Very interesting. So give a huge round of applause to your speaker, Salva Kurdamelidis. Oh man, I almost had it. Salva Kurdamelidis, right? Did I say? Oh my, I'm so sorry. Salva Kurdamelidis. Yes, give him a round of applause. He comes on stage. I got overconfident.
Okay. Guys, all right, yeah, thanks for hanging out until the end. So, but hopefully you guys might find this kind of interesting. So I'm from an area of crypto, it's called DeSci. Has anyone heard of DeSci? A few people? Okay, so yeah, basically DeSci is looking at how do we fund science in a way that helps solve a lot of the current problems with science. That we're generally interested in the funding side of things. There are other areas of DeSci which are more about publishing and things like that. But today we're going to be talking about funding science, or basically medicines, as a public good. So public good medicine, hypercerts or retroactive public goods funding. So there we got someone in the corner. Yeah, all right, cool. So it's basically, yeah, that's right. Okay, that one. Okay, cool. Well, so at the moment, with healthcare, we've got this massive crisis going on, particularly in the States. There's basically, it's over 20% of US GDP is being spent on healthcare, and you've got like an aging baby boomer population. So yeah, and also essentially the prices that people are paying to get healthcare, like their health insurance, is rising faster than their wages, and it's estimated that like they might exceed you might be paying all of your wages and paying for medicines. Also at the same time, making new drugs is getting more and more expensive over time, and part of that is basically to do with the fact that the pharma companies are always trying to find new patentable molecules, and there's only like so many things that basically we can take in the human body without killing us. And so as a result, like it's getting more and more expensive. It's called Eroom's law. Basically, it's Moore's law in reverse, where drugs are getting more and more expensive over time. And as I was saying, like there's extreme financial toxicity. Like new drugs are over 200 grand on average per year. If you get cancer in the US, 42% of cancer patients will lose everything they own within 2 years. Medical debts are the main reason for general bankruptcies in the States. And often a lot of the new drugs are not found to be any more effective than the old drugs. So not a lot of innovation going on. And also there's not a lot of bargaining power for companies basically to try and get the prices down, just because things are so expensive to produce. And particularly outside of the US, it just means that we can't afford the new drugs. And so there's this incentive problem basically with drug development at the moment, where drug companies will not fund clinical trials for what they call generic drugs or off-patent drugs, because there is no way that they can get a profit out of them. So, not to get all controversial, but, you guys might have heard of ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, things like that. People talking about how that's a COVID treatment. So this sort of thing basically ends up creating this big problem where these things get publicly funded, but the clinical trials are too small. Everyone's sort of arguing, and basically private pharmaceutical companies will not touch that area. They don't get into it because there's no way for them to make any money out of it. So this is the main cause. They've got this thing called a patent cliff. So my background, I'm a patent attorney, but also do IP. But the one area where patents are really relied on is the pharmaceutical industry, is because that's the only way that they can basically make their money back. And they basically patent a new version of a molecule, so a brand new molecule, and they can charge a very high price. But then as soon as that patent runs out, basically the price of the drug will just plummet because they start making it in India and China. It just becomes like an industrial chemical. And so basically, you've got a lot of, as soon as the patent on the drug runs out, there's no more incentives to research that drug, and it might be useful for more than one use. So there's huge opportunity as well, about $1.5 trillion worth of savings available from use of off-patent drugs. There's around, could be around 10,000, but at least 3,000, and then there's a bunch of nutraceuticals as well. But none of these areas are basically looked at by private pharmaceutical companies. And so the issue is that, generic drugs, essentially finding new uses for generic drugs are essentially public goods. So if I publish a protocol that shows how to use an off-patent drug to treat cancer, there is no way that I can stop other people from using that treatment as well, because they can just buy the drug from India or China and do the same protocol. So essentially, the information around public goods is information about new uses for generic drugs are is a public good. So it's a public good problem, and also, as I was saying, in order for doctors and patients to actually be able to be confident that these drugs are going to work, they need to have the highest level of evidence, which is these things called randomized controlled trials. Basically, you get half your patients, you put them on one drug, half of them you put on a control, and you look at how their outcomes work. But unfortunately, those things are very expensive, and that's the reason why only really private pharmaceutical companies are the only ones that will do very large clinical trials, and also the ones that need to get FDA approval. So as I was saying, also there's huge market failure. A new drug might cost billions of dollars, take over 15 years. But if you're looking at existing drugs and you want to try and find new uses for them, you could actually get a new use within, say, 3 years to get FDA approved, or even less, and it might only cost basically 1/100th of the price. So, and as I was saying, this is just a similar thing. We're talking about our model, but you might basically you get through to FDA approval a lot faster. And as I was saying, there's massive cost savings for generics because they're basically cents on the dollar. It's sort of essentially chemicals. So massive cost savings, but no way to capture any of that value. So, coming here, people think about public goods funding and donations and grant funding, and then we've got quadratic funding through Gitcoin. But, this could be a really good use case for retroactive public goods funding, essentially. So again, we were talking about hypercerts. That's something we're working on with Gitcoin. They've basically come up with this new project where essentially a hypercert is almost like a carbon credit, but for funding public goods. So, and essentially you can make it any kind of public good you want, and that could include something medical. And in my mind, health is probably one of the most important use cases for crypto, I think, for hypercerts, because, even with carbon credits, you'll get people saying, oh, well, climate change isn't real, it's a big conspiracy or whatever. But I think everyone can agree that, being healthy is a good thing, and that would be, if we had a low-cost treatment that could benefit, people in middle and low-income countries and high-income countries, that would be a net good thing and a pretty good use case for this hypercerts concept. That's a little bit more complicated. Obviously, the hypercerts framework, basically they have an agreement that there's there's an impact, so you can measure any way you want the impact, and one ways that we would say measure impact would be to say there's a clinical trial that was effective, and you have a number of impact points assigned to your HyperCert according to how well your clinical trial does. And then you have evaluators, and that's done through obviously through the clinical trial. And then that way the people that basically fund that clinical trial, which would traditionally probably not be pharma but like could be impact investors, will get an outcome payment. And so this is similar to what we're also looking at, which is a way of simplifying that model is just to call it a pay for success contract, or essentially like a prize or a bounty basically. So you have a payer, say if you do this public good, if you prove that this off-patent drug will work, then we will pay you X, $10 million, let's say. And then on that basis, there might be a lot of outcome payments coming out of the fund, and then you would have an investor basically investing in the clinical trials, and the payer doesn't take any risk, but the investor would fund the researchers, and if the research is successful, they get an outcome payment. So this one is something that we're quite interested in. I'll just talk about it briefly, but there's also a way for these clinical trials to basically be funded out of immediate cost savings. So I'm really excited by this particular idea, interventional pharmacoeconomics. It's even worse than my surname, but it's pretty amazing. It's a way of funding clinical trials out of immediate cost savings. So if you can imagine there's a very expensive drug, like I always use ketamine and S-ketamine as an example. So ketamine is a good treatment for treatment-resistant depression. S-ketamine is around $50,000 a year. It's the patented version. If you just put half of your patients on ketamine, half the patients on S-ketamine, every patient on ketamine is like say a $50,000 cost saving, or maybe $100,000 for another drug. And those cost savings are basically used to pay for the clinical trials. So again, it's a way to use financial innovation to do finance, and I think it's a good use case for crypto as well. There's a lot of repurposing opportunities, or just different kinds of drugs, used for breast cancer. Fluvoxamine was an interesting one for COVID. They did a trial in Brazil, 10,000 people, and they found that this drug would reduce risk of death by 90%. It's a very cheap drug, $10 a course. It's as effective as this other patented drug created by Merck, which was called molnupiravir, which the US government paid $1 billion for. UK paid another $1 billion, and fluvoxamine is just as effective. So it sort of shows that there's sort of perverse incentives. Also in psychedelics, cannabis, these are all very low-cost treatments. Cannabis could be a very effective treatment, help with chronic pain. Psilocybin also could be very useful for major depression, but of course very low cost, and so no private incentives to do that research. So this is kind of the idea of what we're trying to do, which is build what we call a medical impact DAO, but essentially it's like a prize fund. You'll sell medical impact NFTs, you raise $5–10 million in a prize fund, 20% gets paid out every year. And on the other side, so that's the retroactive funding coming down, and then there's prospective funding, basically investors basically funding clinical trials, and if the clinical trials are successful, then that we put them into IP NFTs. That's something that Molecule, they're a DeSci organization working on the IP NFT framework. Basically, you can have NFTs that link to clinical trial data, and then you can invest, or a treatment protocol, let's say, for an off-patent drug. And then if those are successful, they convert into HyperCerts and then are eligible for outcome payments under the prize fund. And so the advantages versus traditional grant funding is that the grant funder doesn't need to take on the risk of failed clinical trials. So with this, you have basically a transfer of risk to the public markets who are willing to take on risk, and the traditional funders don't have to take on risk, they only pay for success. So it's potentially a lot more efficient than just grant funding. Also, with IP NFTs, you can have fractionalized ownership, on-trade trading of clinical trial data, so you can sort of trade these things on the public markets. And then, create a market for something that hasn't existed. A little bit like, as I was saying before, like carbon credits, but if you can imagine like a carbon credit for open source medicines, and then creating like a market for that kind of stuff. And then DAOs can basically essentially provide a way for this, particularly if it's quite disruptive, for it to become you know, a relatively autonomous and something that might be difficult for incumbent organizations to sort of shut down and have it. So it's sort of, yeah, it's a way of, yeah, protecting against existential threat. So yeah, I think, personally, I think funding public good medicines should be a really good use case for NFTs beyond just, you know, visual display and trading art. No offense to any ape holders out there. But yeah, I think that's one of the ideas that we have, is basically to purchase an NFT that represents successful clinical trial data, and that will be paid for successful clinical trials. Maybe a dynamic NFT that changes as soon as clinical trials become successful. And something like that we've been working with VitaDAO. So they're a DAO, a DeSci project, probably one of the main ones. They're really focused on longevity, but essentially they're just a fund, and they're kind of looking at the more traditional sort of funding traditional drug development through patents, but we're also working with them on the idea of using pay for success and this open source IP NFT idea, and to basically fund open source longevity medicines, because basically most of the data around longevity drugs at the moment is around off-patent drugs. So things like rapamycin, NMN, metformin, resveratrol, vitamin D, all these drugs are off-patent, and you know, they could potentially, there could be treatment protocols that might improve healthy lifespan by sort of 5, 10, 20% even, but there's no private incentives to do this research, and we might be sort of 10 to 15 years away before we get a patented longevity medicine, which ironically might not be any better than these existing off-patent drugs. So could be some massive, if you can improve, I don't know, I've heard some numbers being thrown around, but definitely trillions of dollars worth of added value to society and economic benefit if you can sort of improve healthy lifespan by sort of 5 years or something like that. So that's something we're working on with VitaDAO's Longevity Prize, looking potentially at a generic drug repurposing prize. And Dr. Brad Stanfield, he's a New Zealander as well, he's looking at rapamycin plus exercise for improving strength. So, this would be a use case to basically have the prize as an incentive, and then there could be an IP NFT that's issued to Brad, and that would enable him to raise the money. And if the clinical trial is successful, he'll get a payout from that prize. It's something else we're really interested in is open psychedelic medicine NFTs. We've got like an allow list on our website if you guys want to check it out. But again, so as I was saying, there's some very low cost treatments for depression, psychedelics, so ketamine, super cheap, $2 a dose basically. Psilocybin also very low cost. And no real private incentives to do this research, and this could benefit a lot of people. So yeah, that's the end of my talk. And if anyone has any questions, I've got another 5 minutes. Nicholas.
What help do you need to advance this?
Well, I think, basically getting the word out, like obviously, so that's getting if you guys are interested, there's the whitelist, the allow list is on that page. I think getting people to talk about it, like ultimately the big problem with anything is, with these issues is funding and getting a source of retroactive funding. So, people that are interested in longevity, for instance, or interested in mental health. The benefit of retroactive funding is you don't actually have to, if you were going to give that money as a grant, you're taking on all the risk of failure. Whereas with this, if you could just stake, the funds, it could sit there as a prize. But yeah, I think that's the main issue and particularly, Optimism is also working on retroactive public goods funding as well, so we're going to reach out to them. But yeah, that's typically the issue with impact markets, is finding a retroactive funder that's basically willing to seed the market. Okay. Okay, in the class.
What are the biggest unknowns or unsolved problems?
For creating impact markets, or yeah. Well, there's some. Well, I wouldn't say there's a lot of unsolved problems beyond raising the funds, but there's some potentially regulatory issues around whether these IP NFTs are considered securities. But I personally think that it's possible to separate the IP NFTs, which will be invested by impact investors, and then have these medical impact NFTs, which are definitely not securities. They're basically just people fundraising and putting money to get an outcome. And so I think from that, yeah, you can ring-fence a lot of regulatory risk. Obviously, yeah, it hasn't been done before, so it would be a new thing. You know, you also want to make sure that there's that the rules are very clear. There's no arguments about whether somebody has achieved the prize or outcome. You know, there might be some disputes around whether people think they've won a prize or whether they're eligible to receive an outcome payment or not. But that can be managed just by having really clear criteria. But yeah, it's a new kind of area. Impact markets generally, I think, is something that we've been talking about a lot, and particularly for funding science, but it hasn't really been rolled out yet, and it's an interesting alternative. So I did my thesis on alternatives to the patent system for medicines, and the idea of prizes as alternatives to patents has been talked about sort of since even Russia, 100 years ago, has been talking about using prizes instead of patents. But no one's really done that yet and rolled it out. So there's actually, in the States, they have the US government agencies have the right to do prizes up to $50 million without Congress approval. So they've kind of joined with X Prize, which is this kind of private organization that does prizes. But yeah, for whatever reason, I think people think of prizes as like something you go to the fair and you get a prize, and it's not seen as like a serious policy lever. So yeah, just a bit of inertia, I think, mainly, also institutional inertia. Yeah. Cool. All right, thanks, guys.
Great, thank you so much, Sava. And that concludes the programming here at the Lunar Stage at ETHBarcelona. Thank you all so much for coming. The hackathon is going on. I think you can also still hang around in the Lunar Park area, and hope to see you guys next year. Thank you again so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening and the rest of your weekend. ETHBarcelona out.